Chapter 983. Powerful. As the palace spirit of conferred King Palace, it had seen all sorts of geniuses. Although Yi Chen was exceptionally talented, he might not be the first. However, the fact that he could improve in the battle against the Sword King showed that his talent was the most frightening. Nobody knew where his limits were. Even in a desperate situation he could turn the tables. In other words, in terms of survivability, if Yi Chen said he was second, nobody would dare say they were first. At most, they would be on par with him. The palace spirit's big eyes brightened. No sword in hand, no sword in heart. After defeating the Sword King, Yi Chen's emotions surged, unable to calm down for a long time. Through the battle against the Sword King, he had comprehended the next realm of Sword Dao. No sword in hand, no sword in heart. Although he had only comprehended it and had not truly reached it, at least he had taken a step forward. It was no longer vague, invisible, and untouchable. No sword in hand meant that the sword arts had no flaws. No sword in heart meant that the heart also had no flaws. When the two were superimposed, it would be truly flawless. On the other hand, the opponent would be full of flaws. Even a Sword King who was close to this realm would have to bear a grudge under this flawless sword. Many thanks. Regardless of whether the Sword King was conscious or not, Yi Chen had to express his thanks. If not for the Sword King's last sword strike, he wouldn't have comprehended no sword in hand and no sword in heart so quickly. Come out. The palace spirit waved its hand, and a human silhouette flew out from the light screen, merging with Yi Chen's body. In the next moment, Yi Chen woke up. Congratulations. You're the first sword artist to truly defeat the Sword King. The palace spirit chuckled. Yi Chen opened his eyes. The ancients have already passed away. The one I defeated was merely another him, not the real one. Neither arrogant nor rash. No wonder you can have your current accomplishments. The palace spirit nodded in satisfaction. Do you want to know the true cultivation method of life and death realm? True cultivation method? Yi Chen revealed a puzzled expression as well as a trace of palpitation. The palace spirit explained, don't you feel that the cultivation of life and death realm has many flaws? Why is it that there are early, mid, and late stages before life and death realm? As for cultivation base, it's not a realm at all. It's merely a matter of accumulation. As long as the gap isn't too big, it doesn't affect one's battle strength much. The greatest benefit of a high cultivation base is that one's battle strength can last. Moreover, after reaching life and death realm, your Zhenyuan recovery speed is too slow. This is very abnormal. Your supreme grade spirit stones and treasures are mostly used to recover Zhenyuan, which is a waste. Then what is the true cultivation method of life and death realm? Then of life and of, what is the true cultivation method of life and of? The temple spirit didn't answer directly. He took a bite of the fruit and said, your current star-level combat power is actually something I came up with when I was bored. What is your current combat power? His overall battle prowess should be that of a 5-star overlord. If he were to unleash his full power, he would be able to reach 6-star. The temple spirit's expression showed that it was as expected. There's a big difference, but it's not too ridiculous. Because I'm the one who made this, I have a set of the most standard identification methods. In my eyes, your overall combat power should be at the peak of 5 stars. If you go all out, you'll only be a 5-star overlord. You haven't reached 6 stars yet. Deviations? Yi Chen listened quietly. Before Dragon King challenged the path of death, he came to my place and asked me a few things. At that time, his battle power was mid 5-star, the most standard mid 5-star battle power. When he goes all out, he can even increase by 2 small levels, reaching the peak of 5 stars. According to your judgment, he is a high 5-star battle power, and when he goes all out, he is a 5-star overlord. The reason why there is a deviation is because everyone subconsciously judges the strength of others based on their own strength. Without a proper system, it's very normal for there to be a deviation. Moreover, this star battle power is something I made based on the situation in Elysium. Outside of Elysium, it has no use in judging. There are all kinds of races in the outside world. The star battle power judgment system works here, but it won't work on other races. Most importantly, although my star battle power system's highest battle power is 10-star battle power, no 10-star battle power has ever appeared in Elysium. Therefore, the latter part is only my own speculation. At that time, I didn't think too much about it. Because I was too bored, I popularized the star battle power system. It seems to have been popularized in Yuan Emperor's era. Hearing these words, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. It turned out that the so-called star battle power system was only something the temple spirit came up with out of boredom. However, this star battle power system was indeed useful in Elysium. The temple spirit had existed since ancient times. It had created something based on the strength of countless people, so it was impossible for it not to be perfect. At the very least, it was perfect from 1 star to 7 or 8 star battle power. What is the real cultivation method? Yi Chen asked again. Life and death 9th layer. The temple spirit uttered a new term. In the outside world, because there are too many races and abilities, it's impossible to classify one's battle prowess. Therefore, one's strength is still judged by realm, at least on the surface. 9 layers of life and death realm is the universal cultivation method. Although high realm doesn't necessarily mean high battle prowess, one can at least know how high one's foundation is. If one reaches the 1st layer, the recovery speed of Zhenyuan will increase by 10 times. You won't need to go into seclusion for a few months to recover Zhenyuan, and you won't need to waste a lot of treasures either. In this way you can use the treasures to increase your realm. Then which layer of life and death realm am I? You haven't even reached the 1st layer. If I don't tell you the real cultivation method, you might be able to reach the 1st layer of life and death realm by chance. But you will never be able to reach the next realm. Not even at the 1st layer? Elysium is so weak. Yi Chen didn't think that others had reached the 1st layer. The temple spirit was speechless. Didn't I tell you? Although you haven't reached the 1st layer, in my opinion, you are already equivalent to the 3rd layer in the outside world. After all, your willpower and martial skills are very high, and your sword Dao has even reached the level of no sword in hand and no sword in heart. As for the invasion of the alien races, you will be suppressed by the rules of Elysium, and your realm will drop by at least 2 layers. The stronger you are, the greater the suppression. Otherwise, any 6th layer life and death realm warrior would be enough to kill all the kings of Elysium. That's true. Yi Chen was equivalent to the 3rd layer of life and death realm in the outside world, and those 6-star kings should be equivalent to the 4th layer. A 5th layer might not be able to kill all the kings, but a 6th layer would be more or less enough. Alright, since you have the real cultivation method of life and death realm, why don't you pass it down? Don't you want to see Elysium become powerful and defend against the alien races? Yi Chen said. The temple spirit explained, you think I don't want to? The reason why I don't pass it down is because not everyone in Elysium can cultivate to the 1st layer. Let me tell you, if you want to cultivate to the 1st layer in Elysium, unless you are a peerless genius, you will turn into ashes at any time. Only outside Elysium can you increase your realm limitlessly because there are complete rules there. Your lifespan will also increase to 100,000 years. Since ancient times, people could freely enter Elysium without any restrictions. Later on, when the entrance of Elysium was sealed, I had to pass it down to one person after many years. They were all invincible existences in their era. For example, Yuan Emperor had cultivated to the peak of the 2nd layer of life and death realm. Unfortunately, no matter how much he cultivated, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't turn into ashes. Moreover, the further he cultivated, the harder it was to improve. If he didn't leave Elysium, he would never be able to cultivate to the peak. Otherwise, Yuan Emperor's achievements would be far greater. Are you sure I can cultivate to the 1st layer? Of course. How could my vision be wrong? Originally, even if you couldn't defeat Sword King, I would have passed it down to you after some time. The temple spirit said. Moreover, your current accumulation of cultivation base is already sufficient to reach the 1st layer, or even the peak of the 1st layer. Alright, since you've defeated Sword King, this Sword King title belongs to you. The temple spirit waved its small hand, and another row of words appeared behind the last title. Sword King Yi Chen. Da. Da. A melodious bell sound spread out from inside the conferring king palace. Ordinary people couldn't hear it, but all the life and death kings heard it. Many kings rushed over, wanting to see who had obtained the new title. In the past year, only a few had entered life and death realm, and Yi Chen was one of them. On the plaza of the conferring king palace, a conferring king pillar's phantom had appeared out of nowhere, with the word Sword King Yi Chen engraved on it. Sword King Yi Chen. The first life and death king opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He actually obtained the title of Sword King. More and more people rushed over, and there was no lack of peak kings among them. Although Sword King was not a monarch title, for modern people, the weight of Sword King's title was much higher than that of monarchs. This was because it was a supreme title, the apex of sword artists. Without becoming Sword King, one would never be able to become Sword Emperor. They could only be like Blue Cloud Sword Emperor and Snowflake Sword Emperor, with some other titles in front. Apart from this, in the future, if others wanted to obtain the title of Sword King, they would no longer have to challenge the ancient Sword King, but Yi Chen. What kind of glory was this? He did it. On the plaza, a faint smile appeared on Xuanho's face. Sword King Yi Chen's name shone brightly, representing the beginning of a new era. The kings present all had their emotions fluctuate, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 984. Inside the titled King Palace, the palace spirit said, "Before you leave the true spirit world, you must remember not to raise your cultivation beyond the second layer of life and death realm. For others it might be a small price to pay, but for you the price might be your life." Yi Chen knows this. Yi Chen faintly nodded. He was already very satisfied with cultivating to the first layer of life and death realm. If the palace spirit didn't tell him the true cultivation method, he would be like others, raising his cultivation base like a fool, and then starting from the aspect of martial skills. It should be known that the kings of Elysium were not fools. What they lacked was not martial skills but the true cultivation method. In fact, in terms of martial skills, they might not be weaker than third or fourth layer outsiders. For example, according to the palace spirit, Yi Chen's current battle strength was already equivalent to the third layer outside, and this was under the condition that his cultivation base hadn't reached the first layer. This meant that Yi Chen's martial realm had far surpassed the third layer outside. The true cultivation method of life and death realm is to condense a Dao gate in your Dantian. What is a Dao gate? It is the Dao you walk. If you cultivate Sword Dao, the gate you condense is the Sword Dao gate. If you cultivate Blade Dao, the gate you condense is the Blade Dao gate. Regardless of whether it's the Sword Dao gate or the Blade Dao gate, there isn't much difference on the surface. It's only determined by the nature of your cultivation method. For example, if you cultivate an ordinary martial Dao with the Earth attribute, the gate you condense will be Earth and Yellow. The shape of the Dao gate is the same, and the effect of raising one's realm is also the same. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. At the first layer of life and death realm, the Dao gate will blossom with a red halo. At the second layer, an orange halo will appear outside the red halo. At the ninth layer, the Dao gate will blossom with 9 layers of white halo. Now I will teach you the method to condense the Dao gate. As long as you condense the Dao gate, raising your realm in the future will be the same as before. Let nature take its course and there will be no detours. As the hall spirit spoke, its figure flashed. Before Yi Chen could react, it floated in front of Yi Chen and pointed a finger at the spot between Yi Chen's eyebrows. In the next moment, the method to condense the Dao gate automatically entered Yi Chen's mind. This is the method to condense the Dao gate? Yi Chen felt as if he had arrived in another world. Alright, you can form the Dao gate in the King Conferment Hall. This should not take more than a month. If there are any mistakes, I can still correct them. Condensing the Dao gate was very crucial, so the hall spirit was a little worried. Alright. Yi Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He wasn't in a rush to condense the Dao gate. Instead, he memorized the method to condense the Dao gate word by word. Seeing this, the hall spirit nodded. Being cautious at all times was very rare. Condensing the Dao gate was very mysterious. This was because the Dantian wasn't any other place. It was the Sea of True Yuan. If anything was casually created in the Dantian, it would be destroyed by True Yuan and turned back into True Yuan. The Dao gate was eternal. If it was destroyed by True Yuan, it wouldn't be called the Dao gate anymore. Therefore, the structure of the Dao gate was very complicated. It was like diamond and carbon, one was heaven and the other was earth. In the end, they were just two forms of the same element. The Dao gate was like a diamond and True Yuan was carbon. Although the former was condensed from True Yuan, its form had changed. Almost there. 2 hours passed. Yi Chen already had a deep understanding of the method to condense the Dao gate. All he lacked was practice. Gurgle. In the Dantian, True Yuan boiled and something appeared in the middle. It was a shard. The shard gave off a bright light. It looked like a True Yuan crystal, but it was purer and tougher. The shard became bigger and bigger. When it became dozens of times bigger, it collapsed and was destroyed by True Yuan. It turned back into a part of True Yuan and no longer existed. It seems like I should condense the Dao gate image first. Yi Chen thought. This time, a blurry door appeared in the Dantian. This was the Dao gate image. The moment the Dao gate image appeared, although it was on the verge of collapsing from the True Yuan, it didn't collapse. With the Dao gate image as the foundation, Yi Chen slowly condensed a bright shard. It was the same method as before, but there was one more step. However, he still failed in the end. The speed of condensing the Dao gate is too slow. The Dao gate image can't last that long. Do I have to do it step by step? I don't rush to condense the Dao gate, but slowly transform it from carbon to diamond. Yi Chen continued to condense the Dao gate and immersed himself in it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Yi Chen was still sitting there cross-legged. In his dantian, the Tao Gate image became more and more solid. Every once in a while there would be a change. Although the change was not big, it had not been destroyed by True Yuan yet. Fortunately, I'm on the right track. On the king's conferring pillar, the hall spirit saw everything. Even the Tao Gate image in the depths of Yi Chen's dantian did not escape his eyes. The higher the rank of the cultivation method, the harder it is to condense the Tao Gate. But, correspondingly, the condensed Tao Gate is extremely firm. It won't break easily and cause a drop in cultivation. Life and Death realm was an extremely peculiar realm. It had high requirements for cultivation methods. Although condensing the Tao Gate was extremely difficult, the foundation was firm. If the cultivation method's rank was low, the condensed Tao Gate would not be firm enough. Breaking through to the second or third layer might not be a problem, but once one tried to break through to the higher realms, it would be extremely easy to fail, causing the Tao Gate to break and causing a drop in cultivation. In the ancient era, it was not like no one's cultivation had dropped. Some people with poor foundation even dropped from the third layer to the first layer. The Tao Gate would then be completely damaged and would need to be condensed again. Yi Chen's cultivation method was mid-heaven grade, so his foundation could be considered very firm. Even if he didn't make any progress in the future, he would still be able to reach the fourth layer. Without the Tao Gate being damaged, he would even have a high chance of breaking through to the fifth layer. Another week passed, and it had already been 10 days since Yi Chen condensed the Tao Gate. On this day, the Tao Gate in Yi Chen's dantian was completely formed. It looked like a cyan diamond gate, hard, beautiful, and filled with a sharp aura. The moment the Tao Gate was formed, a scarlet halo suddenly blossomed like a protective cover, protecting the Tao Gate. At the same time, this cyan diamond gate seemed to have become a channel in the dantian. A large amount of Zhenyuan passed through the Tao Gate, and when it came out, the quality of the Zhenyuan had increased by a large margin. First layer of Life and Death realm completed. Chapter 985. Reaching the first layer of Life and Death realm makes a huge difference. It had been a long time since Yi Chen had felt a huge increase in his basic strength. Previously, although his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the level of 1,000 years, it was only an increase in quantity. Unless it was several hundred years or 1,000 years, he wouldn't feel anything, and the increase in strength wouldn't be obvious. But now Yi Chen could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a large margin. Compared to painstakingly studying martial arts for a few months, it was undoubtedly much easier. Of course, Yi Chen also knew that this was the result of accumulating strength. If he had just entered Life and Death realm, even if Yi Chen didn't have to worry about being annihilated, he wouldn't have had the foundation to cultivate to the first layer. After all the Zhenyuan had been converted into a purer Zhenyuan, the interior of the Tao Gate suddenly produced a powerful suction force. As soon as this suction force appeared, the outside world underwent a huge change. With Yi Chen as the center, boundless yuan qi of heaven and earth converged toward Yi Chen. At first glance, it looked like a nebula, and Yi Chen was the core of the nebula, unceasingly devouring it. Tisk, you've reached the first layer of Life and Death realm so quickly. Worthy of being the Sword Tao genius who defeated the Sword King. The palace spirit waved its hand, and as if the restriction of the palace had been released, even more yuan qi of heaven and earth poured in, joining the nebula and rapidly strengthening it. After an unknown amount of time, when the nebula was completely devoured, Yi Chen's aura gradually stabilized. At the same time, a boundless might burst out from Yi Chen's body. Peak of the first layer of Life and Death realm. Yi Chen opened his eyes, his gaze like lightning. After reaching the peak of the first sky of Life and Death realm, Yi Chen shockingly discovered that his Zhenyuan cultivation base had already reached the 2,000-year level. In other words, this breakthrough had directly increased his cultivation base by 900 years. Why would he need to spend supreme-grade spirit stones or Zhenyuan crystals to increase his cultivation base? He could directly increase his realm. Just as I had guessed, because of your martial arts rank and mental state, you were able to reach the peak of the first sky of Life and Death realm right away. If your cultivation base was a bit higher, you might even be able to break through to the second sky of Life and Death realm. However, it is also a good thing to increase your cultivation base slowly. It will help you build a solid foundation for your martial art. Tao sects also needed the nourishment of true essence. Continuous breakthroughs would put too much pressure on Tao sections. Many people would rather raise their cultivation realm slowly than risk breaking through. Thanks a lot. Although the temple spirit looked like a child, Yi Chen did not dare to neglect it. He cupped his fists at it to show his gratitude. No need to thank me. Remember, don't leak the condensing method of this martial art. If something happens, you'll regret it. Back in the day, the condensing method was accidentally leaked and countless life and death kings fell. It took many years for Elysium to recover. The temple spirit reminded Yi Qin. Yi Qin will not joke around with Elysium's future. You can rest assured. Yi Qin nodded. All right, let's go. The temple spirit waved its hand. Walking out of the titled King Palace, the door behind them closed. Perhaps it was Yi Qin's misperception, but the moment he walked out of the titled King Palace, Yi Qin felt the Tao gate in his body suddenly become unstable. A string of sparks appeared on its surface and a dark flame appeared. Could it be related to condensing the Tao gate? Yi Qin looked pensive. The news of Yi Qin obtaining the title of Sword King had already spread in the circle of life and death kings. However, only a few people under life and death realm knew about it. Returning to the Yi family, there was one thing that needed to be done. And that was to establish a sect. As early as half a month ago, the Eternal Sky sect had already arrived at True Spirit Continent, and were currently residing on one of the peaks of the Yi family. Qin, are you really going to establish a sword sect now? Yi Tianhao was somewhat worried. Yi Qin smiled and said, Father, I'm not establishing a sword sect now. I'm going to establish the Fallen Dust Sword Sect. Fallen Dust Sword Sect? Didn't you want to establish a sword sect before? Yi Tianhao let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time he asked curiously. That was my idea before. But after coming out of the titled King Palace, my attitude has changed. Establishing a sword sect could indeed make the sword sect and Yi Qin famous in the world. But there would be endless troubles. When he was here, perhaps no one would dare to mess with the sword sect. But after he left, the sword sect would undoubtedly become a thorn in the eyes of many other sword sects. No one would be happy to see such a huge mountain on top of their heads. They would definitely think of ways to make the sword sect decline, or even destroy it. If a sword sect wanted to be powerful for a long time, other than having powerful strength, it would also need to hide its strength and bide its time. It could not be too stubborn or else it would be easy to break. This was an unchanging truth. Besides, this was also related to the change in Yi Chen's vision. He never thought that he would not be able to walk out of Elysium. When he walked out of Elysium, he would no longer have to face the powerful warriors of Elysium, but the powerful warriors of countless worlds. Establishing a sword sect would not be worth mentioning at all. There was no need to make everyone unhappy. Have you heard? Yi Qin is going to establish a sword sect. What's the name? I heard it's called Fallen Dust Sword Sect. Fallen Dust Sword Sect. Fortunately, I thought he was going to establish a sword sect. In the Sky Sword Continent, the news of Yi Qin establishing the Fallen Dust Sword Sect had spread like wildfire. Almost all the life and death kings knew about it, and they all seemed to be very concerned. Fallen Dust Sword Sect. Yi Qin, I owe you a favor. Hearing the news, the Blue Cloud Sword Emperor revealed a faint smile. If he were in Yi Chen's shoes, he would certainly have the intention of establishing a sword sect, and would most likely put it into action. With strength and status, establishing a sword sect would be perfectly justifiable, and there would be no need to be afraid of anyone. However, he had never expected that Yi Qin would not establish a sword sect, but the Fallen Dust Sword Sect. In this way there would not be any suppression. Fallen Dust Sword Sect. Good name. On the same day, the Snowflake Sword Emperor also received the news. On the Spirit Cloud Peak, the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. One moment it was like a storm and the next moment it was like a stream. Only when he got closer did he realize that it was a fight between two youths. Of these two youths, one was dressed in black with a cold expression, while the other was dressed in white. His appearance was ordinary but his eyes were gentle. Although the two of them were dressed differently and their appearances were vastly different, both of them had a sword embroidered on their sleeves. It could be seen that the cold-looking youth's swordsmanship was extremely sharp. Each of his moves was filled with killing intent. The most shocking thing was that his swordsmanship contained a faint trace of sword intent. It was precisely because of the existence of this trace of sword intent that his swordsmanship was exceptionally sharp. Even from afar, one could feel the coldness on one's skin. Compared to the grave and stern youngster, the sword arts of the white-robed youngster were not as sharp as the grave and stern youngsters. Neither had he comprehended sword intent. Their cultivation bases were more or less the same. However, no matter how the grave and stern youngster attacked, he could not break through the latter's sword aura. His sword aura was like a spring breeze, but also like a fine drizzle. Upon closer inspection, it did not seem like a spring breeze, nor was it a fine drizzle, but rather a gentle sunlight and the fragrance of plants. The sword arts of the grave and stern youngster filled with killing intent seemed to be entangled by countless fine threads. They became slower and slower, losing their destructive power and dissolving into nothingness. On the side, 2 young men and 2 young girls were watching the battle. Although Leng Xinghan had only become a disciple of Big Brother half a year ago, I have to admit that his sword arts talent is a bit better than mine. He has comprehended sword intent so early, and has pushed the lone peak of 13 swords to this level. Yan Jianwei, I am afraid that even you would not be able to compete with Leng Xinghan. Yi Xian looked at Yan Jianwei. Yan Jianwei was watching the battle seriously. Hearing this, he opened his mouth and said, "It does not matter if I am able to compete with 4th brother or not. What is important is that you were not able to compete with me 3 months ago. You can only beat me by 1 or 2 moves at most. Don't make it sound like you are suppressing me." Although Yi Xian said that, he was very depressed in his heart. There was always someone better than him. His sword arts talent was indeed very good, and his big brother was quite satisfied with him. But compared to Yan Jianwei, even if he did not want to admit it, he knew that he was not as good as Yan Jianwei. In the beginning he could beat Yan Jianwei with only a few moves, but as time went on, Yan Jianwei grew at an amazing speed and caught up with him. Yan Jianwei was not that bad after all, there was only one of him. But what made him lose confidence was the 3 new disciples of his big brother, one more powerful than the other. The second disciple was the young man in white, named Dongfang Bai. In other aspects he was about the same as Yan Jianwei, but in terms of sword arts comprehension he was even better than Yan Jianwei. His big brother had said that his achievements in sword arts were about the same as Dongfang Bai. As for the third disciple, it was Huang Sumei, who often hung out with his sister Yi Xiaoxiao. She was 1 year younger than him and was his big brother's only female disciple. She was also very talented and smart. She could infer many things from one instance and was the smartest of his big brother's disciples. And just half a year ago, his big brother took in another 4th disciple, named Leng Xinghan. He was the young man in black who was evenly matched with Dongfang Bai. This Leng Xinghan's talent was extremely outstanding, and he was at the peak in all aspects. Not only did he comprehend sword intent, his comprehension of sword arts was not inferior to Dongfang Bai's. In terms of monstrous talent, he was almost the number 1 disciple of his big brother. Junior brother Leng is still a little lacking. I think he will lose to second senior brother in 10 moves. Huang Sumei's face was like a peach blossom. She was already quite charming at such a young age. Ding ding dang dang. After 9 moves, just as Huang Sumei said, Leng Xinghan lost. Not bad. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Big brother. Master. Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao quickly turned their heads and called him big brother. The others also called him master, including the cold-looking Leng Xinghan. Touching Yi Xian's head, Yi Chen gave him an encouraging look and then looked at Dongfang Bai and Leng Xinghan. The 2 of you have made obvious progress. Xiao Bai, you have a strong understanding of sword arts, but sword arts are used to kill people. Blindly dispelling them is not the right way. Xinghan, you have comprehended the sword intent, but don't think that you can defeat Xiao Bai with sword intent. A swordsman's greatest strength is not how powerful his sword art is or how strong his sword intent is, but how he uses it. You haven't reached the limit in using the sword intent, and you haven't completely transformed it into battle strength. Master is right. Dongfang Bai quickly lowered his head. Leng Xinghan also listened attentively. Turning his head to look at Yan Jianwei and Huang Sumei, a faint smile appeared on his face. It had already been a year since he had founded the Falling Dust Sword sect. During this time he had taken in 3 new disciples, all of whom were from the Sky Sword continent. First disciple Yan Jianwei. Second disciple Dongfang Bai. Third disciple Huang Sumei. Fourth disciple Leng Xinghan. Among them, the first disciple Yan Jianwei had the most spiritual qi, the second disciple Dongfang Bai had a strong understanding of sword arts, the third disciple Huang Sumei was exceptionally intelligent and had an exquisite heart. Fourth disciple Leng Xinghan was the most monstrous one. He was the best in every aspect. Chapter 986. Master, I'm going to spar with junior brother Leng. Can you give me some pointers? Yi Chen's arrival made Huang Sumei's eyes brighten. Hearing this, Leng Xinghan curled his lips. If you want to spar, spar with senior brother or second brother. Don't drag me into it. Yi Chen faintly smiled. You're too smart for your own good. It's better to spend more time on comprehending sword arts. In the past half a year your improvement isn't too obvious. Although you won't be at the bottom with your intelligence, it's only temporary. As time goes on you'll slowly fall behind them. How could Yi Chen not see that his disciple worshipped him very much? Master, I'll try my best. Huang Sumei blinked her eyes and carefully looked at Yi Chen. Huang Sumei was a person who thought highly of herself. In Gale region of Sky Sword Continent, she was a peak sword genius. It should be known that more than 90% of the people in Sky Sword Continent trained in sword arts. Being able to stand out among them was already extremely difficult, not to mention reaching the peak. Many people believed that her figure would inevitably appear in the 10 swords of Sky Sword Continent in the future. As for the current 10 swords of Sky Sword Continent, Huang Sume admired them, but not worshipped them. She was confident that she could also reach this level. However, after hearing about Yi Chen's achievements, she felt a subtle sense of worship for the first time. This couldn't be blamed on her. Yi Chen's growth path was too shocking, surpassing the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Within the same generation he was unrivaled. Especially after Yi Chen obtained the title of Sword King, Huang Sume knew that be it in the past or present, no sword artist could surpass Yi Chen. If the ancient Sword King was a legend among sword artists in the past, then Yi Chen was a new legend among sword artists. When a new legend appeared, others could only look up to him. This was a legendary sword artist who had never been defeated. And she was fortunate enough to become his disciple and listen to his teachings. Moving his gaze away from Huang Sume, Yi Chen said, "The four of you all have a great chance of reaching life and death realm. However, life and death realm is not the end but a new starting point. Before that, you need to build a good foundation. Only with a strong foundation will you have more potential to break through." As someone who had been through it, Yi Chen was naturally clear about the effect of the foundation. Although it would not be able to turn into battle power in a short period of time, it would still affect you in the long run. It was the reason for having a deep foundation. Xing Han, you have already comprehended the sword intent. You can go to the Valley of Sword Intent to comprehend the sword intent at any time, but you must not be greedy and advance rashly. With that, Yi Chen said to Leng Xinghan, "Yes, master." Even the cold-blooded Leng Xinghan could not help but reveal a surprised expression after hearing Yi Chen's words. The Valley of Sword Intent was created by his master with one sword strike. It contained an extremely powerful immortal sword intent, which was extremely beneficial for comprehending the sword intent. His master had also said that the reason why he could have his current achievements was because he had comprehended the sword intent in the natural moat gorge. The sword intent in the gorge was also the immortal sword intent. Leng Xinghan was pleasantly surprised while the others were envious. The basic requirement to comprehend the sword intent in the Valley of Sword Intent was to have already comprehended the sword intent. Without the sword intent, one would not be qualified to go. Seeing everyone's expression, Yi Chen smiled and said, "The Valley of Sword Intent will not run away from there. Once you have comprehended the sword intent, you can all go." In the past year, Yi Chen had already raised the immortal sword intent to the 6th rank. Just like the destruction sword intent, the two sword intents were at the same level. He had once again achieved the sword intent resonance and the sword soul resonance. His improvement speed was gradually increasing, and he believed that in the near future, both of them would definitely break through to the 7th rank. The Valley of Sword Intent created by the 6th rank immortal sword intent would not dissipate and could exist for at least 500 years, just like the natural moat gorge created by the Battle Emperor. Suddenly Yi Chen frowned. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Yi Xian asked. Yi Chen waved his hand, "You guys continue to practice." With that, he took a step into the void. "Senior Yuan Emperor, are you saying that the seal of the True Water Palace has loosened?" In the void, Yi Chen opened the high view painting, and summoned Yuan Emperor's clone. Yuan Emperor said, "True Water Emperor was a titled monarch before me. Just like you and me, he had condensed a Tao gate and cultivated to the 2nd layer of life and death realm. However, the True Water Palace was destroyed 15,000 years ago, and True Water Emperor disappeared 25,000 years ago. He suddenly reappeared in the year of destruction. I suspect that the destruction of the True Water Palace is related to him. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see him." Yuan Emperor was the last titled monarch who had left his mark on the Emperor's Scar Steel. Before him, no titled monarch had appeared in the past 10,000 years. Clearly, there was a gap of 10,000 years between him and True Water Emperor. However, after hearing Yuan Emperor's words, Yi Chen realized that in Yuan Emperor's era, True Water Emperor was still alive and had returned. Could it be that he had crossed the path of death and lived for 100,000 years? But how could the destruction of the True Water Palace be explained? One question after another filled Yi Chen's mind. When the True Water Palace was destroyed, I and the other monarchs went to investigate, but we didn't find anything. Just in case, I joined hands with the other monarchs and sealed the ruins of the True Water Palace, leaving behind a spirit accumulation scroll with my clone sealed inside. Later on you obtain the scroll. According to what you said later, mysterious Yin King came back to life and turned into another life form. I guess that there should be a huge seal inside the ruins, an extremely frightening seal. It was precisely this seal that caused the destruction of the True Water Palace and the truth to be concealed. Yuan Emperor said word by word. Feeling that the matter was thorny, Yi Qin said, I promised Senior that I would solve the crisis inside the ruins. Since the seal is starting to loosen, it's time to fulfill my promise. Yuan Emperor said, you must be extremely careful on this trip to the True Water Palace. Moreover, I don't feel comfortable letting you go alone. That Yan Qingxian is not as strong as you, but her methods are very mysterious. She might be able to turn the situation around at the crucial moment. You can bring her with you. Senior Xianhou? To be honest, Yi Qin did not want to bring danger to others. He had a feeling that the danger inside the True Water Palace was definitely very frightening. How could Yuan Emperor not know what Yi Qin was thinking? He said, the seal hasn't been broken yet, so it's the easiest time to solve it. If the seal is broken, it will be a great calamity for the alien races. If you go alone, it's very likely that you won't be able to solve this crisis. Without experiencing the alien race's calamity, you don't know how difficult it is to kill some of the alien race's experts. You might be able to defeat them, but to kill them is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many seals existing since the ancient times. If you could kill them, why bother sealing them? There will be endless troubles in the future. Once you lose the chance and let them escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. Senior, are you saying that the True Water Palace is actually sealing the alien race's experts? Most likely. Can I invite other kings of Elysium? After asking, Yi Qin suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yuan Emperor shook his head. It's better not to alert them. Otherwise there will be too many variables and the war might break out earlier. What you lack now is time. Senior, you are right. Making up his mind, Yi Qin went to Xian sect in Sky Martial region on the same day. The True Water Palace. Xianhou frowned. I've heard of the strange rumors about the True Water Emperor, but I didn't expect it to be true. But it's not safe with just you and me. It's better to invite the Demon Flower Emperor. Her demon flower can absorb any kind of energy and suppress the enemy's power. This way we will have more confidence in solving this crisis. In the rich light ocean span on the desolate sea. The demonic flower emperor's expression was grave as he said, back then the Flash Demon King told me about this place and I went in as well. The mysterious Yin King who came back to life was already killed by me. The Flash Demon King was the human Demon King who had chased after Yi Qin. Like Yi Qin, he had also entered the True Water Palace. Later he was injured by the resurrected mysterious evil king, and only recovered after a long time. Therefore, the Demon Flower Emperor entering the True Water Palace didn't make Yi Qin feel strange. But the demonic Flower Emperor's tone changed. The mysterious Yin King's strength was at most at the level of a mid-stage king. With my strength, killing him should have been easy. However, the evil and powerful Yin Qi on his body made him extremely hard to kill. As long as the Yin Qi was not extinguished, he would be able to return to his peak. I used the demonic flower to completely absorb his Yin Qi before finally killing him. Xianhou said, the Yin Qi is not extinguished. This is a trick of the evil spirit race. You have to be careful this time. The evil spirit race was a foreign race that had invaded Elysium. Although it was not as threatening as the demons to Elysium, it was not to be underestimated either. Seniors, let's go down. Yi Qin opened the silver vertical eye on his forehead. As far as his eyes could see, the True Water Palace was still there. Compared to many years ago, the ominous qi inside the True Water Palace had become even denser. If an ordinary person were to come here, they would probably turn into a lunatic on the spot. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts might suddenly die upon being infected by this ominous qi, or even suffer a cultivation deviation during cultivation. Such a horrifying evil qi. It was Xuanhou's first time coming here. Just like the Demon Flower Emperor had said, the inside of the tower was completely empty. The mysterious evil king was no longer there. Using his soul eye, Yi Qin soon found the second tower. On the top of this tower there were 3 words, Black Smoke Tower. It is the Black Smoke King of the 13 kings of the True Water Palace. When they reached the top floor of the Black Smoke Tower, before the 3 of them even entered, a thick black smoke blew towards them. This black smoke was cold and evil, and it was filled with resentment and baleful aura. Under the impact of this black smoke, the ground and walls were covered in ice. The black smoke seemed to be solid, and it occasionally turned into the image of a struggling ghost face. The lid of the coffin opened and a twisted black human figure jumped out. Chapter 987. Demon Flower Emperor roared and formed a seal with both of her hands. A black demonic flower quietly blossomed and swallowed the twisting shadow before suddenly closing up. Ping 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 ping. The closed demonic flower bulged unceasingly. The twisting shadow was most likely the resurrected Black Smoke King. After all, he was a life and death king when he was alive. After being enveloped by the demonic flower, it was impossible for him to not have the slightest bit of resistance. Especially the dense evil power, it actually increased his survivability, surpassing his previous life. Unfortunately, he was facing the Demon Flower Emperor. Demon Flower Emperor's demonic flower could absorb any form of energy, even the evil power. In terms of evil, demons were not inferior to evil spirit race. In terms of darkness, demons were even above evil spirit race. Being enveloped by the demonic flower, there was no way he could make a comeback. The frequency of the bulging of the demonic flower became lower and lower. On the other hand, the demonic ripples emitted by the demonic flower became more and more powerful. The result could be easily imagined. Ding. When there was no movement inside the demonic flower, a pair of claws filled with sinister evil chi shot out and landed on the ground. Unfortunately, this extreme-grade artifact has already turned into an evil weapon. Shinho shook her head, feeling a bit regretful. This evil weapon can be used by my clansmen. I'll take it. The evil power on the claws had been mostly absorbed by the demonic flower. As for the remaining evil power, it should be fine as long as demonic power was used to cleanse it. Of course, the evil power on the claws had long since fused with the claw's origin. Demon Flower Emperor had absorbed the majority of the evil power, making the claws might inferior to the majority of extreme-grade artifacts. It was barely stronger than a pseudo-extreme-grade artifact, but it was already enough. Many life and death kings didn't even have a pseudo-extreme-grade artifact. Leaving the Black Smoke Tower, the three entered the third tower. Inside the third tower was the resurrected Rainstorm King. Rainstorm King's strength was a lot stronger than the Black Smoke King's, and he probably had the strength of a peak mid-step king. However, as soon as he appeared, 99% of his Inchi power was destroyed by Yi Qin with a single sword attack. The second sword attack turned him into ashes. Yi Qin, who had the sixth-step destruction sword intent, was also the nemesis of these evil powers, and was even purer than the Demon Flower Emperor. The Demon Flower Emperor absorbed their power, while Yi Qin destroyed their power. Unknowingly, the three of them had eliminated the 9 monarchs and arrived at the 11th tower. That Blood Refinement King's strength is already not inferior to the yellow-robed old monster that you killed. Adding on his inextinguishable Yin Qi, he can contend against an existence that is twice as strong as the yellow-robed old monster. These 13 kings of the True Water Palace are each stronger than the last. I wonder how strong the next Golden Bone King will be. The Blood Refinement Monarch was a monarch of the 10th tower. His strength was comparable to the current monarchs. Even the Devil Flower Empress couldn't completely absorb the evil energy of the Demonic Flower Empress in one go. After all, in a situation where the difference in strength wasn't too great, the Demonic Flower Empress wouldn't allow the Devil Flower Empress to absorb his energy. It was just like how the Devil Flower Empress couldn't do anything to the Zhan Tianxiang Emperor, even though the Zhan Tianxiang Emperor was much stronger than the Blood Refinement Monarch. When they arrived at the top of the Golden Bone Tower, the three's expression changed slightly. At this time, the Golden Bone King was no longer a living being, but a dark golden skeleton with a cold white flame burning in its eye sockets. Waves of evil soul power attacked the three. In terms of evil power, it was more than twice as strong as the Blood Refinement King. 8 trigrams extermination. Yi Qin didn't hesitate. The Sky Scorpio sword floated above his head and divided into 8, then 64. The 64 sword images combined into an 8 trigram sword array. As soon as the 8 trigram sword array took shape, a frightening extermination aura covered the sky. Under the amplification of the destruction sword intent, it reached an unprecedented level. During the battle with the Sword King in the titled King Palace, Yi Qin had comprehended the state of no sword in the hand and no sword in the heart, greatly increasing the strength of his soul. This meant that the might of his sword control art had also greatly increased. Moreover, he had also cultivated to the peak of the first layer of life and death realm, greatly increasing the purity of his Zhen Yuan. With the combination of the two, the current 8 trigrams extermination sword art was countless times more powerful than the original 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Before the Golden Bone King could make a move, the 8 trigram sword array swept across his body. Like a candle being blown out, the Golden Bone King's body instantly turned into dense Yin Qi. This yin qi was torn apart by the 8 trigram sword array, and was immediately extinguished by the sword qi as if it had never existed. How did your sword control arts might increase so much? Demon Flower Emperor asked in a strange tone. Yi Chen thought for a moment and honestly said, my soul strength has increased a bit. Moreover, I've obtained the true cultivation method of life and death realm, raising my cultivation base to the peak of the first layer of life and death realm. True cultivation method, the peak of the first layer of life and death realm? Not only Demon Flower Emperor, but Xianhou also curiously looked over. Yi Chen knew that he had to explain to the two, purely accumulating cultivation base is not true cultivation. In life and death realm, there are also realms, divided into 9 layers of life and death realm. To step into the first layer of life and death realm, one must condense one's own Dao Gate in one's Dantian. With the Dao Gate as the foundation, one can raise one's realm level by level. However, the laws of Elysium are somewhat incomplete, not as complete as the outside world. Therefore, the true cultivation method has not been leaked. Otherwise, forcibly condensing a Dao Gate would cause the backlash of Elysium's laws, causing the Dao Gate to instantly collapse and turn into ashes. But how did you do it? Demon Flower Emperor wanted to ask how Yi Chen could cultivate to the first layer of life and death realm. Yi Chen bitterly smiled. After I defeated the Sword King's consciousness body, the palace spirit told me the true cultivation method. However, he warned me not to impart it to others, lest many life and death kings fall and harm the true spirit continent's Yuan Qi. So that's how it is. Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou looked pensive. I didn't expect life and death realm to have 9 layers. If one can cultivate to the 9th layer and refine Zhen Yuan 9 times, as long as one's martial skills are not too bad, one can easily surpass 10-star battle strength. Xianhou sighed. Yi Chen nodded. Xianhou was right. Yuan Emperor was only at the peak of the 2nd layer, but he already had a peak 7-star battle strength. If he could raise his realm to the 9th layer, surpassing 10 stars would be a piece of cake. He wouldn't even need to reach the 9th layer. He could even surpass the 8th layer. Of course, this was mainly because Yuan Emperor's martial skills were too powerful, and his martial will was also powerful. Even if he was only at the peak of the 2nd layer, he would be able to contend against a 5th layer life and death realm expert. Although life and death realm experts were suppressed too much by Elysium, not only would their realms be suppressed, but their bodies would also be injured. For a 7th layer life and death realm expert, apart from being suppressed by 2 layers, it was enough to show the might of Yuan Emperor, no, of Elysium's invincible figure of each generation. The 9 layers of life and death realm. The higher one goes, the harder it becomes to cultivate. Apart from having a high rank and a high mental state, one's Dao Gate also needs to be nurtured for a long time. None of these are dispensable. If one is not careful, one's Dao Gate might be damaged and one's realm might drop, forcing one to cultivate from the beginning. Although I don't know about the situation outside, I can imagine that there shouldn't be many people who can cultivate to the 9th layer. Breaking through in life and death realm was completely different from breaking through under life and death realm. If one failed to break through under life and death realm, one's realm wouldn't drop. On the other hand, breaking through in life and death realm carried a huge risk. Some people might break through from the 8th layer to the 9th layer, and might even drop 3 or 4 layers. Under such circumstances, the number of people who could reach the peak of life and death realm would be reduced by 99%. It was easy to explain why demons and other peak experts didn't come to Elysium. Having their realm suppressed didn't matter to them, but having their origin damaged was the same as taking their lives. Golden Bone King's weapon was a huge blade emitting an evil qi, which was collected by Yi Chen. He wanted to forge supreme-grade swords in the future, and the more supreme-grade materials the better. Although these were evil weapons, they were still of good quality. Breaking them down would give him a lot of supreme-grade materials, so it was better to be prepared. With the death of Golden Bone King, there was only 1 tower left. As for True Water Emperor, he should be at the center of the 12 towers, where the evil power was the strongest. Among the 12 kings under True Water Emperor, Sky Destruction King is the strongest. According to historical records, he's more powerful than the other 11 kings combined. I'll first reverse the environment of Sky Destruction Tower. Xuanhou's expression turned grave as her body floated up. In the next moment, an ancient gate appeared above Xuanhou's head. This gate rotated once, and an unfathomable power immediately spread out from it. What a marvelous and mysterious way. Demon Flower Emperor's eyes flashed with curiosity. Using his soul power, he sensed that the void around Sky Destruction Tower had been reversed. The powerful evil power seemed to have a hole, and the air inside the ball leaked out in all directions. This place became a different kind of vacuum world. The evil power was getting lesser and lesser, and the essence of heaven and earth was getting more and more. At this moment, a wave of earth-shattering baleful energy gushed out from the bottom of the Annihilation Pagoda. Boundless evil energy gushed out, and a distorted figure wrapped in white cloth scuttled out. He grabbed out with his hand, and a white cloth hand the size of a small mountain appeared in the void, grabbing towards the ancient door above Mysterious Queen's head. Extinction. The 8 trigram sword formation above Yi Chen's head had already formed, and it attacked at the white hand. Boom. 2 different kinds of extinction power clashed with each other, clashing against each other. Break. Pulling out the iron blood silver blue sword, Yi Chen's body flashed. When he appeared again, he was behind the figure wrapped in white cloth, and the figure's body was split into 2. You all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. I'm not willing. I hate you. The white-clothed figure's inextinguishable Yin Qi far surpassed Golden Bone King's. Yi Chen's frightening sword strike merely destroyed a portion of his power. His severed body fluttered like sand, and the white-clothed figure condensed in another direction. His power didn't seem to have been consumed much. His voice was brimming with resentment, making this place seem even more ominous, like hell itself. 6-star battle power. Yi Chen's expression turned serious for the first time. Chapter 988. Although the 8 trigrams extermination sword technique was not Yi Chen's strongest killer move, the increase in cultivation realm and the strength of the soul allowed this sword technique to have the attack power of a 5-star overlord. In addition, the destruction sword essence could restrain the evil energy. The only explanation for the King of Sky Destruction's ability to block this move was that his combat power had reached the 6-star level. Putting aside the fact that he had a 6-star combat power, the King of Sky Destruction's inextinguishable Yin energy was also so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Yi Chen's sword attack just now had only destroyed a trace of his power. Devouring Blood Flower. Before this, the Demon Flower Emperor had already started to weave seals rapidly. When the King of Sky Destruction's body had just condensed, a blood-red flower that was as big as a mountain swallowed the King of Sky Destruction in one gulp and tightly wrapped him up. Shortly after, it shrunk at a shocking speed and finally shrunk to the size of an ordinary house. Crack. Unfortunately, the King of Sky Destruction's strength was too strong. He tore the devouring blood flower in half with his hands. The white cloth fluttered as he pounced towards the Demon Flower Emperor at an extremely fast speed. Flower Shield. The Demon Flower Emperor had rich combat experience. When she saw the King of Sky Destruction pouncing towards her, she did not panic at all. Clusters of black flowers condensed and compressed in front of her, turning into a flower shield that shone with a black radiance. Boom. The King of Sky Destruction had a 6-star combat power after all. Although the flower shield had the absorption ability of the demon flower and could absorb energy damage, it only lasted for a moment before it was completely penetrated by the King of Sky Destruction. The twisted palm that was wrapped in the white cloth grabbed towards the Demon Flower Emperor's head, as if it wanted to take her head off. Courting death. How could Yi Chen watch the Demon Flower Emperor perish? He executed the orbital steps and instantly appeared beside the King of Sky Destruction. The iron-blooded silver-blue sword seemed to tremble slightly, and countless folded sword lights enveloped the King of Sky Destruction. Poof poof poof. The King of Sky Destruction's eyes were ferocious as he forcefully resisted Yi Chen's sword move. He was still prepared to forcefully kill the Demon Flower Emperor. However, this void essence slash of Yi Chen came from the Yuan Emperor. It was the most miraculous move. The folded sword lights not only sliced open the King of Sky Destruction's body, but also isolated the space. The King of Sky Destruction's palm passed through layers of overlapping space, but he was unable to reach the Demon Flower Emperor. He was like a drowning old man trying to grab onto anything on the water surface in vain. I'm going to eat you alive. The King of Sky Destruction turned his target to Yi Chen. With a bang, his body exploded into a ball of majestic Yin Qi. The Yin Qi was like a whirlwind, freezing the void and sweeping toward Yi Chen, who was close at hand. I am immortal. Switching between offense and defense, the iron-blooded silver-blue sword held horizontally in front of his chest. Yi Chen's eyes became calm and solemn. A powerful immortal sword will seeped out of his body and protected him. Whoosh. The Yin Qi engulfed Yi Chen and brushed past him, appearing behind Yi Chen. On the other hand, Yi Chen was enveloped by a layer of white holy light that was invisible to the naked eye. Outside the holy light, gray smoke kept bursting like dust. The immortal sword will had advanced to the 6th rank. In a battle of the same level, Yi Chen was almost invincible. It was absolutely impossible for the King of Sky Destruction to hurt him. Damn it. The King of Sky Destruction's body was emitting green smoke. Previously, when Yi Qin had attacked him with a sword move that contained the Destruction Sword Will, he had not been injured much. At most, his power had decreased a little, which could be ignored. However, when he had brushed past his opponent's body just now, he had been seriously injured. Although the Immortal Sword Will was not as powerful as the Destruction Sword Will, when he had tried to invade Yi Chen's body, he had been repelled by the Immortal Sword Will and destroyed. Mysterious Way Freeze? An ancient door suddenly flew toward the King of Sky Destruction. It was Shenhe who had made a move. The King of Sky Destruction's eyes flickered. A pair of gray wings formed by Densine Qi appeared on his back. With a flap of the gray wings, he shot out like a shooting star, shuttling through the void. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to lock him down with soul power. However, he had underestimated Xuanho's mysterious way. As the King of Sky Destruction dodged, the ancient door suddenly enlarged by 1,000 times. No, it should be said that the ancient door did not enlarge, but the space inside the door shrank by 1,000 times. The King of Sky Destruction's figure was like a speck of dust. No matter how fast he was always within the range of the ancient door. In a split second, the ancient door covered the King of Sky Destruction. The King of Sky Destruction roared again and again. His violent energy attacked the ancient door. Instantly, the ancient door was full of cracks and it looked like it was about to collapse. Kill? This was a rare opportunity. Yi Qin held the iron blood silver blue sword with both hands and slashed out. The dark green sword screen ignored the space distance. With a flash of green light, the King of Sky Destruction's body was split in the middle. Before he could turn into Yin Qi and escape, a dark green light suddenly burst out, shining like a sun. Ah! The scream was earth-shattering. In the dark green light, a large amount of Yin Qi was annihilated. A distorted human face kept struggling, as if it wanted to tear apart the seemingly gentle but actually violent and destructive dark green light. Unfortunately, its power was too weak. The dark green light was the power of water and fire, and a trace of it could destroy a mountain. Together with the 6th-rank Destruction Sword Essence, not to mention that it was weakening now, even if it was at its peak, it would not be able to bear the consequences. The last trace of Yin Qi was annihilated, and the King of Sky Destruction's voice stopped. No wonder he is the first king under the Emperor of True Water. If he had not turned into an evil spirit, it would have taken me several times more effort to kill him. The evil spirit body had indeed greatly increased the King of Sky Destruction's immortality. However, he had encountered Yi Qin, who had the Destruction Sword Essence and the Immortal Sword Essence, and was completely restrained. Of course, if it were not for Shenhe and the Demon Flower Emperor, Yi Qin would have had to spend more effort to kill him. The Demon Flower Emperor's Demon Flower had absorbed a lot of his power. Xuanho's mysterious way had even reversed the environment, so that the opponent could not absorb any power. Finally, she had used the mysterious way to freeze the opponent. It could be said that the Demon Flower Emperor was not only the kind of king who became stronger the more he fought, but also one of the best teammates. With her around, as long as the opponent's strength was not too strong, she would constantly weaken them. As for Xuanho's mysterious way, it could be said to be unpredictable. It was no wonder that when the Dragon King and Shenhe joined hands, they could kill the 9 Underworld Demon King, who had no way to escape and almost died. With the King of Sky Destruction's death, only the Emperor of True Water was left. The three's mood became a little heavy. The King of Sky Destruction was already so strong. They did not know how strong the Emperor of True Water, who could leave a mark on the Emperor's scar steel, was. They hoped that it was as Yuan Emperor had said. The Emperor of True Water, or that evil spirit expert, was currently at his weakest. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 3 of them to defeat the other party. But in the center of the 12 towers there was a dense fog. Suddenly, an extremely evil power burst out like a huge stone thrown into a lake. Ripples spread out and a chilly wind roared. But soon after, this evil power seemed to be cut off, turning into a rootless duckweed and calmed down again. Yi Qin opened the silver vertical eye between his brows and tried his best to look at the center of the fog. This fog was formed by Densine Qi and it was very turbid. Through the fog, Yi Qin could vaguely see a few blurry shadows. Yi Qin tried his best to see the faces of the shadows, but the laws there were too chaotic. The sealing power and evil power were mixed together, and even the soul eye could not see through them. Closing the soul eye, Yi Qin slowly let out a breath and said, "Someone came here before us. Let's go in and see." Different from Yi Qin and Shenhe, the dense and terrifying evil power here did not make the Demon Flower Emperor uncomfortable. Of course she did not like it either. Activating her protective Zhen Yuan or demonic power, the three walked into the fog step by step. It was unknown how deep the fog was. It was like a surging sea. When the three of them entered, there was not even a splash of water. After about half a cup of tea's time, the fog disappeared and the three of them came to a huge flat stone ground. In the center of the flat stone ground, there was a blood-red pattern with a diameter of dozens of meters. The blood-red pattern was formed by countless ripples, and it also looked like the ancient character for water. How could the three of them not know that this was a seal? Beside the blood pattern stood 4 figures. Yi Chen and the other two all knew these 4. They were actually the Destruction Demon Emperor, the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, the Black Fiend Emperor, and the Earth Demon Emperor. It's you guys? The 4 had already noticed that someone had come in, but they did not expect that it would be Yi Chen, Xian Ho, and the Demon Flower Emperor. In fact, they thought that everything was foolproof. After all, their actions were very secretive, and not a trace of energy leaked out. On the contrary, the seal around the True Water Palace ruins prevented the energy from leaking out, which served as a cover. So, you have all been possessed. After a slight shock, Xuanho's expression returned to normal. How did you know we were here? The Destruction Demon Emperor asked calmly. Yi Chen smiled faintly with a sharp glint in his eyes. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Although he said so, Yi Chen also knew that if it were not for the Yuan Emperor's seal and the Yuan Emperor's doppelganger beside him, he would never know that something had happened here. Since you are here, don't leave. The 3 of you stay. The Destruction Demon Emperor did not panic at all, and the corner of his mouth raised into a sinister sneer. Before the matter is resolved, we naturally will not leave. Yi Chen released the sword domain which enveloped the entire area. The possessed Golden Turtle Old Ancestor roared, and a powerful domain burst out from his body. This domain was extremely evil, and it constantly attacked Yi Chen's sword domain. If we were outside, I might be afraid of you, but unfortunately, you should not have come here. The endless evil power here can be absorbed by us at any time, and our strength will multiply. The voice of the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was sharp and thin, extremely ear-piercing. His gaze, with a lustful look, swept over Xian Ho and the Demon Flower Emperor, and he sneered. I'll leave the 3 of them to you. Remember, don't let them escape. The Destruction Demon Emperor did not seem to have any intention of making a move. Waves of evil power condensed into runes, branded on the blood pattern, and eroded the power of the seal. At this moment, more than half of the blood pattern had been eroded, and gray mist escaped from time to time. Chapter 989. Don't worry. They won't be able to return this time. The Earth Demon Emperor's tongue was very long, like a snake's tongue. It could almost reach his ears. His eyes were no longer the original beast pupils. Instead, they were like the pupils of a hornet's nest, which contained countless compound eyes. Being stared at by him, Yi Chen and the other 2 felt like they were in a maze. Everything around them was getting further and further away. What a powerful eye technique. Xian Ho raised her eyebrows and a mysterious aura spread out. Under the interference of this aura, the illusion of the eye technique that was eroding reality was immediately forced out. What kind of realm is this? The Earth Demon Emperor stopped being careless. He wasn't good at fighting head-on. He was good at soul attacks and various illusion techniques. Although the eye technique just now wasn't his strongest illusion technique, it was very hard to defend against it. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Some kings who were stronger than him would fall into it if they were careless. 10,000 bugs, you've met your match this time. The Black Demon Emperor's body was emitting light black smoke. This smoke seemed to be spiritual, and it would transform into tentacles or palms from time to time, which was very shocking. As for the 10,000 bugs that the Black Demon Emperor mentioned, it was the Earth Demon Emperor. As the person who had taken over the body, his original personality had been devoured by them. The one who had taken over the Nirvana Demon Emperor was called Tian Xie, the one who had taken over the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was called Jin Sha, and the 10,000 bugs was the Earth Demon Emperor. As for the Black Demon Emperor, he was called Xieshou. Humph, she only broke my compound eye technique. Later, I'll let her know what it means to want to die. The 10,000 bugs that had taken over the Earth Demon Emperor's body sneered. He was very confident in himself. After observing the characteristics of the three's aura, it wasn't hard for Yi Chen to guess that the evil spirit that had taken over the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor's body should be a strong attack type. He was very strong in head-on combat. The one that had taken over the Earth Demon Emperor's body should be good at illusion techniques. As for the evil spirit that had taken over the Black Demon Emperor's body, it should be a strange type. He probably had some powerful evil techniques. Seniors, you can just support me from the side. Leave them to me. It was impossible for Yi Chen to let Shen Ho and the Demon Flower Emperor take the risk. Although the two of them had unique abilities, their battle prowess was slightly lower. In a one-on-one fight, it would be difficult for them to win. If they supported him from the side, they would be more useful. You're courting death. Let me, Gold Thug, deal with you. If they were in the outside world, Gold Thug might not be a match for Yi Chen. However, in here he was fearless. With a loud roar, a dark golden metallic light erupted from his body. The light was extremely dazzling and filled with evil energy. As soon as it appeared, it immediately condensed into streaks of dark golden sharp blades. Like tens of thousands of arrows that shot out at the same time, they pierced through the air towards Yi Chen and enveloped Shen Ho and the Demon Flower Emperor. Yi Chen's expression was calm as he unsheathed his iron-blooded silver-blue sword and slashed twice in the air. Ding, 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 ding. Countless sounds of metal colliding broke out. It seemed like Yi Chen had only brandished his sword twice, but he had blocked all the dark golden sharp blades that were coming at him. The speed of his sword was fast and the angle was accurate. It had reached an unbelievable and unpredictable realm. Even Shen Ho and the Demon Flower Emperor were shocked. The most powerful swordsman since the ancient times. Even the ancient Sword King is not as good as him. He's really inhuman, the Demon Flower Emperor muttered in his heart. This kind of sword attack comes without any sign. It's without the heart or the sword. It has already surpassed the level of using the will or the heart to control the sword. Xuanho's eyesight was much better than the Demon Flower Emperor. Although she wasn't a swordsman, it didn't hinder her understanding of swordsmen. According to what she knew, there were 3 kinds of sword attack realms for swordsmen. They were body control sword, chi control sword, and the highest heart control sword. However, what Yi Chen had just displayed had clearly surpassed heart control sword. Using the heart to control the sword intent meant that the heart would move and the sword would move, making the sword heart bright. However, Yi Chen had just attacked without any warning, giving people a very abrupt feeling. It was as if the sword had already attacked before the intent had even moved. Thousands of dark golden sharp blades couldn't move an inch forward. It was as if there was a chi wall that extended far in front of Yi Chen, firmly protecting the 3 of them. Suddenly Yi Chen flipped his wrist. As the sword light shot out, a trace of transparency appeared in the air. Tian Xie, who was occupying the Nirvana Demon Emperor's body, was undoubtedly the leader of the 4. He frowned as he felt a strong sense of danger approaching. He's really arrogant. As the thought flashed through his mind, transparent hexagonal glass appeared around Tian Xie's body. These hexagonal glasses were embedded together, forming a seamless shield. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. It seemed that something extremely sharp had slashed the shield. However, the next moment Tian Xie's expression changed. There was a sword mark on his chest and blood flowed out. How is this possible? I clearly blocked it. Tian Xie didn't care about such a small injury. What surprised him was how his opponent's sword chi managed to injure him. Even he only realized it after the fact. Moreover, he was 100% sure that his defensive barrier had completely sealed off the sword. Dense killing intent was released. Tian Xie stared coldly at Yi Chen. He couldn't let this kid grow any longer. Whether he admitted it or not, this kid had already become the most troublesome person in Elysium. What a pity. The one who had unleashed this sword was Yi Chen. He didn't use Orbital Slash. Although Orbital Slash could attack through protective energy, its destructive power was slightly weaker, and it didn't have much practical value. He used Void Energy Slash. To a certain extent, Void Energy Slash could also ignore protective energy, and its destructive power was much greater than Orbital Slash. If it could hit the opponent directly, it would definitely injure him and interrupt his unsealing. Apart from that, the core of this sword was that there was no sword in the heart. The intent came later and the sword came first. When the opponent sensed danger, the sword chi had already arrived. However, the opponent's protective energy had been activated too quickly. It seemed to contain mental power. With a thought, the defense was formed. Although it wasn't as good as Yi Chen's no sword in the heart, considering the distance between them, the difference in time was more or less offset. In the end, the sword chi was slightly faster. The front part of the power was transmitted to the opponent, and the back part was blocked by the shield. Evil God Barrier. Tian Xie was corroding the blood seal and he couldn't stop it. Luckily he was prepared. He had placed many black crystals around the blood seal. Originally he didn't plan on using them. He just wanted to prevent accidents from happening, but he didn't think that accidents would really happen. Yi Chen and the other 2 would find him. As the evil power surged into the black crystal, a black barrier rose up, enveloping the blood-red seal and the heavenly diabolism. Above the black barrier, a blurry figure condensed. Although the evil power was not as strong as the evil power in the blood-red seal, the difference was like heaven and earth. It was as if it really was the projection of the evil god. Ping ping ping. Yi Qin used his super-fast sword speed to continuously slash the black barrier, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. He couldn't shake the evil barrier with the blurry image guarding it. Don't be arrogant. Seeing that Yi Qin didn't put them in his eyes at all, Wanzhong was enraged. Evil power poured out of his palms, turning into countless black crows. These crows cawed loudly and pounced at Yi Qin. A strange scene occurred. When Yi Qin's sword chi slashed at the black crows, it went right through them as if they didn't exist at all. It's an illusion. Yi Qin had a feeling in his heart. I will deal with his illusion. The mysterious queen had dabbled in many mysterious daos, including illusions. She used her Zhen Yuan to condense a mirror, which expanded rapidly until it seemed to connect with the void. Those black crows that didn't exist in the mirror became corporeal and disappeared one after another. In the next moment, the black crows rushed out of the mirror and pounced towards the myriad bugs. Illusion rebound. Damn it. 10,000 insects knew how powerful his illusions were, and even though he could deal with them, he was caught off guard and cut a sorry figure. Countless crows drilled out of his mouth, eyes, and even chest, and a heart-wrenching pain spread through his entire body. He lost control of his evil power and started to dissipate, greatly weakening his aura. Ping 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 ping. Without any reason, Yi Qin's heart started to beat faster. He thought about something and looked at his heart. Inside the coconut-shaped heart, there was a crow that had appeared out of nowhere. It was trying to break out of the heart's wall. If a normal person were to see this, they would probably be scared to the point where their face would turn pale and their mind would be in a mess. What a powerful illusion. Although Xianhou had reflected the illusion, Yi Qin, who was the target, still suffered from the aftermath. I am immortal. Yi Qin did not know about illusion, nor did he cultivate it. His expression remained the same. The immortal sword soul in his sea of soul released a wisp of white holy light, covering his body. Poof! The crow in his heart suddenly disappeared. It was purely an illusion. At this moment, Gold Thug, who occupied the body of the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, and Evil Hand, who occupied the body of the Black Fiend Emperor, seized the opportunity to attack. Gold Thug made a grabbing motion with his hand, and a dark golden machete was formed, slashing at Yi Qin. On Evil Hand's body, countless tentacles formed from evil power spread rapidly, entangling and attacking Yi Qin. Clang! Yi Qin cut the dark golden machete in half with his sword. Then the iron blood silver blue sword took advantage of the momentum and swept out. The sword ray was like a mirror, shredding all the tentacles that were entangling him. Soldiers of evil. Evil Hand sneered, and an evil halo spread out from his body. The tentacles shredded by the halo reformed, but they were no longer in the shape of tentacles. Instead, they were evil hands with a much weaker aura. Hundreds of evil hands surrounded Yi Qin and attacked Yi Qin. Chickens and dogs, I'll let you witness my true strength. The sword aura on Yi Qin's body soared. All the evil hands attacking Yi Qin were chopped into nothingness by this frightening sword aura before they could even get close. At the same time, Yi Qin raised the iron blood silver blue sword and slashed down. Puchi. A dark green sword curtain seemed as if it would pierce through the sky. Compared to before, the current merciless water and fire was much more powerful. At this moment, Yi Qin was truly using the power of the first layer of life and death realm. Rumble. The earth shook. Be it Gold Thug, Evil Hand, or the insects that were trying their best to resist his illusion, they were all sent flying. Their bodies shattered in the air, blood mist filling the air. Chapter 990. This is the first layer of life and death realm. Being inside the evil god enchantment didn't mean that Tianxia was ignorant of what was happening outside. His eyes seemed to be connected to the vague shadow above the enchantment. Whatever the shadow could see, he could also see. When Yi Qin's aura soared and shattered the bodies of Gold Fiend and the other two, Tianxia was startled inwardly. Even his unsealing movements seemed to be somewhat affected. Life and death realm had a total of 9 layers. With each layer, the purity of one's Zhen Yuan would increase by a large margin. This was not only an increase in one's battle power, but also in the level of one's power. It was like the difference between water and mercury. As an expert of evil spirit race, Tianxia himself was also a great expert of life and death realm. However, due to the suppression of Elysium, he could only exert his strength to the 4th layer. Moreover, his origin had suffered quite a bit of damage. Cracks had appeared on his Tao gate which led to it being sealed. He had only managed to break free in recent days. After countless years, his aura had been branded with Elysium's aura, and he had also possessed Nirvana Demon Emperor's body. Thus, Elysium's suppression on him wasn't as strong as before. However, only his origin had recovered, and his realm was still suppressed by 2 layers. At present he was merely at the unharmed 4th layer of life and death realm. Moreover, since he had yet to familiarize himself with Nirvana Demon Emperor's body, he could only display 70 to 80% of his battle power. Therefore, after breaking free, Tianxia didn't dare to immediately start a massacre and slaughter the kings of Elysium. He knew that with his current strength, it was still not enough for him to jump around. However, the fact that Yi Qin had reached the first sky of life and death realm made him feel extremely uneasy. The reason why the evil spirit race and the demons sealed the entrance of Elysium was to limit the lifespan of Elysium's kings to 1,000 years, making it impossible for them to increase their cultivation base. However, in every generation, a peerless character would appear in Elysium. These peerless characters could break through the shackles and cultivate to the first or even the second layer of life and death realm, greatly increasing their battle power and energy recovery speed, allowing them to contend with 5th layer life and death realm experts. These people's achievements in martial arts and martial will would be extremely frightening even in the outside world, not to mention the small Elysium. Otherwise, how could they fight above their realm? They had been fighting for so many years without gaining the upper hand. Yi Qin had entered the first sky of life and death realm. Didn't this mean that he was this era's peerless character, and had the potential to turn the situation around? With his current first sky of life and death realm, I'm afraid his strength is not below mine. It seems like only by undoing the seal and letting Lord Evil Wind escape can we thoroughly deal with him together. Lord Evil Wind inside the blood seal was even stronger than him. He was a 7th sky of life and death realm expert. Even if his realm was suppressed by Elysium, he could still erupt with the battle power of a 5th sky of life and death realm expert. However, it was unknown how much power he had left after being sealed for 10,000 years. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Tianxia concentrated even more on condensing symbols and eroding the blood seal. Outside the evil god enchantment, Gold Thug, 1,000 Bugs, and Evil Hand were chopped into pieces by Yi Chen's sword. Before the blood mist could disperse, it was caught up by the domineering green radiance, turning into nothingness. Undead Evil River. Suddenly, a river of evil energy condensed from the surrounding mist and rushed over, drowning the green light and wrapping a blurry dark golden shadow inside. It was Gold Thug. Gold Thug's cultivation base was much denser than 1,000 Bugs and Evil Hand. At the crucial moment, he used an evil art, drawing the boundless evil power from the fog to replenish himself. Demonic Flower, absorb. Seeing this, Demon Flower Emperor waved his palm, and a black demonic flower rapidly enlarged, intercepting the evil river. The frightening evil power poured into the demonic flower, which couldn't absorb so much evil power in a short time. Thus, it couldn't help but expand from the size of a house to the size of a mountain. 8 trigrams extermination. Yi Chen's eyes were ice cold as he raised his left index and middle fingers, pointing at Gold Thug. Buzz. The Sky Scorpio sword unsheathed itself and divided into 8, which then turned into 64, forming an 8 trigram sword array filled with the aura of extermination. It swept toward Gold Thug, not giving him any chance. Gold Thug was extremely weak at this moment. Although he had a portion of the evil power to replenish himself, how could he convert it all into his own power? He was instantly swept into the 8 trigram sword array and turned into nothingness. Clang. Returning the Sky Scorpio sword to its sheath, Yi Qin looked at the evil god enchantment. Let me try out this enchantment's defense first. The demonic flower had absorbed too much evil power. The demon flower emperor's left and right hands each held a demonic light sphere. The sphere on his right hand had already reached 1 meter in diameter, and its powerful demonic ripples even caused the surrounding fog to disperse. With a swish, the demon flower emperor's right hand shot out, and the demonic light sphere shot toward the evil god enchantment. Inside the evil god enchantment, Tianxia coldly watched and snorted inwardly. As long as the upper-grade evil power crystal's energy hasn't been exhausted, even if your strength had doubled, you still wouldn't be able to break the evil god enchantment. Evil power crystals were on the same level as Genuine crystals. Low-rank ones could only be easily condensed by evil spirit kings at the first sky of life and death realm. Mid-rank ones would need to be at the 4th sky of life and death realm, while top-rank ones would need to be at the 7th sky of life and death realm. Any top-rank evil power crystal contained an astonishing evil power, and its quality was extremely high. Although the evil god enchantment that used top-rank evil power crystals might not necessarily need to be at the 7th sky of life and death realm to be broken, it would at least need to be at the 5th sky of life and death realm. As expected, when the demonic light sphere struck the evil god enchantment, apart from creating a small ripple, it didn't shake the enchantment in the slightest. The demon flower emperor's complexion remained unchanged. Just as she threw out the demonic light sphere in her right hand, the one in her left hand followed right after. At the same time, a new demonic light sphere appeared in her right hand. Since she couldn't break the evil god enchantment in one strike, the demon flower emperor didn't believe that 10 or even 100 strikes wouldn't have the same effect. In any case, these demonic light spheres were transformed from the evil power, and they seemed to be endless. Her own consumption wasn't that great and she could maintain it for a very long time. Mysterious Tao Heaven and Earth Reversal. Shinho also knew that this was a crucial moment. If they couldn't break the evil god enchantment before the blood seal was lifted, they would have to face two powerful enemies. Her hands rapidly formed seals, and an even larger ancient gate appeared, covering the indistinct image above the evil god enchantment. That indistinct image didn't have any consciousness, and allowed the ancient gate to envelop it. But after being struck by the demonic light sphere dozens of times, the evil god enchantment, which was still as stable as Mount Tai, suddenly started to tremble. The mirror-like surface of the enchantment began to distort at an astonishing frequency. You actually want to reverse the structure of the evil god enchantment. Tianxia's anger soared to the sky. Runes condensed in his right hand, eroding the blood seal, while his left hand shot out an evil art, pouring it into the indistinct image above the enchantment. You disobeyed me, so you must die. The indistinct image's body lightly trembled, and the ancient gate shattered into thousands of pieces. The reversal power also disappeared. The ancient gate, which was connected to their minds, shattered. Xianhou instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale. This enchantment's power is too strong. Unless I can reach the next level, I won't be able to shake it. Xianhou sat cross-legged on the ground, and her aura surged. Devil's flower, devour heaven and earth. The demon flower emperor was truly enraged. He no longer used demonic light spheres to attack the evil god enchantment. Instead, he sent the devil's flower over, intending to use it to absorb the enchantment's power. Overestimating yourself. The indistinct image couldn't attack, but that didn't mean it would passively take a beating. The moment the devil's flower flew over, it was torn into two. Evil flames burned and the devil's flower turned into ashes. Seniors, leave the rest to me. In front of absolute defense, only absolute power could break it. Of course, if one's technique reached an earth-shattering level, they could also break it. Unfortunately, powerful techniques also needed time to accumulate. Xianhou wasn't old, and it was already very rare for her to have such achievements. In reality, Yichen was very clear that although Xuanhou's battle power was inferior to his, in terms of achievements, she wasn't inferior to him by much. The main reason was that the profound Tao was all-encompassing and involved too many things. It consumed a lot of energy. If Xianhou was like him and walked the path of pure martial arts, her battle power would definitely be much higher than now. Everyone had their own pursuits. Yichen pursued the pinnacle of the martial Tao and the pinnacle of the sword Tao. As for Xianhou, her pursuits were probably the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. The Earth Fiend sword art had long been executed. The reason why Yichen didn't make a move earlier was because he was absorbing the Earth Origin Baneful Qi. The more Earth Origin Baneful Qi the Earth Fiend sword art contained, the stronger its might would be. There wasn't much time left. Yichen had to break the enchantment in one sword strike and interrupt the opponent's unsealing action. Strands. The huge purple sword that entered the ground was rapidly dyed black. Boundless Earth Origin Baneful Qi surged over from all directions, rushing into the huge black sword. I wonder how powerful the Earth Fiend sword art's ultimate might is. With their minds connected, Yichen could feel that the current black sword's might was several times stronger than when it was used against Su King. Furthermore, it was still increasing rapidly. What is he doing? Tianxia sensed something was wrong. It's about time. When the huge black sword started to distort and the energy started to become unstable, Yichen made a prompt decision and pushed the huge black sword out of the ground. Go! With a finger movement, the huge black sword carried boundless baneful qi and attacked the heretical god barrier. With a pull, the blurry figure on the heretical god barrier suddenly stretched out his right hand and sent a palm strike at the huge black sword. However, the heretical god barrier's power was mostly used for defense. the blurry figure could only use less than 10% of its power. How could it contend against the huge black sword? His palm was directly destroyed by the sword. Pooh! In the next moment, the huge black sword pierced through the heretical god barrier and shot towards Tianxia. Boom! At this moment, the blood seal that had been corroded by 4/5 of the heretical god barrier suddenly broke. A palm that was completely condensed from evil energy grabbed the huge black sword. Tianxia, I'll have to trouble you. A sinister voice rang out. Chapter 991. It can actually grab the Earth Fiend sword condensed from the Earth Fiend sword art? Yi Chen's brows couldn't help but crease. The fact that the gigantic Earth Fiend sword could break through the heretic god barrier was within his expectations. After all, the heretic god barrier had been bombarded by the Devil Flower Sovereign before, and its structure had been distorted by the mysterious Empress with her profound Tao. It seemed to be undamaged, but there were already signs of instability. Otherwise, there would be no need for the evil spirit race experts who had occupied the Terminator Demon Emperor's body to activate the blurry phantom image above the heretic god barrier. As for his Earth Fiend sword art, it had absorbed enough Earth Fiend evil chi, and its might had reached a level that even he couldn't control. Breaking the enchantment with one strike was naturally a matter of course. However, the evil power condensed into a huge hand grabbing the Earth Fiend sword was beyond his expectations. Although the Earth Fiend sword had already consumed a large amount of energy to shatter the vague hand and penetrate the evil god enchantment, grabbing and blocking were not on the same level. Grabbing meant that it still had energy left, while blocking meant that it had gone all out. Clang. Yi Chen's soul power was not something that ordinary people could compare with after all. With a thought, the Earth Fiend huge sword was like a sharp saw that could cut open mountains and the ground. It sliced forward violently, and the huge hand formed by the evil power was cut in half, losing its control over the Earth Fiend huge sword. Not good. After the evil hand was cut in half, the remaining might of the Earth Fiend sword could not be underestimated. It furiously slashed toward Tianxia, and the incomparably frightening evil chi combined with the destructive sword intent could almost cut through a person's soul. However, Tianxia was at the 4th layer of life and death realm. Even if he could only display 70 to 80% of his battle power in the Nirvana Demon Emperor's body, it was still not something Su King could compare to. His right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, heavily bombarding the Earth Fiend sword with a biting cold evil chi. Clang. The Earth Fiend sword was blasted away, and Tianxia himself also retreated 10 steps with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid we won't be able to resolve this peacefully today. Yi Chen sighed inwardly as the Earth Fiend gigantic sword entered the ground. Not to mention the evil spirit powerhouse that was about to escape, just the person who had occupied the Nirvana Demon Emperor's body was not someone who could be easily defeated. The other party's punch just now was extremely domineering, filled with killing intent and evil. It was clearly an extremely powerful martial art. However, this martial art was unique to the evil spirit race. It was completely different from the martial arts of Elysium. Crackle. Bang. In this short instant, the blood seal first shattered into thousands of pieces, then turned into nothingness. A ferocious tiger coming out of its cage and the gates of hell opened erupted like a volcano. The frightening movement caused the entire True Water Palace ruins to tremble. The outer seal flickered, and from time to time, some of the weaker seals dissipated into thin air, blown away by the frightening evil wind. If not for the seal formed by countless Yuan characters, a huge hole would have appeared in the energy barrier of the True Water Palace ruins, causing endless seawater to pour in. At that time, even if Yi Chen and the rest could travel through the void, they would still suffer some injuries. Haha, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor have finally escaped. Who in the world can be my opponent? The fierce evil wind rotated and compressed at high speed, condensing into a human figure. This person was tall and tall, wearing a blue Taoist robe. Although he was not young, looking to be in his 50s or 60s, he gave people a very strange temperament, as if he was a Taoist expert. However, his eyes ruined the whole feeling. A trace of a mysterious gaze drifted around, and anyone who was looked at by him would feel as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake, unable to sleep at night. Welcome, Lord Yin Wind. Tianxia's face revealed a happy expression. From the momentum just now, even if the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor's strength was not even 30% of his peak, it was still much stronger than him. One day he would obtain a treasure to replenish his essence chi, and his strength would definitely reach the peak. As long as a peerless figure like the Yuan Emperor did not appear, he would be invincible in the world. Sure enough, True Water Emperor's body was already possessed by an evil spirit race's expert. The speaker was Yuan Emperor. Although the painting was in his storage ring, Yuan Emperor and Yi Chen's minds were connected. What Yi Chen could see, Yuan Emperor could also see. At this moment, seeing the other's appearance, Yuan Emperor's voice resounded in Yi Chen's mind, sighing incessantly. Since this person has already possessed True Water Emperor's body who sealed him, and even buried the entire True Water Palace's king, leading to the destruction of True Water Palace? Yi Chen was puzzled. Yuan Emperor said, although the nature of that blood seal was different from True Water Emperor's Blue Ocean seal, upon careful observation, it was actually a change in the nature of the same form. Yi Chen's mind was clear and he suddenly said, so, it seems that the one who sealed the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was True Water Emperor himself. Although True Water Emperor's body was possessed, it was only his body, and his soul still had its own consciousness. He knew that his consciousness would be devoured by the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor, so in order to avoid harming Elysium, he used a method to seal himself. The reason why he didn't use his own Blue Ocean seal was probably because it was closely related to him, and he was afraid that it wouldn't be able to trap him. Therefore he used an extremely sinister seal, sealing himself at the cost of many True Water Palace's king. That should be the case. Yi Chen's reasoning was the same as Yuan Emperor's. Knowing the truth of the matter, Yi Chen was filled with emotion. What True Water Emperor did was undoubtedly sacrificing himself for the greater good. He sealed himself at the cost of the destruction of True Water Palace, so that Elysium could avoid disaster. Although such an act was too cruel and ruthless for the people of True Water Palace, it was a great concern for the people of the world. Not only True Water Emperor but also countless emperors throughout the ages would rather sacrifice themselves to protect everything they wanted to protect for Elysium and the people of the world. Among them there were high and low achievements, but they were all great. It was because of their existence that Elysium could survive to this day and not be enslaved by foreign races. In fact, he didn't have to do this. With my strength back then, I was worried about not having a worthy opponent. How could I be afraid of a mere Yin Wind Demonic Emperor? For a peerless character like Yuan Emperor, if he couldn't leave Elysium, the stronger the enemy, the stronger his battle intent would be. In the later stages of his life, in order to find an opponent, he had barged into death's door dozens of times. Each time he was able to escape unscathed. Even the most serious time he only suffered a light injury. Nobody knew what True Water Emperor was thinking at that time. Perhaps he thought that Yuan Emperor shouldn't have been put in danger. If Yuan Emperor lost, he would at most die, but if Elysium lost, it would be beyond redemption. Peerless characters of every generation seem to involve luck. Once luck was lost, it would be hard to condense again in a short period of time, making it impossible for a new peerless character to appear. First Sky of Life and Death Realm. It seems like you are the top warrior of this generation of Elysium. If I kill you, Elysium will not have the power to fight anymore. Yin Wind Demonic Emperor sensed Yi Chen's cultivation base, and after a slight shock, his face turned into ecstasy. Back then, he was only able to possess True Water Emperor's body because the latter had forcefully barged into the path of death and suffered an injury to his soul. Otherwise, even if his strength was higher than True Water Emperor's, he wouldn't have been able to succeed. It should be known that possession was a double-edged sword. If he failed, he would die trying. After occupying the body of the Emperor of True Water, the Emperor of Yin Wind hid himself for 10,000 years. He wanted to devour the soul of the Emperor of True Water so that his strength could reach a higher level. Then he could fight against the primitive Emperor who seemed to be more powerful than the Emperor of True Water. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, the soul of the Emperor of True Water came back to life and occupied the dominant position. He sealed himself for 15,000 years at the cost of blood. Now that he was free, the endless seal made him thirsty for battle. Even if his current strength was only 20 to 30% of his peak, the current Yi Chen didn't even have 1/5 of Yuan Emperor's strength. Killing him wouldn't be too difficult. Killing you will mean one less peerless expert in the great calamity of the foreign races. Not to mention that Yin Wind Evil Emperor wanted to kill him, Yi Chen didn't intend to return empty-handed. Whether it was Tianxia or Yin Wind Evil Emperor, they were both targets he wanted to kill. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if his strength was restored to its peak. Instead of waiting for that day to come, it would be better to end it early. Good confidence. Unfortunately, confidence can't bring you victory. Tianxia, don't do it. I'll fight him first. Yin Wind Evil Emperor wasn't a righteous person. He didn't let Tianxia do it now because he was confident that he could defeat Yi Chen. If he really couldn't defeat Yi Chen, it wouldn't be too late for him to take action. Saber. After saying this, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor waved his right hand, and at the original location of the blood-colored seal, An evil weapon with dense evil chi broke out of the ground and fell into his hand. You're a swordsman, and I'm also a blade expert of the evil spirit clan. Today I'll use my 100 battles evil saber to kill you. With the evil saber in his hand, the Yin-Wind demonic emperor's body burst forth with an extremely evil and tyrannical saber force. Under the guidance of this saber force, his entire person seemed to have turned into a saber, an evil saber that could behead souls. Block my sword first, then we'll talk. Under the ground, a huge black sword shot out. The boundless Earth Yuan evil chi was restrained by the destruction sword intent, and became extremely condensed. As soon as the sword was thrown out, the space was cut open and a pitch-black crack appeared in the air. Under the stimulation of Yi Chen's soul power, the Earth Fiend huge sword was as fast as the aurora. Even with Yin-Wind Evil Emperor's perception, he couldn't dodge it in an instant. Yin-Wind Evil Emperor was shocked and angry at the same time. Previously, although he had grabbed the Earth Fiend huge sword, it was because the Earth Fiend huge sword had shattered the blurry phantom's palm and pierced through the evil god enchantment, which consumed more than half of its power. If he had known that the Earth Fiend huge sword was so powerful, he wouldn't have given Yi Chen any time to prepare his attack. Moon has waxing and waning. The Yin-Wind demonic emperor let out a roar. He raised his evil blade with both hands and slashed at the Earth Fiend gigantic sword. The gray blade screen in the void evolved into a fragmented bright moon, which contained the transformation of Yin and Yang. The blade energy seemed fragmented, but it was incomparably ferocious. It was like a person who was born with a disability and had been bullied, with a twisted hatred in his heart. Chapter 992. Clang. The demonic saber and the earthly fiend gigantic sword collided with each other in the most violent manner. For a moment, sparks flew in all directions, forming a line, gushing and exploding in the strangest manner. It was as if the order of space had been disrupted. The transfer of power became bizarre and motley, and no one could even think of seeing the complete trajectory. A mouthful of cold blood spurted out, and the Yin-Wind demonic emperor was sent flying backward by the huge Earth Fiend sword, and suddenly disappeared into the distant fog. The huge Earth Fiend sword paused for a moment, and then slashed forward at a speed several times faster than the opponent. Wherever it went, a thick sword mark appeared on the ground, and the fog was split apart. Anything that blocked this sword was torn apart in a destructive manner. Raging sea waves. Although the Yin-Wind demonic emperor was sent flying, the moment he landed on the ground he immediately raised his saber and attacked again. This time, although the saber energy was not as ferocious as the last time, it was more and more violent, like monstrous raging waves unceasing. As a saber expert of the evil spirit race, the Yin-Wind demonic emperor's research on techniques was very profound. The power of the Earth Fiend giant sword seemed to be invincible, but a part of it had already been offset by his most ferocious full moon, and the remaining power was less than 80% of its original power. It just happened to be continuous power, and the saber energy was stronger than the previous one. Clang 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 clang. After the first saber hit the Earth Fiend giant sword, the Yin-Wind demonic emperor immediately sent out the second saber, the third saber. The saber speed was getting faster and faster, as if there was no end, and in an instant, a total of 17 saber strikes hit the Earth Fiend giant sword. Bang! The 18th saber strike was sent out, and the Earth Fiend giant sword was sent flying, but the Yin-Wind demonic emperor was also not good. The first 17 saber strikes he was not unscathed, but he knew that he could not retreat now. Once he retreated, the saber energy would be thwarted, and he would no longer be able to stop the advance of the Earth Fiend giant sword, and he would inevitably be pierced by the sword. After the Earth Fiend giant sword was sent flying, the Yin-Wind demonic emperor finally could not suppress the injury, and his arms exploded inch by inch, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. It turned out that although the Earth Fiend giant sword failed to attack the body of the Yin-Wind demonic emperor, but the invincible sword energy had already passed to him. If it was not for the raging sea waves of the Yin-Wind demonic emperor and the continuous saber energy, this sword could have seriously injured the Yin-Wind demonic emperor. Good sword control technique. The Yin-Wind demonic emperor's face turned pale, and his eyes emitted a blazing, eerie killing intent. Same here. To be honest, the Yin-Wind demonic emperor's saber art wasn't anything special. Although it had a profound meaning and was incomparably tyrannical, it hadn't been fully mastered yet. It could only be used to scare those whose martial arts realm was lower than his. However, the Yin-Wind demonic emperor's evil energy was powerful, and his evil will was also incomparably mysterious. He was able to unleash this saber art to an extremely ferocious level. I just don't know if you'll be able to unleash such a sword strike again. How could the Yin demonic emperor not see that this imperial sword technique needed to absorb the earth origin evil chi underground? If there was no earth origin evil chi, he could easily break this move with a casual slash. And since he knew the weakness of this sword technique, how could he give Yi Qin the opportunity to absorb the earth origin evil chi? Let's wait and see. Yi Qin reached out his hand, and the huge purple sword disintegrated in the air, turning into a purple longsword and falling into his hand. The reason why he was able to injure the Yin demonic emperor with the Earth Fiend sword technique was because the Yin demonic emperor didn't understand the Earth Fiend sword technique. But now that the Yin demonic emperor knew the weakness of the Earth Fiend sword technique, he obviously wouldn't give him the opportunity to accumulate power. It should be known that the reason why he could injure Su King with this move was because Su King's battle strength was inferior to his. He could use the Earth Fiend sword technique to absorb the Earth origin evil chi while fighting. However, the Yin demonic emperor wasn't someone that could be compared to Su King. Judging from the fact that the Yin demonic emperor could barely resist the Earth Fiend sword technique, his battle strength was several times higher than Su King's. Without the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Qin was absolutely not the Yin demonic emperor's opponent. Once he used the Earth Fiend sword technique to absorb the Earth origin evil chi, the Yin demonic emperor would definitely heavily injure or even kill him. At that time, the Earth Fiend sword technique would collapse by itself, unless he had a second supreme grade sword. After all, how could the Iron Blood Silver Blue sword compare to a supreme grade sword? Therefore, only with the Sky Scorpio sword in his hand could Yi Qin have the power to fight. As for the Earth Fiend sword technique performed by the Sky Scorpio sword, he naturally couldn't use it. The Earth Fiend sword technique performed by the Iron Blood Silver Blue sword was useless. Good, let's see how you will receive my moon has imperfection this time. The Yin demonic emperor roared. His body turned into a blade light and the blade followed him. The mournful gray blade light formed a broken moon between the two, and the gap was facing Yi Qin's direction. Facing the Yin demonic emperor's brutal blade, Yi Qin's eyes turned solemn, but his hands weren't slow. No, his hands' movements had reached the pinnacle. Obviously, it was the Yin demonic emperor who attacked first, but when the blade light swept over, it became Yi Qin who attacked first, directly attacking the gap of the blade light. Clang. As the blade and sword collided, a dark green flame burst out, accompanied by an incomparably soft and sharp aura. Yi Qin's merciless water and fire was forcibly twisted into strands by the opponent's blade light, and the sword energy couldn't advance even an inch. As for himself, blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and he had to retreat 8 steps before he could neutralize the blade energy. The reason why the Yin demonic emperor couldn't follow up with another attack was not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't, because he had also taken 3 steps back. This sword attack of Yi Qin contained the sword energy of the fusion of water and fire, which had a destructive explosive power. The realm of his sword art was unimaginably high, but what really shocked him wasn't Yi Qin's sword art. After all, no matter how powerful his sword art was, if the foundation was too weak, it would be useless. What shocked him was that he was the one who attacked first, but in the end he was the one who attacked first. Yi Qin didn't wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although the opponent's blade energy shook his blood and chi, it still couldn't hurt him. And with the realm of no sword in hand and no sword in heart, it was enough to attack first, so that the opponent's blade energy could only be displayed at 70 to 80%. In other words, the attack power of Yi Qin was actually a lot weaker than that of the Yin demonic emperor. The reason why he could force the Yin demonic emperor to retreat 3 steps with one strike was because of the high realm of his sword art. Sometimes, a high attack power might not be able to display all of it. Damn, take my raging sea waves again. The Yin demonic emperor hated the experts of Elysium very much. These people's foundation was not as good as his, but for some reason each of them had a very high realm of martial arts. When he took over the body of Emperor Truewater, he had a terrible battle with him, but at that time, Emperor Truewater's soul was injured, and his combat power could only be displayed at most 80%. Originally, the Yin demonic emperor thought that he could easily injure Emperor Truewater again and then take over the body of Emperor Truewater. Unexpectedly, although Emperor Truewater's combat power was not as good as his, but with his high realm of martial arts, he fought with him for a day and a night. Finally, he was exhausted and lost the power to resist, which was a shame for him. The most humiliating thing was that Emperor Truewater lost the power to resist, and he was also seriously injured. Otherwise, he would not have been dormant for 10,000 years and wasted so much time. Now, Yi Qin's foundation was much worse than that of Emperor Truewater, and his realm of martial arts was far less than that of Emperor Truewater, but in terms of sword art, he had reached that level and even surpassed it. The moon's waxing and waning focused on ferocity and strength. The raging sea waves, in terms of ferocity, were not as ferocious as the moon's waxing and waning, but in terms of continuous blade energy, it was more than 10 times that of the moon's waxing and waning. Yin Wen Demonic Emperor was afraid of Yi Chen's realm of sword art, so he planned to use speed to drown Yi Chen with wave after wave of blade energy. He did not believe that Yi Chen could break the raging sea waves cleanly. In the distance, Xianhou and Demon Flower Emperor were adjusting their breathing while watching the battle. At the same time, they were on guard against Tianxia. Once Tianxia made a move, they would definitely join the battle. They were very clear in their hearts that this was the decisive battle between Yin Wen Demonic Emperor and Yi Chen. If they rashly made a move, not only would they weaken Yi Chen's momentum, but they would also be more of a help. Any casual strike of Yin Wen Demonic Emperor could seriously injure them. When the difference in combat strength was too great, skills and so on were useless. Seeing the boundless blade energy slashing towards Yi Chen, Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou couldn't help feeling their hearts tighten. It was not that they did not trust Yi Chen, but the Yin Wen Demonic Emperor was not an ordinary person. This was a demon that had once wreaked havoc in Elysium. If the Yin Wen Demonic Emperor was a raging wave, then Yi Chen was a small boat in this raging wave. Although he relied on his skills to prevent the small boat from being submerged, this situation was too dangerous. If he was the slightest bit careless, the boat would be destroyed and he would die. Such a pity, a peerless character. If you want to blame something, blame yourself for not having enough time. Tianxia's fear of Yi Chen was even greater than that of the Yin Wen Demonic Emperor. After devouring the Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul, he had obtained the majority of the Nirvana Demon Emperor's memories. Naturally, he knew everything about Yi Chen. He had to admit that if given enough time, Yi Chen's radiance would be enough to illuminate the past and present. Even those peerless characters who had died might not be able to catch up to him. The evil, berserk, world-beheading blade energy swept over, but Yi Chen's expression didn't change. Perhaps, to him, fighting had already become his life. Stepping onto the peak of the martial Tao, the peak of the sword Tao, was his mission. Even if the heavens fell and the earth split apart, or the doomsday descended, he wouldn't panic. Swish! The Sky Scorpio sword struck out, and an astonishing scene occurred. Yi Chen's body was like a phantom. As soon as the sword struck out, countless figures appeared. Each of Yi Chen's movements were different. They either leaped up, turned sideways, lowered their center of gravity, or flashed. In an instant, countless sword lights rushed into the raging sea of blade energy. Swish! The boundless blade energy shattered, and the numerous Yi Chens merged back into one. How is this possible? The Yin Wen Demonic Emperor forgot to continue attacking. The shock that Yi Chen had brought him went straight to his soul. As the one who had started the raging sea, he was very clear that each of Yi Chen's sword attacks was aimed at the weak points of the raging sea. The sky-high waves seemed unstoppable, but they contained countless changes in power. In a split second, Yi Chen had destroyed all the power within them. Without the support of power, the sky-high waves instantly collapsed. Although their remaining momentum was still fierce and unstoppable, they had already lost their momentum. Chapter 993. With a sword in one's heart, it was hard to avoid mistakes because the human heart was not perfect. Without a sword in one's heart, one would be able to achieve true precision and perfection. Just like how you cared about something, but if you cared about it too much, you would lose your original judgment. Being without a sword in one's heart didn't mean giving up on the sword, it was just fusing the sword into one's blood and spirit, becoming a part of oneself. Originally, Yi Chen had only comprehended the state of being without a sword in one's heart, but under the pressure of Yin Wen Demonic Emperor, Yi Chen's body instinctively moved. In other words, taking out the sword had already become his instinct, without the need to think in his heart. At this moment, the thoughts in his heart could no longer keep up with Yi Chen's instinct. Raging Evil Chop. Yin Wen Demonic Emperor's famous blade art was the Yin Wen 6 spells, and this was the third style. Compared to Full Moon, this move was not only brutal, but also had a lawless arrogance. Compared to Raging Sea Waves, this move's violence was purer and more direct. The Yin Wen 6 spells could be said to be the combination of 6 sets of blade arts, and each style was the strongest move of the set. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering noise, a sharp saber light extended out. The farther the distance, the longer the saber light became. It seemed like it could be stretched infinitely, and with the most violent manner, it slashed at the enemy. Since the move was not exquisite enough, then he would use absolute blade energy to crush the opponent. Guarding sword like a mountain. Yi Chen did not blindly attack. The opponent's blade energy had already reached the point of ignoring the flaws. Even if he could hit the flaws, the remaining blade energy would be enough to heavily injure him. Holding the Sky Scorpio sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen let out a low roar. His entire body sword energy soared as he fiercely stabbed the sword into the ground. In the next moment, the berserk sword energy with Yi Chen as the center, erupted upwards. Because the sword energy erupted too fast, when it reached the highest point, it slowed down again, causing a large amount of sword energy to stack up, continuously compressing and solidifying, eventually condensing into a towering mountain phantom. The cliff was overflowing with greenery. Gotcha. The sharp blade light fiercely slashed on the illusory mountain peak, splashing up countless illusory stones. Compared to real stones, these illusory stones were many times harder, even steel and iron couldn't compare. After this strike, although the illusory sword-shaped mountain peak was covered with cracks, it wasn't cut into two. Defensive sword move. It wasn't that the Yin Wind demonic emperor hadn't seen defensive sword moves before, but those were all old antiques who had lived for thousands of years. His evil spirit race had experts who had created defensive sword moves, but how old was Yi Chen? Yi Chen's blood and chi were boiling, but he didn't move at all. This move was a defensive sword move that he had created in the past year, and it contained both earth profound and wood profound. For a sword artist, it was good to be aggressive, but it didn't mean that he could only attack and not defend. When there was a huge difference in strength between him and the enemy, a defensive sword move was the only chance to turn the situation around, because only by staying alive could he counterattack. Let's see how many of my attacks you can block. The Yin Wind demonic emperor no longer wasted his energy on being surprised. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to kill Yi Chen. The sharp blade light was like a violent storm, crazily slashing towards the illusory mountain peak. Every time it slashed, it would expand the cracks on it, and even if Yi Chen used all his strength to repair the cracks, he still couldn't offset this destructive speed. Break for me. Seeing that the illusory mountain peak was about to collapse, the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil force surged, and he slashed out the fourth move of the Yin Wind art, Yin Wind Wave Breaker. In silence, the illusory mountain peak was split into two, and the bone-piercing blade light was like a cold wind sweeping over the sea, sweeping towards Yi Chen. This was the Yin Wind demonic emperor's killing move, and it was also the moment for Yi Chen to counterattack. The moment the illusory mountain peak was shattered, Yi Chen's killing move had already finished accumulating power. He pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword from the ground, and with a slanted slash, a dazzling light burst out. The moment the light burst out, the space within several meters suddenly became still. The blade energy that the Yin Wind demonic emperor had sent out was blurry like a cold wind, but after the space became still, the cold wind rapidly condensed, turning into a transparent, gray blade light that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Just like that, it froze in front of Yi Chen. At the same time, Yi Chen's Sky Scorpio sword slowly pierced towards the Yin Wind demonic emperor. The light it emitted was distorted, as if it had entered a kaleidoscope. The third move of the heaven-shattering sword arts, momentary brilliance. No. The Yin Wind demonic emperor roared inwardly. He could feel that the closer he got to the tip of Yi Chen's sword, the greater the void pressure he felt. This void pressure did not only affect his outer appearance, but also his thoughts. From the inside to the outside he couldn't move a single inch. His blood stopped flowing, Zhenyuan stopped flowing, and even the most basic particles of flesh and blood stopped moving. As if a year had passed or just a moment, Yi Chen's Sky Scorpio sword slowly sank into the Yin Wind demonic emperor's heart. In the next moment, the space returned to normal, and Yi Chen's movement was released. The tip of the sword came out of the Yin Wind demonic emperor's back, creating a bloody hole on his chest and back. At the same time, the gray-colored blade light in the void cut through Yi Chen's left shoulder. The blood was frozen like ice and not a single drop of blood splashed out. Pulling out the sword, Yi Chen's figure flashed and he retreated. Along the way he vomited several mouthfuls of blood. This blood was brimming with vitality and contained rich life yuan qi. What was life yuan qi? Specifically speaking, it was lifespan. After vomiting several mouthfuls of blood filled with life yuan qi, Yi Chen didn't know how many years of lifespan he had lost. At least he felt that something was missing. Wah. Standing still, the Yin Wind demonic emperor wanted to vomit blood, but he found that he couldn't vomit anything. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels as well as his chest bones, were all devoured by this sword. The Yin Wind demonic emperor's eyes were filled with shock and anger, and there was a vague fear that he couldn't get rid of. This sword had brought him too much of a threat. Under this sword, at least 1/3 of the evil power in his body had been annihilated. Countless sword chi was roaming inside his body, and he couldn't get rid of it in a short time. He could only use his own evil power to resist. How could there be such a fast sword? I couldn't even see the process. Demon Flower Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. She wasn't the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor, and from her angle she didn't see the space freeze. She only saw a dazzling light flash so fast that she thought she was hallucinating. This is the advanced use of space profound. Xuanho's eyes had never been so serious. That flash of image kept appearing in her mind and she tried to analyze it. What sword art is this? Tianxia's nerves were stretched taut. That flash was too short and he couldn't react at all. He only knew that after Yi Chen's defense was broken, the two separated again. Tianxia was heavily injured and Yi Chen lost an arm. The hand holding the Sky Scorpio sword faintly trembled as he panted heavily. That sword strike just now was his greatest achievement in the past year. It was called Split Second of Glory. Split Moment of Glory contained the space profound, but it wasn't perfect, nor was it great completion. It was still at 70% space profound. The higher the level of space profound, the harder it was to progress, as if it had reached a bottleneck. In the past, Yi Chen thought that the sword move created with 70% space profound couldn't surpass the sword move created with 2 great completion profounds. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. From the very beginning he had made a mistake. Space profound was vast and profound, and no other profounds could compare to it. Without exaggerating, an ordinary profound couldn't even compare to 1/10 of it. The reason why the sword move he created couldn't keep up with his progress was because of the problem of application. Space profound was hard to comprehend, and application was even harder. The first style of heaven-shattering sword arts, bewitching mirror-shattering, and the second style, orbital slaughter, could only be considered low-level application. It was the most superficial understanding, just like how one would think of a golden mountain as an ordinary mountain. Therefore, although they were both 70% profound, Split Moment of Glory was 10 times more exquisite than the second style of heaven-shattering sword arts, orbital slaughter. The two simply weren't on the same level. As he dug deeper into the space profound, Yi Chen vaguely felt that 4 Extreme Emperor's space profound most likely hadn't reached great completion, perhaps only at 80%. Yi Chen thought that 4 Extreme Emperor's space profound had reached great completion, or else he wouldn't have been able to form the foundation of space profound. Space profound contains all kinds of energy profounds. This is an inexhaustible mountain of gold. Even if I only know space profound in this life, I will still be able to advance. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Regarding Split Moment of Glory, Yi Chen was very satisfied. However, he also knew that it was just in its embryonic form, and its effective range was very small, only several zhang. Even so, he had already suffered a huge backlash. He could use the low-level application of Space Profound as many times as he wanted, but the backlash from Split Moment of Glory wasn't something ordinary people could endure, because the price of the backlash was the loss of their life. It was just like a mortal using the power of a god causing a backlash. The reason why he didn't use Split Moment of Glory to deal with the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was precisely because of the problem of effective range. The distance between the two was too far, and the frozen space effect of Split Moment of Glory couldn't affect the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor. The battle between the two was too fast, and there was no way for Yi Chen to successfully use Split Moment of Glory. Therefore, Yi Chen could only first use Defensive Sword like a mountain to turn from offense to defense, and prepare to use Split Moment of Glory. High-level application? Hearing Xuanho's words, the Demon Flower Emperor didn't quite understand. In terms of martial arts realm, she was countless times worse than Xianho. Xianho explained, time and space are both supreme profounds and have power close to the rules. Therefore, it is very difficult to use them. Low-level application only involves the appearance, while high-level application involves the operation of the rules. Yi Chen's sword just now caused space to stand still, violating the operation of the rules. Therefore, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor couldn't resist at all. However, he also lost a lot of his life, which is the price of violating the rules. Involving the operation of the rules? The Demon Flower Emperor exclaimed in surprise. Time and space profound? You don't need to fully comprehend it to be able to interfere with the rules. Other ordinary profound can also interfere with the rules slightly after reaching perfection. However, under normal circumstances many people have reached perfection in their profound, but they haven't used this profound to the limit, so they can't interfere with the rules. In other words, comprehending the profound is still just the foundation, the key lies in the application. Chapter 994. Heaven Abandoning Earth. Seeing that the Yin Wind demonic emperor was heavily injured and was trying his best to resist the destructive sword qi in his body, Tianxia couldn't help but roar and claw at Yi Qin, who was recovering his breath. This claw was not his own martial art, but heaven-abandoning claw from Qi Tiandi. The evil spirit race's martial arts research was far from the human race's. Their strength came from all kinds of unimaginable evil arts. Unfortunately, this was Elysium, where the might of evil arts was greatly reduced. Moreover, his own martial art was barely passable. Compared to heaven-abandoning claw, the difference was like heaven and earth. Heaven-abandoning earth was the third style of heaven-abandoning claw. With one claw, heaven and earth were separated. The sharp and overbearing claw energy was like the claw of a demon god, tearing at Yi Qin. Despicable. The demon flower emperor swung his hand and shot out a demonic light ball, blasting at the claw energy. Outside of the claw energy, there was a layer of invisible astral qi, which could deflect any attack. Before the demonic light ball could approach, it was deflected to the side by the invisible astral qi, disintegrating in the air. However, the claw energy also slightly deviated. Just as the claw energy was about to hit Yi Qin, a mirror suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qin. The splendor of the mirror surged and a five-colored light beam shot at the sharp claw energy. This move was called Realm Splendor, which could gather spatial power to attack. It was Xuanho's supreme martial art. Unfortunately, the difference in power between the two was too big. If the five-colored light beam was compared to a small stream, then the sharp claw energy was like a whirlwind. Voila! The five-colored light beam was torn apart, and the mirror was shattered. The claw energy, which had been blurred, still had more than half of its power. It enveloped Yi Qin's body, waiting for a single claw to crush him into a bloody mist. However, with this delay, Yi Qin had already finished adjusting his breath and calmed the Zhenyuan turbulence caused by the law backlash. With a thrust of the Sky Scorpio sword, the claw energy exploded in the air. Damn it! Tianxia was very unwilling to lose such a rare opportunity. He punched at Yi Qin again. This punch was the second style of the heaven-abandoning claw, like seal. It looked like a fist art, but it was still a claw art. It was just that the claw energy was contained in the fist. Once it hit the enemy, the claw energy would explode with several times the power. Since he had already returned to normal, how could Yi Qin be afraid of him? The Sky Scorpio sword in his hand vibrated at a frequency invisible to the naked eye. With a swish, a sword light streaked across the sky. The moment Tianxia's claw energy made contact with the sword light, it immediately exploded, as if a bomb was detonated prematurely. Yi Qin, you keep Tianxia busy, I will try to see if I can seal the Yin Wind demonic emperor again. At this time, Xuanho's voice followed the spatial fluctuations and entered Yi Qin's ears. I'm afraid it won't be easy to seal him again. Yi Qin knitted his brows. He is heavily injured and your sword qi is wreaking havoc in his body. If he wants to recover, he has to first get rid of the sword qi, and then absorb the evil energy in the surroundings to replenish himself. I have already arranged a formation underground. Once activated, it can trap him in the formation, consume his energy and finally seal him. As for the success rate, 50-50. Xuanho explained. All right. 50% chance was not small. This Yin Wind demonic emperor was not someone that could be killed easily. His momentary glory couldn't be used frequently either. If not for Demon Flower Emperor and Xuanho intercepting Tianxia's attack, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, sealing the Yin Wind demonic emperor was the best choice and also the only choice. Heaven and Earth demon subduing formation. Seeing that Yi Qin had agreed, Xuanho, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, formed a seal with her hands and slammed them on the ground. Rumble. 8 rectangular stones rose up from the flat stone ground. On the surface of the stones, they were engraved with colorful runes. The 8 rectangular stones formed an 8-trigram formation, sealing the Yin Wind demonic emperor within. Suddenly, the Yin Wind demonic emperor's surroundings turned chaotic. It was as if he had entered a chaotic world, and the ground beneath his feet was filled with colorful light. Don't even think about sealing me again. The Yin Wind demonic emperor had already expelled more than half of the sword qi in his body. Feeling the changes in the surroundings, he let out a shrill and horrifying howl. Ignoring the chaotic sword qi, he slashed out with his blade. Kacha. In the chaotic void, a blade mark appeared. The blade mark seemed to have been branded on the void, wriggling unceasingly. Heaven and Earth reversal. Xuanho's black hair fluttered in the wind. Boundless Zhenyuan flowed through her palm and poured into the ground. One could clearly feel that her life force was slowly fading away. Inside the formation, the world was spinning. That wriggling blade mark was twisted to the limit. With a puff, it disappeared like smoke, completely expelled by the power of the formation. Preposterous. You forced me to do this. Evil altar, evil power, burn. The rage in the Wind demonic emperor's heart could burn the entire world. Below his feet, a huge altar suddenly appeared. On the altar there were 4 evil devil heads. The evil devil heads opened their mouths and spat out evil flames onto his body. These evil flames didn't burn the Wind demonic emperor's body. Instead they burned his sword chi. Crackle. The sword chi in the Wind demonic emperor's body was like snow meeting the scorching sun, rapidly disintegrating. The Wind demonic emperor's aura crazily expanded, constantly shaking the formation. Devour blood flower, devour for me. The demon flower emperor had already communicated with Xianhou. She formed a seal with one hand and then blasted it on her chest. With a puff, a large amount of essence blood spurted out, sprinkling on the ground. This essence blood was the life essence of the demon flower emperor. It seemed to have a life of its own, swimming like a snake. Under the guidance of Xuanhou's Zhen Yuan, the essence blood merged into the formation. Whoosh. Below the Wind demonic emperor, a huge flower that looked like it was carved out of blood crystals flew up. Like a huge mouth of a demon, it swallowed the Wind demonic emperor. I swear, wait for me to come out, I will humiliate you in every possible way. The Wind demonic emperor's heart was filled with regret and anger. In fact, even though he had been injured by Yi Qin, he still had many means that he had not used yet. Apart from Yi Qin, he did not think that Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor could threaten him. However, he had not expected that Xianhou had unexpectedly arranged a formation at some point and wanted to seal him once again while he was seriously injured. This made him extremely angry, but at the same time, it also gave birth to a trace of panic. He was already afraid of being sealed. Bang 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 bang. Cracks continuously appeared on the surface of the blood crystal demon flower. This was the full strength of the Wind demonic emperor. In the past, the blood flower of the demon flower emperor could not even block a single attack from the Wind demonic emperor. But now, the blood flower had merged with her life essence blood, and its power had skyrocketed. Coupled with the suppression of the formation, the Wind demonic emperor could not break it in a short time. Finally, the Wind demonic emperor broke out of the flower, but what was waiting for him was endless multicolored light. Unknowingly, the multicolored light had covered the entire space of the formation, causing the Wind demonic emperor to suffer a huge suppression. Open, open, open for me. The Wind demonic emperor seemed to have gone crazy. At this moment, the sword chi in his body had been completely cleared. Although there was only 2/3 of the evil force left, it was still extremely fierce and powerful. Holding the evil blade in his hand, he crazily slashed in a direction. The incomparably tyrannical blade light constantly split the multicolored light, trying to break the formation. Your hair. At the side, the demon flower emperor saw Xuanhou's hair turning white strand by strand. She was very clear that this was because her vitality was being burned too fast. That evil altar is summoning the nearby evil forces. Quickly disperse the fog. Every word Xianhou said was very strenuous. It was not easy to seal a character who was several times stronger than her. Don't worry. The demon flower emperor had consumed a lot of blood essence. This blood essence was refined from the essence of blood and devil power, and contained a powerful vitality. Although it was a little weak, the demon flower emperor knew that success or failure depended on this one move. As she rapidly formed hand seals, devil flowers appeared in all directions. These devil flowers tried their best to expand, and the petals opened to the limit, absorbing the crazily surging fog. Even so, there was still a lot of fog being transmitted into the formation. The evil altar under the feet of the Wind demonic emperor no longer spewed out evil fire, but pure evil force. When this evil force entered the body of the Wind demonic emperor, there was no need to refine it, and it became the evil force of the Wind demonic emperor. Devil Claw Eclipse. Tianxie, who was entangled by Yi Qin, saw that the Wind demonic emperor was trapped in the formation. He was shocked and angry at the same time. His figure flickered, turning into a Wind. He bypassed Yi Qin and clawed at a stone on the periphery. Go back for me. Shifting his body, Yi Qin intercepted Tianxie and shattered his claw energy with a slash of his sword. Yi Qin, if you dare to block me again one day, I will annihilate your entire clan. Tianxie roared. Your words can only be used to scare a child. Today, don't even think of leaving this place. Even if you have to pay the price, I will annihilate your body and soul. The sword intent on Yi Qin's body was so dense that it was about to materialize. From the start of the battle until now, he had already let go of all restraints. He absolutely could not let his opponent leave alive. Bastard, you want to annihilate my body and soul with just you? Dream on. Evil force ignition. The evil force on Tianxia's body burned fiercely. It was different from ordinary flames. This gray flame was hot one moment and cold the next. When it was hot, it was like lava, and when it was cold, it was like the cold wind of the 9 heavens. As the evil force burned, Tianxia's battle prowess skyrocketed, but Yi Chen could see that his evil force was depleting very quickly. Devil Claw Eclipse. The terrifying claw energy burned with gray flames as it clawed at Yi Chen. After a series of collisions, Yi Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. Tianxia's strength was not much weaker than Yin Wen Demonic Emperor. In order to stop him, he could not take half a step back, nor could he use Sword Defense Mountain. Instant glory. Forcefully suppressing his boiling blood qi and Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen took a step back and immediately rushed forward with an even faster speed. The Sky Scorpio sword waved and stabbed, and a dazzling light flickered on the tip of the sword. Retreat. Tianxia still had a lingering fear of this sword. Yin Wen Demonic Emperor was so powerful, but he was still heavily injured by this sword. He did not think that he could resist it. His figure flickered, not daring to let Yi Chen approach him. Not that sword. This sword strike of Yi Chen's was merely an empty shell. It didn't have much power at all. At the same time, Tianxia's heart relaxed, but at the same time, his shame turned into anger. Yi Chen was humiliating him. Involuntarily, he stopped dodging and started gathering his claw energy. Now this is instant glory. All of a sudden Yi Chen's figure flickered, reappearing in front of Tianxia and stabbing again. This time, a resplendent light burst out, as if an illusory star was exploding. Veins popped out on Tianxia's forehead. He wanted to retreat, but under the effect of the frozen space and all living things, he could not even move a finger or make an expression. He could only watch the dazzling sword tip stab into his forehead. Chapter 995. Boom. Tianxia's head exploded, but not a single drop of blood could be seen. All the blood was minced into nothingness by the sword qi that contained the destruction sword intent. Not only that, the sword qi that had condensed into an explosive point not only destroyed Tianxia's head, but also his body. Only his 2 legs were not affected too much. Seeing that his sword had succeeded, Yi Chen hurriedly retreated, trying to recover his life force and Zhen Yuan. This was his weakest moment. With his 2 legs as the foundation, Tianxia's body grew rapidly. Unforgivable. My head. Tianxia's eyes were bloodshot as if he had gone insane. Yi Chen's sword had annihilated nearly 70% of his evil power. However, because the sword had directly exploded inside his skull, the berserk destruction sword intent had invaded his sea of soul, causing his soul to suffer severe cuts. It should be known that the soul and the body were inseparable. If the body was intact, this bit of destruction sword intent wouldn't have been able to injure his muscles and bones. But now, the sword had pierced through his forehead and exploded inside his skull. The destructive power was unimaginable. Under the condition of having a splitting headache, Tianxia's mind was already a bit crazy. His body was filled with a malicious and ominous aura. Go die. Ignoring the fine sword qi that had spread from his legs to his whole body, Tianxia's body leaned forward, pouncing towards Yi Chen. His hands formed into claws, and the sharp black qi made his hands look like ghost claws. Yi Chen ignored it. A huge black sword shot out from underground, welcoming Tianxia's attack. Unknowingly, Yi Chen had already used the Iron Blood Silver Blue sword to perform the Earth Fiend sword art, absorbing enough Earth Yuan evil qi from underground. Now that he couldn't move his body, he used the Earth Fiend sword to block Tianxia. Ding, ding, ding. Sparks flew everywhere as one man and one sword fought fiercely. Yi Chen was like a statue, his aura surging. You want to seal me? That's impossible. Inside the heaven and earth demon subduing formation, the Yin Wen Demonic Emperor was getting stronger and stronger. Relying on the evil altar, he didn't need to worry about exhausting his evil power. Boom boom boom. With the power of a single person he was able to block 80% of the dense fog, unable to advance even an inch. The Demon Flower Emperor had already exhausted all of his strength. Because he had absorbed too much evil power, the Demon Flower Emperor had nowhere to vent it. He swung his hands continuously, and magic balls of light bombarded the dense fog one after another. The violent shockwaves blew away a lot of the dense fog. Little Sister Yan's hair. The Demon Flower Emperor noticed that 1/10 of Xuanho's hair had turned white. This meant that 1/10 of her life force had already been consumed, which was 100 years. Although she had consumed a lot of blood essence and lost a lot of life force, it was only a loss of blood essence and not a direct loss of life force. She could still make up for it by spending a few decades. Could this be the backlash of the rules? The Demon Flower Emperor guessed. For the upcoming calamity of the foreign races, Xianhou had made a lot of preparations. The Heaven and Earth Demon Subduing Formation was one of the trump cards that she had prepared for the foreign races' calamity. As a trump card, the Heaven and Earth Demon Subduing Formation was not an ordinary formation, but a sealing formation. Once it was used to the extreme, it would begin to interfere with the operation of the rules. Therefore, it would inevitably suffer the backlash of the rules. Originally, although the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was powerful, he wouldn't have failed after paying such a huge price. She didn't expect that the evil altar could actually absorb the evil power from the outside world through the Heaven and Earth Demon Subduing Formation and transform it into its own evil power. In this way, as long as the evil power was not exhausted, the Heaven and Earth Demon Subduing Formation would not be able to use its full power. I'm afraid I don't even have a 20% chance of success. Xianhou was now riding a tiger and it was hard to get off, but she wasn't too surprised. Before this, she only had a 50% chance of success. After all, this was the first time she used the Heaven and Earth Demon Subduing Formation. Haha, the sealing formation will only make me stronger and stronger. In the colorful flowing light, the blade light crisscrossed, and the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor laughed wildly. As he continued to swing the blade, he could feel that he and the true Water Emperor's body were becoming more and more compatible, and there was a trend of spirit and body becoming one. Previously, when he swung the blade, at least 30% of the power was lost, but now he could exert 80%. When he swung the blade, the sharp blade light could almost cut the sky and split the earth. Of course, with his current strength, there was still no way to get out of the trap, but he believed that when his strength improved step by step, tearing the formation was only a matter of time. The Earth Origin Evil Chi on the Earth Fiend Giant Sword was getting thinner and thinner. At the beginning he could still fight with Tianxia, but later, every time they exchanged blows he would be sent flying and the sword would cry. After calming down the boiling true essence, the silver vertical eye between Yi Chen's eyebrows opened, and suddenly a silver beam of light shot out. Tianxia screamed and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Before his soul was injured he was not afraid of this soul attack, but now it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Primordial Spirit Lock Kill. With a spurt of energy, Yi Chen continued to use the Primordial Spirit Lock Kill that he learned from Yuan Emperor. A blurry golden light flickered, and a sharp golden halo instantly sank into Tianxia's eyebrows. In Tianxia's soul sea, a boundless huge golden halo wrapped around it, and was fiercely cutting it. The pain coming from the depths of his soul made Tianxia howl uncontrollably. Evil Spirit Guard. Tianxia hurriedly used a soul defense secret art. Boom. Within his soul sea, waves surged as a gigantic nefarious devil appeared. This nefarious devil was condensed from soul power. With a push of its hands, it grabbed onto one side of the golden light ring. Then its body enlarged and so did its arms, causing the golden light ring to expand, preventing it from cutting into his soul sea. It's over. As Tianxia used the soul defense secret art, Yi Chen held the Sky Scorpio sword with both of his hands and slashed vertically. A dark green sword light flashed on Tianxia's body. Crackle. Like a dead tree in winter being struck by lightning, Tianxia's body suddenly ignited, and the raging dark green flame reached dozens of meters high. Some evil chi that wanted to escape were licked by the flame, and turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. This was the destructive flame formed by the fusion of water and fire. Just a trace of it was enough to destroy a mountain. Being licked by the flame, people like the yellow-robed old monster would probably die immediately, not to mention the remaining evil chi. I'm not willing. Tianxia let out a miserable shriek, but his voice came to an abrupt stop. At this point, a giant of Evil Spirit clan was completely killed by Yi Chen. Could be said that he was wronged but not wronged. In Elysium his realm was suppressed. Originally he was at the 6th layer of life and death realm, but here he could only display the strength of the 4th layer. Moreover, he wasn't completely familiar with Nirvana Demon Emperor's body, so he could only display 70 to 80% of his strength. In fact, he wasn't wrong because Yi Chen's Destruction Sword Intent specialized in restraining Evil Spirit Clan. Since ancient times, there had been a few unparalleled characters who comprehended the Destruction Sword Intent or Destruction Will. In that era, the number of sealed alien race experts were few, and they were all exterminated. However, Destruction Will was not so easy to comprehend. Sometimes it depended on luck. No matter how talented one was, if one wasn't suitable for destruction will, one would most likely fail to comprehend it. This had nothing to do with strength. On the other side, Xianhou was still trying her best to suppress Yin Wen demonic emperor. The white hair on her head was slowly growing from 1/10 to 1/5, consuming an astonishing amount of vitality. Senior Yin, what's going on? Before, Yi Qin had already sensed the change in the situation, but he didn't have the time to ask. Mysterious Queen's complexion paled as she said, "The Yin Wen demonic emperor summoned an evil sacrificial altar that can absorb the evil energy from the outside world to replenish himself. Your sword Qi has also been burned to ashes by the evil flames he spewed out from the altar. Right now, his strength is constantly increasing and has already surpassed the time when he fought with you. I think this array can be used by 8 people at the same time. You and I can deal with him together. With Yuan Emperor as his backing, even if Yi Qin couldn't comprehend the Cosmos Demon subduing array for the time being, he should be able to cooperate with Xianhou. No, if it was before you could temporarily join in. But now, there are too many changes in the Cosmos Demon subduing array. If you rashly join in, it will only reveal a flaw, giving the enemy a chance to take advantage of it. The only thing we can do now is to disperse the surrounding fog, preventing him from absorbing the evil power. At that time, we should be able to seal him by paying a small price. The Demon Flower Emperor could only block 80% of the fog. The remaining 20% was more than enough for the Yin Wen demonic emperor. As long as Yi Qin blocked this 20% of the fog, the Yin Wen demonic emperor's evil power would decrease with each use, becoming weaker and weaker. Of course, she would probably consume 2/3 of her lifespan. Looking at the fog, Yi Qin said, "I have a method, but I've never used it before. Let's give it a try." The Cosmos Demon subduing array was a huge burden to Xianhou. When Yi Qin saw more and more white hairs on her head, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Using Instant of Glory might seem to consume a lot of vitality, but it wasn't much. Each time he used it, it was about 10 to 20 years of lifespan. After all, Instant of Glory only caused space to freeze for a moment. Using it twice in a row, Yi Qin consumed less than 40 years of lifespan. Compared to his 1,000 years of lifespan, it wasn't worth mentioning. However, Xianhou had already consumed more than 100 years of lifespan. The price she paid was the greatest. If she really wanted to suppress the Yin Wen demonic emperor alone, it would be impossible without paying 600 to 700 years of lifespan. Martial Dao Yuan spirit appear. With a solemn expression, Yi Qin's spirit, qi and spirit were highly concentrated. His eyes stared at the space between his eyebrows. Buzz. In the next moment, a figure emitting a faint white radiance walked out of Yi Qin's body. This figure looked exactly the same as Yi Qin. Even the aura was the same. However, its entire body was blossoming with a layer of immortal holy light, making it seem like a man of light. Apart from this man of light had a sharp aura, as if a peerless sword had been unsheathed. If Yi Qin's body was the scabbard, then this man of light was the sword. Martial Dao Yuan spirit. Xianhou and Demon Flower Emperor couldn't help but look over. Martial Dao Yuan spirit was the combination of will and Jin Yuan. At life and death realm, everyone had one. However, it was usually very weak and couldn't leave the body. Under normal circumstances at Yi Qin's level, it was impossible for the Martial Dao Yuan spirit to leave the body. Once it did, the Martial Dao Yuan spirit would be equivalent to another Yi Qin with no difference in strength. Chapter 996. Once the Martial Dao Yuan Shin appeared, Yi Qin's body was like a statue, motionless. Apart from the fluctuations of life, there was no aura to speak of, as if all the essence had been taken away by the Martial Dao Yuan Shen. And the Martial Dao Yuan Shen, which was the glowing Yi Qin, flashed, actually passed through the outer wall of the array, and directly entered the chaotic universe devil subduing array. The multicolored light could not obstruct the glowing Yi Qin, and soon the Yin Wen demonic emperor who was stepping on the evil altar, entered his sight. Without any nonsense, Yi Qin stretched out his right hand, and a glowing sword took shape, piercing towards the Yin Wen demonic emperor. The sword tip burst with light, incomparably dazzling. Momentary glory. No. The Yin Wen demonic emperor's eyes widened. How could he not see that this was Yi Qin's Martial Dao Yuan Shen? The Martial Dao Yuan Shen had the attribute of surpassing space, between substance and nothingness, but the power it burst out was absolutely the limit of the body, without a trace of illusion. Moreover, the Martial Dao Yuan Shen had one more advantage than the body, and that was, it was not limited by the body, and could display the martial arts mastered to an extremely perfect level. The multicolored light came to a standstill, and the Yin Wen demonic emperor's expression froze. The sword, which carried Yi Chen's will, slowly and firmly pierced into the opponent's forehead. Boom. A blazing white light burst out and countless sword chi intertwined. The Yin Wind demonic emperor's body suddenly disappeared by a third. He was much stronger than Tianxie, so it was impossible for Yi Chen's sword to annihilate the majority of his evil force. Even so, the sword piercing into the forehead and the sword chi were incomparable. His soul chi was affected and the sword chi wreaked havoc. His flesh and blood squirmed, and the Yin Wind demonic emperor once again condensed into a human body. However, what awaited him was another momentary glory. The martial Dao Yuan spirit's momentary brilliance was all borne by the main body, so it could be used consecutively. In the outside world, Yi Chen was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his face was much paler. The first momentary brilliance annihilated 1/3 of the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil power, and the second momentary brilliance annihilated a full 50% of the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil power. This was not because the second momentary brilliance was more powerful, but because after receiving the first momentary brilliance, the Yin Wind demonic emperor was already in a weakened state, and when receiving the second sword strike in a weakened state, the damage was naturally greater than the first. Bastard, go to hell. The more desperate the situation, the more it stimulated the Yin Wind demonic emperor's ferocious and evil nature. The space between his eyebrows was glowing as if there was a gray sun there. Bus. A Yin Wind demonic emperor emitting a gray light walked out of his body. This was the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil Dao Yuan spirit. As a 7th layer life and death demonic emperor, although his realm was suppressed by 2 layers and he had just escaped from the blood-colored seal, it didn't hinder his Yuan spirit from leaving his body for the final battle. The third momentary brilliance was unleashed, and Yi Chen's martial Dao Yuan spirit became much more illusory. However, this time the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil Dao Yuan spirit didn't suffer too much of a restriction, and its blade slashed out. Blazing sparks burst forth, multicolored streamers surged up like waves, and the aftermath bombarded the main body of the Yin Wind demonic emperor on the evil sacrificial altar. However, that evil sacrificial altar was not an ordinary treasure. The 4 evil devil heads spurted out extremely pure evil power, which formed a protective shield and barely protected its main body. The reason why the Yin Wind demonic emperor didn't let his evil Dao Yuan spirit attack before was mainly because his main body was too weak. Once the evil Dao Yuan spirit left his main body would lose all ability to protect itself. Once his main body died, his evil Dao Yuan spirit would instantly dissipate. Therefore he didn't dare to take risks and would rather fight steadily. Yin Wind 6 Arts, 5th form, Berserk Evil splits the heavens. Without the restriction of his physical body, the Yin Wind demonic emperor's saber arts were much more refined. A domineering saber light tore through the multicolored light. Along the way it rapidly split apart. Over 100 smaller saber lights crazily shot at Yi Chen. The 4th momentary brilliance was unleashed, and all the saber lights were frozen in place. Unless the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil Dao Yuan spirit fought him in close combat, it would be impossible for it to break through his defenses. The Yin Wind demonic emperor was just about to charge forward when he suddenly let out a cry. Looking back, he saw that his main body, which was protected by the evil energy, was covered in blood. Occasionally, sword chi would break through his body. Yi Chen's 2 momentary brilliance had not only destroyed the majority of the Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil energy, but it had also left behind a large amount of sword chi in his body. Once his evil Dao Yuan spirit had appeared, the Yin Wind demonic emperor's main body had essentially lost its backbone. How could he possibly suppress the sword chi in his body? The Yin Wind demonic emperor's evil Dao Yuan spirit transformed into a ray of light that returned to his main body. It should be about time. Yi Chen's body was quite transparent, as if it was condensed from a ball of light. Turning around, Yi Chen passed through the outer wall of the array and turned into a ray of light that returned to his main body. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen struggled to say, "He only has a little more than 10% of his evil energy left, and there is double the sword chi left in his body. I can fully suppress the seal now." As he spoke, Yi Chen spurted out another 3 mouthfuls of blood. Using the momentary brilliance 4 times in a row had almost reached the limit of his main body's endurance. If he used it again, he couldn't guarantee that there would be any side effects. For a moment he felt the world spinning around him. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Nothing inside the heaven and earth demon subduing array could hide from Xuanho's senses. As soon as Yi Chen's martial Dao Yuan spirit came out, she activated the array with all her strength. In an instant, the array's interior space underwent dozens of changes, and each change would cause the evil altar's protective barrier to slightly distort. Pop. The protective barrier twisted to the limit and burst like a bubble. The Yin demonic emperor only had time to swing his blade once before he was completely submerged by the multicolored light. I will break free again. His voice became smaller and smaller until it was almost inaudible. Rumble. In the outside world, the chaotic heaven and earth demon subduing array slowly sank into the ground. At the same time, the surrounding 8 stones engraved with runes also sank. When the ground became flat again, a circle of multicolored runes lit up. Following that, the light became dimmer and dimmer, turning into a multicolored metal-like brand. Did I succeed? The demon flower emperor stopped absorbing the evil energy, his fragrant sweat dripping down. Being sealed again, even if the Yin demonic emperor breaks free, his strength will be weakened to a new low. However, a demonic emperor-level character is indeed powerful. If I didn't use the heaven and earth demon subduing array to trap him, it would be impossible to kill him. He could have easily escaped. Xianhou could tell that using Instant of Glory 4 times was already Yi Chen's limit. If he forcefully used it for the 5th time, his martial Yuan spirit, which was not yet condensed, might suffer irreparable damage, causing him to lose his memory or even lose his mind. As she spoke, Xuanhou's white hair turned black at a visible speed. At life and death realm, one's appearance would change very slowly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that decades were like one day. The reason why one's hair turned white was because one's vitality was being drained too quickly. When one's vitality stopped draining, everything would return to its original state. Of course, this was under the condition that one's vitality wasn't consumed too much. Once one lost more than 4/5 of their vitality, their hair turning white would be irreversible. In any case, our mission this time is basically a success. The Demon Flower Emperor smiled. And? Xianhou nodded and looked at Yi Chen, who was meditating with his eyes closed. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes and faintly smiled. Seniors, you've worked hard. Are you all right? The Demon Flower Emperor asked. Apart from some minor aftereffects, I'm fine. At this level, it was impossible for the Yuan Shin of martial arts to leave the body without any side effects. He could clearly feel that his level of swordsmanship had dropped. The swordless heart required instincts, and the key to instincts was to unify the spirit and body. After the Yuan Shin of martial arts returned, he felt a little strange about his own body, as if he had been possessed. Of course, it was just a metaphor and it was not that serious. He should be able to recover after some time. Xianhou sighed. I didn't expect you to be able to let your Yuan spirit leave your body. This is an ability that can only be obtained when one's martial will reaches the 8th-step realm. When Yuan spirit left the body, the most important thing was the martial will. The higher the martial will, the more powerful the Yuan spirit would be. This kind of power was not in terms of strength, but rather the condensation of the Yuan spirit. Yeah, how did you do it? The Demon Flower Emperor was a bit curious. Yi Chen honestly said, I cultivate a Yuan spirit secret art that can strengthen the Yuan spirit in advance. Yuan spirit secret arts didn't only include soul secret arts, but also things that could temper the will and soul. To be honest, Yuan spirit didn't have much effect on a person's strength. It could be said that it didn't have much of an effect on a person's strength. Yuan spirit only had 2 uses. One was to ignore most barriers and travel freely. The second was that after the body died, the Yuan spirit wouldn't dissipate for a short period of time. At that time, it could heavily injure the enemy or even kill the enemy at the crucial moment. But after that it would still die. The Yuan spirit of martial Dao could not survive without the body. The body was the weakness of the Yuan spirit of martial Dao. Therefore, when 2 sides were fighting, using the Yuan spirit of martial Dao to fight the enemy was a suicidal action. The enemy could completely destroy your body, leaving you with nowhere to go. You would be like a soul without a body, homeless. Therefore, Yuan spirit could only be used to deal with some unexpected situations. For example, the situation where one couldn't enter with their body and could only enter with their Yuan spirit. But even so, Yuan spirit still had some auxiliary functions. The more condensed the Yuan spirit was, the stronger the control over one's body would be, and the more exquisite the martial arts would be. So that's how it is. The Demon Flower Emperor faintly nodded. We can't stay here for long. Let's return to True Spirit Continent first. Xianhou suggested. Alright, let's go. The 3 had some internal injuries, and their condition wasn't 80% of their peak. If they encountered a powerful enemy, it would be extremely dangerous. Leaving the True Water Palace, the 3 headed toward True Spirit Continent. Chapter 997. Just when Yi Chen's group of 3 sealed the Yin Wind demonic emperor once again, in the depths of the void, in a certain dilapidated plane space, an extremely formidable mana fluctuation spread out. This mana fluctuation was cold and overbearing. Anyone who was affected by it couldn't help but shiver. They felt cold from the inside out, as if something unclean had entered their body. What a formidable curse power. Although Lord Curse is not in his peak state, he isn't as weak as we imagined. The woman with a pair of bat wings on her back said. The tall, dark-skinned man said, when we arrived, the seal had already been greatly eroded by Lord Curse's curse power. Even if we didn't appear, Lord Curse would still be able to break the seal within 3 to 5 years and escape. Lord Curse is coming out. The one who spoke was the man with a long horn on his head. He had once joined hands with the Netherworld Demon King to hunt down Yi Chen. Hearing this, the few people looked towards the center of the mana fluctuation. In the center of the mana fluctuation, a person slowly rose. This person had withered yellow hair, an extremely ugly face and a very deformed figure. There were also very ugly people in the human race, but compared to this strange person, they undoubtedly paled in comparison. This person was ugly and ominous. Just a glance at him would make one's hair stand on end and make one unable to sleep at night. In other words, this person was not only ugly, but also the temperament he emitted was even uglier. The woman with bat wings said, rumor has it that Lord Curse is a famous handsome man among us demons. However, during one of his expeditions he obtained a cursed demon sword. From then on, not only did his mana change into curse power, but he also seemed to be cursed. The stronger he is, the uglier his appearance. Although Lord Curse's escape is a good thing for us, you should be careful. Because Lord Curse's appearance changed greatly, many of his confidants left him. In a fit of anger, he humiliated them in every possible way and tortured them to death. From then on he even took pleasure in humiliating beauties. Later, because he accidentally killed the granddaughter of Lord Demon Emperor, although that Demon Emperor was in the same realm as him, he was several times stronger than him. Lord Demon Emperor chased after him, and as a last resort, he was forced to come to Elysium. The dark-skinned tall man reminded the woman. He was the leader of the group called Blackstone. I know. After saying that, the woman's appearance changed and turned into an ordinary woman. So you practiced the muscle-changing transformation technique, I feel relieved. Blackstone nodded. I, Cursed Demon Emperor, have finally escaped. You guys, did you bring me any beauties? With a swoosh, the figure of the ugly man appeared in front of the 3 of them like a phantom. A fishy smell assaulted their nostrils, mixed with terrifying illusions. The 3 of them were shocked and hurriedly bowed. Blackstone said, welcome back, Lord Curse. Don't worry, Lord Curse, we have already prepared a human queen for you in the palace. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Good, you guys are really considerate. Hearing this, the Cursed Demon Emperor's eyes flashed with a cruel light of lust. Lord Curse, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go back to the palace first, Blackstone suggested. No rush. The Cursed Demon Emperor waved his hand. Let me summon my Cursed Demon Sword back first. Cursed Demon Sword. The 3 of them felt their hearts go numb. The Cursed Demon Sword was a demon sword with a curse. Although it was powerful, it was too evil. The Cursed Demon Emperor had become like this because of the Cursed Demon Sword. Both of his hands quickly formed a seal. The Cursed Demon Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. A mournful and eerie howl sounded. A gray skull wrapped in blood streaked across the air and disappeared. Chu family of Windy Nation, Panshan Island. Rumble. The entire Panshan Island shook violently. Huge cracks appeared on the island. From the cracks, endless horrifying aura gushed out. Some of the Chu family members were just slightly touched by the aura. Their appearances immediately changed, becoming extremely ugly. Their eyes shone with a strange and violent blood-red light as they pounced on their own clansmen. For a moment, the Chu family's blood flowed like a river. What kind of sin did our Chu family commit? The Chu family elders cried as they watched their clansmen die one by one. Family leader, be careful. Seeing the countless ugly clansmen with strange aura pouncing over, a young figure stood in front of the Chu family leader. It was Chu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. Those incoming clansmen were blown away by the finger power one by one. They fell on the ground one by one, unable to get up. However, they did not die. Back when Yi Chen was still a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Chu Ming was a disciple of the Emerald Martial School. The two had accepted the same mission and fought side by side. Although Chu Ming was far from Yi Chen's level, he was still a normal genius. After so many years, he had already cultivated to the early Sea of Souls realm. Bang! All of a sudden, a huge gray-black demon sword broke out of the mountain. After circling once in the air, it shot into the depths of the void. Because of its extreme speed, no one could detect it. Haha, I'm back. The cursed demon emperor waved his hand, and a gray-black demon sword with a horrifying aura appeared in his hand. This demon sword was wrapped in a layer of turbid chi. Vaguely, countless screams could be heard coming from within the turbid chi. Blackstone and the other two glanced at it, and they immediately started sweating profusely. Their minds were in chaos. Worthy of being the cursed demon sword. There is no damage at all. The cursed demon emperor knew very well that the cursed demon sword had been in his hands when he had been sealed. However, the cursed demon sword had somehow broken through the seal. If not for the fact that his mind was connected to the cursed demon sword, it would have taken him a lot of effort to find it. Lord Fear, congratulations on your return. On the 5th day after Blackstone and the other two unsealed the cursed demon emperor, 9 Nether and a few other demons also unsealed the Lord of Fear, whose strength was not inferior to the cursed demon emperor's. If the title of the cursed demon emperor came from the cursed demon sword, then the title of the Lord of Fear came from his terrifying and cruel style. Before coming to Elysium, the Lord of Fear had a planet. It was said that his palace on that planet was built entirely from the bones and flesh of his enemies. He drank fresh blood and ate raw flesh every day. He liked to cook the internal organs of his enemies. Almost none of his enemies had a good ending. Just like the cursed demon emperor, the Lord of Fear had also been sent to Elysium because he had offended a high-level demons. I want to eat people. Arrange it for me. The image of the Lord of Fear was still considered normal, but his eyes clearly had the luster of a ferocious beast. 9 Nether laughed bitterly in his heart. Others said that he was a crazy person, but compared to the Lord of Fear, he was just a mischievous troublemaker occasionally. This was the first time he had seen the Lord of Fear in person. The terrifying aura of the Lord of Fear that regarded any flesh and blood as food brought him great pressure. He could not guarantee that if he rejected the Lord of Fear would eat him alive. I have prepared a demon king and a human king. They are just waiting for Lord Fear to enjoy them. 9 Nether said respectfully. Well done. I was planning to eat you to restore my vitality. The Lord of Fear nodded calmly, but what he said made 9 Nether's hair stand on end. Fallout Sword Sect. Lingyun Peak. Shinho and Yichen stood side by side, watching the surging clouds. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, more than 50 people have become life and death kings. This can be considered a happy occasion. At this moment, Xuanho's aura was much more powerful than when she fought the Yin Wind demonic emperor 2 years ago. Purely in terms of cultivation base, she had already reached the level of 2,000 years. However, if someone were to know that her cultivation base was at the peak of the first layer of life and death realm, they would be dumbfounded. Under ordinary circumstances, only one person could cultivate to the first layer of life and death realm in Elysium. And in this era, including Yichen, there were 2. The reason why Xianho could obtain the true cultivation method of life and death realm was not because of Yichen, but because of the titled King Palace's Palace Spirit's approval. Only by obtaining the Palace Spirit's approval could one have a high chance of successfully breaking through. Those who couldn't obtain its approval would most likely turn into ashes and cease to exist. After all, the Palace Spirit's insight was not something ordinary people could compare to. But this means that the great calamity of the foreign races will erupt at any time, right? Yichen nodded as the mountain breeze fluttered his long hair. In these 2 years, the majority of the peak geniuses who had competed with him had entered life and death realm. Among the 50 people, the majority were from the younger generation such as Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, Luo Qindu, Chu Zhongtian, Yen Fengfeng, Jiang Tian, Xiaohozuan, Bai Wuxue, Xiaochuhe, and Lu Xiaoyu. As for the peak geniuses of Blood Sky Continent and Sky Sword Continent, as long as they were continent-level geniuses, they had all entered life and death realm. Those geniuses who had competed with Yichen earlier, such as Edict Prince Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan, had also entered the first layer, second layer, or third layer of life and death chamber, only a step away from life and death realm. 2 years ago, apart from Yichen, only Marquis Sword Star, Marquis Sword Snow, and Murong Qingqing had entered life and death realm. Among these geniuses, some were still insignificant, merely equivalent to ordinary mid and high step kings. Only a few had the strength of peak kings. However, there were also some fierce geniuses. Among them, Marquis Sword Snow, Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, and a few others were undoubtedly the representatives. Marquis Sword Snow was needless to say. Under life and death realm, apart from Su Jing, only this person could pose a slight threat to Yichen. In Duguju's case, he was a genius who grew stronger by meeting strong opponents. In the beginning, he wasn't particularly eye-catching in Elysium, but each time he would make great progress. His potential was limitless. Among so many geniuses, apart from Yi Qin, Dantai Mingyue was the only one proficient in space profound. She was low-key, but her strength was formidable. Chu Zhongtian, on the other hand, had completely relied on his talent. His evil spirit body had brought him too many benefits. Without any exaggeration, after entering the life and death realm, his evil Yuan's might was much more powerful than mysterious queens, who had reached the peak of the first sky of life and death realm. Even Yi Qin, who had already reached the peak of the second sky of life and death realm, could not guarantee that his Zhen Yuan's purity could rival Chu Zhongtian's. Chapter 998. Of course, compared to these four, Murong Qingqing and Su Jing were not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, Su Jing was even above them. This was not a blind guess of Yi Qin's. From Demon Flower Emperor, Yi Qin learned that Murong Qingqing's strength had already reached the level of titled monarchs of Elysium. Moreover, she was not an ordinary titled monarch. The reason why her strength had advanced so rapidly was because Murong Qingqing had inherited an extremely noble bloodline of demons. This bloodline was called the Dark Demoness bloodline. However, this bloodline was too powerful, so powerful that it could corrode one's soul and mind. After all, Murong Qingqing was not a pure demon but a demonic human. Therefore, she had been trying her best to tame the Dark Demoness bloodline and strengthen herself in the process, preparing for the great calamity of the foreign races. As for Su Jing, her strength could be guessed even with her toes. It should be known that in Elysium, she was the only one with a complete dragon bloodline. As for how powerful a dragon was, it was impossible to guess. One could only know that it was a demonic beast that stood above all other beasts. Their aptitudes had reached the supreme grade, and they did not need to cultivate bitterly. After reaching adulthood, they could become demonic kings. As for how powerful a demonic king-level dragon was, one could only know after seeing it with their own eyes. In any case, the more powerful experts appeared in Elysium, the happier Yi Qin would be. Yi Qin was not sure about the others, but he was sure that these six were the main force. In order to make them stronger, Yi Qin had even given the Zhen Yuan crystals produced by the Devouring Island to Marquis Sword Snow, Dugu Ju, Dantai Mingyue and Chu Zhongtian. After all, he had already reached the peak of the second layer of life and death realm, and did not need Zhen Yuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. Murong Qingqing cultivated demonic power, and Su Jing cultivated dragon power. Neither did she need Zhen Yuan crystals. The four did not refuse. This was not the time to be soft-hearted. Increasing their strength was the most important thing. We're increasing our strength and so are those foreign races. What worries me the most is the Yin Wen demonic emperor. A trace of worry appeared on Xuanho's face. Yin Wen demonic emperor was a 7th-layer demonic emperor level character. Even if he were to be suppressed by 2 layers in Elysium, he would still be at the 5th layer. Such characters would be extremely frightening if they were allowed to recover from their weakened state. It should be known that the 5th layer corresponded to 7-star strength. In this era, Elysium did not have 7-star strength. Even Yi Qin. In a few short years they won't be able to recover to their peak. But it is indeed worrying. Yi Qin let out a light breath. His strength had already reached a limit, and he could not increase it any further. In terms of cultivation base, he was at the peak of the 2nd layer. If he continued to increase it, he might explode and perish. Therefore he could not be anxious. In terms of sword will, his Destruction Sword Intent and Immortal Sword Intent had both reached the peak of the 6th step due to their resonance, only a step away from the 7th step. However, the higher one's sword will went, the harder it would be to increase it. Not to mention, it was an Attribute Sword Intent, which might take dozens of years to reach. As for Sword Domain, Yi Qin had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer because he had been to the Sword World many times. Later on, no matter how hard he tried, he could not increase it by even half a step. Fortunately, it was not a waste of time. Thousands of sword arts had appeared in his mind. Although he could not comprehend them all, they would become Yi Qin's foundation. In terms of sword arts, Momentary Brilliance was the strongest. No matter how he improved the other sword arts, they could not surpass it. Therefore, his strength nearing 7-star had already been calculated. Before going to the titled King Palace, Yi Qin had the battle strength of a 5-star tyrant, and his life and death realm had reached the peak of the 1st layer. Combined with Momentary Brilliance, he had the battle strength of a mid-6-star tyrant. The peak of the 2nd layer and the peak of the 3rd layer of Sword Domain barely gave Yi Qin the battle strength of a 6-star tyrant. As for Spirit Body, Yi Qin's Spirit Body had also reached the late 5th step. In Bloodlight Ocean, Yi Qin had found a blood crystal flower and killed 2 blood demon emperors, obtaining their blood demon crystals. His spirit body had advanced from the early 5th step to the late 5th step, and his physical body's defense had reached a whole new level. Unfortunately, the strength of the spirit body had nothing to do with strength. It only had endurance. Let's not talk about this. When it's time, it will come. How is the forging of your sword? Shinho shook her head and changed the topic. Speaking of the sword, Yi Chen's face revealed a trace of rarely seen excitement. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be completed in half a month. The sword the two were talking about was neither a semi-extreme grade sword nor a pseudo-extreme grade sword, but a genuine extreme grade sword. Although he didn't know the final grade of the sword, Yi Chen estimated that it would be at least at the peak of mid-supreme grade. As for the Sky Scorpio sword, before its crystal power was exhausted, it was merely mid-supreme grade. In order to forge an extreme grade sword, Yi Chen had failed 19 times in total, using up hundreds of extreme grade materials. If he hadn't been collecting extreme grade materials in the recent years and inherited a batch of them from Fire Emperor, as well as some gifted to him by Xianhou, Demon Flower Emperor and Spirit Pill King, he wouldn't have had so many extreme grade materials to consume. The difficulty of forging an extreme grade sword was no less than breaking through to life and death realm. Fortunately, although he had failed 19 times apart from 10 sword embryos exploding, the other 9 times had produced defective swords, which were pseudo-extreme grade swords. Of the 9 pseudo-extreme grade swords, Yi Chen kept 3 for himself and gave the other 6 to Xianhou, Demon Flower Emperor and Spirit Pill King as compensation. After forging the 20th extreme grade sword, Yi Chen's sword forging arts had reached a comprehensive level. Originally, he would have been satisfied with forging an ordinary extreme grade sword. The Sky Scorpio sword could be used for the defensive sword art, while this sword could be used for battle. However, he didn't expect that the incomplete extreme grade sword would release such a powerful might, surpassing the low-grade extreme grade. Therefore, Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry to complete it. Instead, he placed it at the center of the 99 origin return grade array, allowing it to absorb a large amount of spiritual qi and refine the sword's body. At the same time, he drew in the essence of the Earth Fiend True Fire to refine the fine impurities within. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Behind the Spirit Cloud Peak was a fiery red mountain peak that was releasing boundless heat. This was the place Yi Chen used to forge swords and was called the Sword Forging Peak. In the depths of the Sword Forging Peak, he had arranged an Earth Fiend True Fire Great Array. This great array could absorb the Earth Fiend True Fire in the depths of the ground and use the power of the array to remove the false and retain the true, condensing the Earth Fiend True Fire essence. The temperature of this Earth Fiend True Fire essence was extremely shocking. Ordinary metal materials would be turned into ashes in less than a breath's time. Only extreme grade materials could endure it, but they would also melt very quickly. At this moment, in the underground cave of the Sword Forging Peak, a sword that was about to take shape was dancing up and down. Its sharp sword chi could cut through everything in this world. Once this sword is born, my power will increase by quite a bit. I'll use it to kill all the alien race warriors invading Elysium. On the side, Yi Chen's eyes were cold and serious. The sword was used to kill people. The more people it killed, the stronger the killing intent would be, and the sharper the sword would be. Every strand of chi would have the power to cut souls. Using this sword to kill alien race warriors was undoubtedly the best way to sacrifice it. Walking out of the Sword Forging Peak, Yi Chen arrived at the Spirit Cloud Peak. On the peak, there were 6 youngsters training their sword skills. They were Yi Xian, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Yi Chen's 4 disciples. In the blink of an eye, a couple of years had passed. Some of them were already 20 years old and some were nearing that age. Their growth was astonishing, especially the 4th disciple, Lung Xinghan. He was the strongest among the 6. Although he was only at the mid-astral reaching realm, his power was enough to compete with some famous Sea of Souls realm warriors. Master. Big brother. Seeing Yi Chen's arrival, everyone stopped their sparring. Faintly nodding, Yi Chen said, "I'm very satisfied with your progress. Unfortunately, I didn't give you much time. If you had a few more years, you might have reached the Sea of Souls realm." The great calamity of the foreign races would not only be a battle between life and death realm warriors, but also between Sea of Souls realm warriors. For example, in the parallel space battlefield where the Demon King was sealed, apart from the skeletons of life and death realm warriors, there were also Sea of Souls realm warriors and even astral reaching realm warriors. The alien race disaster was not only a disaster for the warriors of Elysium, but it was also a very dangerous opportunity. Once they got through it, they would definitely have a huge improvement. They might even be able to break through their limits and reach a realm that they had never been able to reach before. However, the condition was that they had to survive. Therefore Yi Chen did not plan to let his top 4 disciples and siblings hide in the Falling Dust Sword School and survive with the great protective spell. When it was necessary, they would have to join the battle and fight against the astral-reaching realm warriors of the alien races. But he also knew that although astral-reaching realm warriors were not as powerful as life and death realm warriors, astral-reaching realm warriors were actually the most dangerous ones. Whether it was the alien races or the Elysium, there were way too many astral-reaching realm warriors. They were just like small soldiers, and in battles, the ones who would die the most would be the small soldiers. He was a bit worried. Don't worry, Master. I, Lung Xinghan, am not someone who will just live without purpose. I will live and die with the Falling Dust Sword School. The alien races have invaded our Elysium and they will pay with blood. Lung Xinghan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Dongfeng Bai, who was usually the most gentle, also said with a serious tone, Master, you have always taught me that sword arts are for killing, not for show. This time I, Dongfeng Bai, will let go of everything and fight against the alien races. Big brother. The 6 of them were fearless, filled with passion. Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. Not being afraid of death is a good thing, but I do not recommend fighting to the death without retreating. When it is time to retreat, you should retreat. Only by staying alive can you kill more alien races. Plus, this great disaster will be decided by the battles between us life and death realm warriors. I will teach you your sword formation combination attack method. You guys are almost done practicing it, so use it at the critical moment. Don't attract too much attention. No one would want their disciples and siblings to die on the battlefield, and Yi Chen did not want that either. While training them, he would try to give them a chance to survive. Days passed by, and the time for the appearance of the extreme rank great sword was getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, the whole of Elysium was getting quieter and quieter. It was the last calm before the storm. Chapter 999. Near the dead end, on a planet that had been stained with the blood of the Dragon King, there were many figures. Cursed Demon Emperor, Lord of Fear, I, the Troll Emperor, will be the commander this time. Do you have any objections? The figures were divided into 2 camps. The larger camp was the demons. At this moment, among the 3 leading demons, there was the Cursed Demon Emperor and the Lord of Fear. As for the one who spoke, it was a majestic middle-aged man with a height of 5 meters, arms and legs as thick as his eyes fell on the Cursed Demon Emperor and the Lord of Fear. You can be the commander, but don't even think about ordering me. The Cursed Demon Emperor seemed to be a little afraid of the majestic middle-aged man and didn't want to compete for the position of commander. Ordering you? I don't have the time for that, but it's good that you agree. Lord of Fear, what do you say? I don't care. The Lord of Fear was expressionless. If it were another demon who spoke to them like this, they would have been torn apart. The reason why they were afraid of the majestic middle-aged man was because the other party was stronger than them. No matter where they were, strength was respected. So what if you were cruel and inhumane? Even if your name could scare children to tears in the face of absolute strength, they were inferior. The strength of the Troll Emperor was not just a little higher than theirs, but his magic power was even more vigorous and boundless. After receiving the 2's replies, the Troll Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Although the Cursed Demon Emperor and the Lord of Fear were not as strong as him, it was a critical moment now. It would not be good for everyone if they fell out. Emperor Inshur, where is your senior brother, the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor? The Troll Emperor asked the evil spirit camp. There was only one person leading the evil spirit. This person's face was yellow and ordinary, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake. In terms of mysteriousness, he was even more mysterious than the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor. He was sealed again. Hearing the other party mention the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor, Emperor Inshur frowned and said, Sealed again? Who did it? Generally speaking, seals were very difficult to remove. Only those ancient seals would become loose due to the corrosion of time. Now that the great battle was imminent, where would they have the time to unseal the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor? Even if they were given 10 years, it wouldn't be enough. After all, their research on seals was inferior to humans. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Yi Chen, Xianhou, and the Demon Flower Emperor. Their auras are still lingering at the scene. Emperor Inshur flicked his fingernails, a mysterious killing intent appearing on his face. Yi Chen. The Troll Emperor had heard this name from other demons more than once. This boy was a rare genius. He was probably only 35 or 36 years old. Among the demons, 35 or 36 years old was impossible to achieve anything. I'll deal with this brat. Once I kill him, I should be able to make the others despair even faster. The Troll Emperor was very clear that Yi Chen had unknowingly become the symbol of Elysium, the spiritual pillar of many life and death kings. Everyone hoped for a miracle to happen to him. If he was cut off, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the people of Elysium. Leave that Shenhe to me. It's been a long time since I've tasted a human queen. Last time it was completely useless and she was played to death very quickly. The cursed demon emperor licked his lips, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Death Path, a vast expanse of primal chaos. Outside the Death Path was an even more boundless starry sky. The countless stars were like diamonds. In the starry sky that was unknown how far away from the Death Path, a dense black cloud appeared. The black cloud moved faster and faster, sweeping past the stars one after another. Only after getting closer did one realize that it was not a black cloud, but a fleet of completely sealed battleships. These battleships were entirely black, looking like huge shuttles. Dazzling blue flames were surging on both sides and at the rear of the battleships. It was precisely this flame that allowed the battleships to move as fast as light, without any sound or presence. If someone were here, they would definitely recognize these battleships. Each of these battleships was extremely valuable, and there were actually hundreds of them here. Go through space. An order came from inside the battleships. Yes, connect to the space stone's energy and go through space. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1. Bus, 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 bus. In front of the battleships, the space twisted, forming a horizontal funnel. The battleships rapidly entered and eventually disappeared. In the void of primal chaos, countless faint multicolored lights flickered. These lights were emitted by the huge gems on the exterior of the battleships. The interior of the battleship was extremely luxurious. At the head of the battleship there was a small conference room. Inside, a dozen demons were discussing something. Haha, this time we demons have mobilized an army of 2 million. Sweeping through Elysium will be a cinch. At that time all the resources inside will belong to us demons. The humans inside will also become our slaves. How much wealth would that be? You should know that human women are very popular outside. This amount of wealth is incalculable. Humans have the fastest reproduction rate. Once we sell a batch, we will immediately replenish another batch. We will never be able to sell all of them unless we sell the entire world at once. Who would be so foolish as to sell an entire world? But counting it, this is already the third inhabited world that we have conquered. This time, when we go to Elysium, I must get 100 beautiful human women to be my slaves. Everyone, don't be too happy too early. In ancient times, many races invaded Elysium. Although the people of other races in Elysium have all died, other than us demons, the evil spirit race's forces are still not weak. If we want to dominate the entire Elysium, our chances are not very high. At most, we will take 60 to 70%. The evil spirit race's forces are far inferior to us demons. Giving them 20% is already not bad. I wonder how many troops the evil spirit race will mobilize this time. In another part of the starry sky, there were also 200 battleships flying in the chaos. The demons are very powerful, so they probably won't give us a 60 to 40 split. In my opinion, it's already not bad for the evil spirit race to get 30%. No matter where the demons are, they have always been domineering. I'm just afraid that we won't even get 30%. You guys have never worked with the demons before, so you don't know how domineering they are. No way. We also mobilized 1 million troops this time. Could it be that we can only get 20%? The demons are not 4 times stronger than us, so why should they get 80%? It's still too early to talk about this now. Elysium is not easy to deal with. In ancient times, many of our races mobilized tens of millions of troops, but we still failed to conquer it. Instead, we suffered heavy casualties. It's not too late to talk about this after we conquer Elysium. What's there to be afraid of? The ancient times of Elysium are different from the modern times. Back then they could freely enter and exit their own world. There were many experts and they had the home ground. What about the modern times? They are extremely weak, and our evil spirit race and demons have many experts among them. It will be easy to conquer Elysium. That's true, but even a lion has to use its full strength to capture a rabbit. We can't be careless. Outside the dead end, there was a floating mountain peak. On the mountain peak, many palaces stood. Inside one of the palaces, 3 evil spirit race experts and 6 demons gathered together. Their cultivation bases were all terrifyingly high, all of them at the 5th sky of life and death realm. It should be known that outside of Elysium, the 5th sky of life and death realm was equivalent to 7-star battle power. In the blink of an eye, we've already guarded the entrance of Elysium for more than 90 years. When the 100 years is up, someone will come to replace us. 90 years is just a blink of an eye. We're very lucky. We'll be leaving in a few years, but who would have thought that it would be time for us to invade Elysium again? Yeah, Elysium has fallen, so we can take the opportunity to make some profits. The army should be here soon, right? There's no rush. It'll only be a few days later. Suddenly, the eyes of the leading demons lit up. They're here. Swish. As he spoke, his figure flickered and flew out of the palace, followed by the other 8. Unknowingly, hundreds of puppet battleships had appeared not far away from the floating mountain peak. The battleships on the right were all black and there were 400 of them. The battleships on the left were gray and there were 200 of them. Altogether, there were 600 battleships. Judging from the size of these battleships, each of them could carry 5,000 people. 600 battleships would be 3 million soldiers. The leading battleships opened and dozens of people walked out. Among them, the strongest was at the 5th sky of life and death realm, while the weakest was at the 3rd sky of life and death realm. Everyone, you've worked hard. Haha, it's nothing. It's only 100 years. Although the 9 people guarding the dead end were also at the 5th sky of life and death realm, their strength was much higher than other experts at the same level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to guard the dead end. Blood Rain, I didn't expect to see you this time. Haha, you've been guarding here for more than 90 years, right? Don't worry, as long as we conquer Elysium, we'll definitely get you some treasures. I'll give you as many beauties as you want. The 2 demons seemed to be familiar with each other and they started chatting. This time we'll definitely win. Inside, 3 of our great demon emperors have escaped. They are Lord Troll Emperor, Lord of Fear, and Lord Cursed Demon Emperor. Evil spirit race has suffered a bit this time. Lord Wind Demonic Emperor has been sealed again, leaving only Lord Emperor Einshur. In the invasion of Elysium, Evil Emperor and Demon Emperor were the strongest. Each and every one of them was at the 7th sky of life and death realm. As for 8th sky of life and death realm, it was not that they couldn't come, but the key was that Elysium's suppression was too powerful. The stronger one was, the greater the suppression. 8th sky of life and death realm entering Elysium would only be a bit more powerful than 7th sky of life and death realm. Moreover, it would damage one's foundation. Therefore, apart from the ancient era, no 8th sky of life and death realm would enter Elysium. Once they died, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. After all, being killed by the enemy with one's strongest strength was better than being killed by the enemy with 2 sky of life and death realm. As for 9th sky of life and death realm, don't even think about it. 9th sky of life and death realm was very rare in every race. Not to mention the fact that they were unwilling to come. Even if they were willing, the race's higher-ups wouldn't allow them to come. Chapter 1000. Inside the dead end, puppet battleships shuttled back and forth. The dead end was the entrance to Elysium. Normally, only life and death kings could freely enter and exit. Those below the realm of life and death would be directly annihilated into nothingness. However, with the protection of the puppet battleships, the demons and evil spirits below the realm of life and death would be safe and sound. In a few blinks of an eye, all the puppet battleships arrived in Elysium's starry sky. What a powerful suppressive power. Almost at the same time, everyone felt their realm being suppressed. The 5th layer of life and death realm was suppressed to the 3rd layer of life and death realm, the 3rd layer to the 1st layer of life and death realm, and the 3rd layer to the half-step king realm, while the half-step king realm was suppressed to the peak of late sea of soul realm. The lower the realm, the smaller the suppression. For example, astral reaching realm experts were only suppressed a little. However, invading another world was not as simple as having one's realm suppressed. Because the world's yuan qi in the true spirit world was not suitable for the demon race and evil spirit race, the 2 races could not display their martial arts to the limit. In other words, under the same realm, their battle power was inferior to that of the outside world, and they could only display about 80% of their strength. Not good. My gate is broken. A demon king of demons yelled as the aura on his body leaked out. In the blink of an eye, his realm had dropped from the 3rd layer to the 1st layer. He was originally at the 5th layer, but after being suppressed, his realm had turned into nothingness due to his weak foundation. Even if he were to leave Elysium right now, his realm would only be below the 1st layer. As for the others, after leaving Elysium, their suppressed realm would return, and they would only need to go into seclusion for a while to recover to their peak. Mine is broken as well. There were many from the Tao sect who did not have a solid foundation. More than 40 demons had their cultivation levels plummeted, while nearly 20 evil spirit race members had their cultivation levels plummeted the most. The better ones had their cultivation levels plummeted to the bottom. Damn it, we didn't earn enough in Elysium this time. It's a big loss. A demon king's face was filled with anger. The commander of the demons creased his brows. More than 60 life and death kings of the evil spirit race had their battle power greatly reduced, and some of them had even lost more than half of their battle power. This was not a good sign. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. We, the demons, have brought 1,000 demon kings, and the evil kings of the evil spirit race have nearly 500 as well. Adding Elysium and our demons and evil spirit race's experts, a mere 60 life and death kings is nothing. Who is the commander of my demons this time? Just as the puppet warship passed through the dead end and entered Elysium, a majestic voice rang out. It was as if a mighty god was speaking, and the voice was omnipresent. What a vigorous demonic power! The commander of the evil spirit race was shocked, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. The demons had 3 demon emperors in Elysium, while their evil spirit race only had 1 evil emperor. If he guessed correctly, the speaker should be the Troll Emperor. The Troll Emperor had the demonic bloodline of the demons, and his true body was extremely huge. In the same realm, his demonic power was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. Lord Troll Emperor, I'm Blood Scythe. I'm honored to be the commander this time. The door of the leading demon's puppet warship opened, and a tall figure flew out and said respectfully, "All right, you'll still be the commander. However, the commander is me, the Troll Emperor. You'll have to listen to my orders." The Troll Emperor said without hesitation, "Yes." The Blood-Scythe Demon King was not surprised. He was only a temporary commander, and after arriving in Elysium, he still had to listen to the strongest. After the Troll Emperor spoke, Emperor Einshur did not want to be left behind. He asked who the commander of the evil spirit race was. Different from the Troll Emperor's mighty voice, Emperor Einshur's voice was extremely mysterious and pervasive. It was as if a venomous snake had drilled into one's ear and hissed, making one's scalp go numb. The commander of the evil spirit race was a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. He was called the Eagle Demon King. He walked out and paid his respects to Emperor Einshur. The evil altar of the evil spirit race is sealed in the number 1 king level forbidden ground of the Blood Sky continent, the Evil Mace. As long as 72 evil kings join forces to activate the summoning altar technique, the evil altar will be able to break free and be used by the evil spirit race, Emperor Einshur said. The Eagle Demon King said, "Rest assured, Lord Evil Emperor. This time, our evil spirit race has sent 500 evil kings, and there are more than 100 who are proficient in the summoning altar technique. Alright, as long as the evil altar appears, we will be able to unceasingly replenish our evil power without worrying about exhausting it." Emperor Einshur smiled coldly. In Elysium, evil chi was sparse. It was fine for a short war, but for a long war, the evil altar was required to gather evil chi. Troll Emperor will be going first. I hope you can bite the hard bone that is the true spirit continent. Turning his head, Emperor Einshur said to the Troll Emperor. The Troll Emperor smiled. The true spirit continent is hard to bite, and the Sky Sword continent is not to be trifled with either. I'm just afraid that your evil spirit race will suffer a setback. The two had already come to an agreement. The evil spirit race would attack the Sky Sword continent, while the demons would attack the true spirit continent. As for the Blood Sky continent, there were no more experts left. All the astral-reaching realm and above experts had gathered in the true spirit continent and the Sky Sword continent. Haha, then let's see who succeeds first. Emperor Einshur didn't care. He brought the numerous evil kings of the evil spirit race in 200 puppet battleships and left. Lord Troll Emperor, where are we going first? The evil spirit race has the evil altar, and we, the demons, also have a demonic power source. Let's go to the chaotic demon ocean first. The Troll Emperor waved his hand and said loudly, "Let's go." The chaotic demon ocean had long since been emptied. All the demonic humans had migrated away. In the depths of the ocean, a black light suddenly rushed toward the surface. Bang! Water splashed everywhere as a tall and perfect body broke out of the water. She had a long neck like a swan, a slender waist and extremely long legs. However, she didn't give off a weak feeling. On the contrary, she seemed to be a combination of strength and beauty. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, reaching down to her buttocks. What a pity that the demons have come. Otherwise, I would have been able to cultivate to the 3rd layer of life and death realm. The beautiful woman raised her head and gazed at the sky. At the same time, the Troll Emperor, who was passing through the 3rd layer of Elysium, also saw her. This aura? The Troll Emperor revealed a pensive expression. What a miracle. She actually has the bloodline of the Dark Demoness. I, the Troll Emperor, am truly fortunate. Terrifying laughter reverberated throughout the heaven and earth. The Troll Emperor made a grabbing motion, and the sky suddenly darkened. A huge demonic hand shrouded over the beautiful woman like a sky-blotting shadow. Wow! The beautiful woman's complexion didn't change. Behind her, a pair of huge wings unfolded. They weren't bat wings but the demonic wings which were even more powerful and filled with power. The space shattered, and the beautiful woman's figure flickered, streaking toward True Spirit Continent like a black lightning bolt. Her speed was so fast that it almost reached the level of short-distance teleportation. "Where do you think you're going?" The Troll Emperor roared, and the sky-blotting demonic hand chased after the beautiful woman. Unfortunately, the beautiful woman's speed wasn't much slower than the demonic hand. Adding on the fact that the further they went, the weaker the Troll Emperor's control over the demonic hand was, making it even harder for him to catch up. It's the bloodline of the Dark Demoness. The cursed Demon Emperor's eyes brightened, and his breathing quickened. "If I were you, I wouldn't have any ideas about her." The Lord of Fear disdainfully glanced at the cursed Demon Emperor. "You." The cursed Demon Emperor was enraged. However, when the Troll Emperor's gaze swept over, he immediately shut his mouth. The Troll Emperor's gaze was extremely vicious. As long as he said one more word, the latter would most likely tear him apart. Calming his surging emotions, the Troll Emperor coldly ordered, "Unseal the demonic power source with all your strength. I want to kill my way to True Spirit Continent in the shortest time possible." Yes. Numerous demon kings dove into the seabed, heading toward the center of the demonic power ripples. True Spirit Continent, Falling Dust Sword Sect. Hum. A sky-rending sword soared into the sky. A beam of crimson sword chi shot out of the sword-crafting peak like a soaring dragon, circling around the peak. Master's Supreme Grade Sword is about to be completed. On the Spirit Cloud Peak, Dongfang Bai's face lit up. What a frightening sword intent. Lung Xinghan could feel that this sword was different from other swords. This sword was like a god of death. Merely the sword intent it emitted had the bearing of slaughtering gods and demons. With Big Brother here, Elysium will surely defeat the foreign races. Yi Xian and the rest were full of confidence in Yi Chen. In the cave beneath the sword-crafting peak, Yi Chen stretched out his palm and tightly grasped the hilt of the blood-red longsword. The blood-red longsword let out a long cry, and waves of frightening sword energy were emitted. It was as if he was not holding a sword, but a bloodthirsty creature. At the same time, Yi Chen's aura expanded uncontrollably. "It's finally finished." Letting out a sigh of relief, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. The supreme grade materials used for this sword were the best in Yi Chen's possession. Apart from the most basic star iron, there was also the Death Chi iron, the Blood Demon Emperor's Blood Demon Crystal, and the supreme grade Fire Cloud Stone essence from the Fire Emperor. Of course, the most precious was the Crimson Copper essence gifted to Yi Chen by the Spirit Pill King. The Crimson Copper essence was ranked second among the top 10 miraculous metals. It had the miraculous effect of fusing all metals into one. Whether it was the star power contained in the star iron, the death chi contained in the death chi iron, the blood demon power contained in the blood demon crystal, or the fire energy contained in the fire cloud stone essence, they were all fused together by the crimson copper essence. There would not be a chaotic feeling of power, and they were completely fused together, turning into a completely new power. Yi Chen called it the crimson power. "You've just been born after sensing the foreign race's aura. I'll call you the demon slaughtering sword." The grade of the demon slaughtering sword exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. Perhaps it was because the crimson copper essence was truly incredible, or perhaps it was because it was completed during the foreign race's great calamity, or perhaps it was because Yi Chen had imprinted the destruction sword intent into the demon slaughtering sword every day. The grade of this sword had exceeded the peak of the supreme grade. It was impressively a supreme grade treasure sword. Chapter 1001. Generally speaking, low supreme grade artifacts were ordinary supreme grade artifacts, mid supreme grade artifacts were relatively powerful, and high supreme grade artifacts were extremely famous. In the future, even if Yi Chen were no longer around, he and his sword would continue to be passed down, becoming a legend. Holding the demon slaughtering sword in his hand, Yi Chen could feel his sword aura instantly increase. The destruction sword intent contained within the sword had even fused with his own. Although it still hadn't reached the 7th step, it had already reached the limit of the 6th step, pulling away from the immortal sword intent by a large margin. Pouring Jin Yuan into the sword, Yi Chen closed his eyes and entered the state of one with the sword, familiarizing himself with the sword's power. In the distance of the fallen dust sword sect, a black light streaked through the sky. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the black light was still very far away, but in the blink of an eye, it had already stopped outside the sect's great protective array. The light faded, revealing a tall and beautiful woman with the demonic wings on her back. Soundlessly, an opening appeared on the great protective array. The beautiful woman's brows twitched, and without making any movements, her figure flickered and entered. "Ching, you're out." The first to arrive was the Demon Flower Emperor. Currently, all the demonic humans in the chaotic demon ocean were in the Fallen Dust Sword sect. Yichen had given them 5 mountains. In any case, the Fallen Dust Sword sect had 27 mountains, so there was still a lot to spare. "Master." The beautiful woman was precisely Murong Qingqing, who had been in seclusion for many years. "Let me see. Impressive. You've actually reached the peak of the second sky of life and death realm, the same as Yichen. Worthy of the dark demoness bloodline." The Demon Flower Emperor carefully sized up Murong Qingqing, and a happy expression appeared on his face. Adding Murong Qingqing, there were 3 people in Elysium who could condense a Dao gate. Xuanho's realm was a bit lower, at the peak of the first sky of life and death realm. Yichen and Murong Qingqing were both at the peak of the second sky. I also took advantage of a loophole. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to condense a Dao gate in Elysium. Murong Qingqing was very clear that the reason she could condense the gate was not because of her talent, but because she had found a loophole. In the chaotic demonic seabed, the closer one got to the source of the demonic power fluctuations, the weaker the laws of true spirit world became. By the time she reached the source of the demonic power fluctuations, there were no longer any laws of true spirit world. Thus, she could break through to the peak of second layer life and death realm in one go. Of course, this was also thanks to her dark demoness bloodline. If it were the demonic flower emperor, she wouldn't dare approach the source of the demonic power fluctuations, fearing that she would be assimilated by the terrifying demonic power. "Murong." A clear voice resounded. Murong Qingqing's body stiffened and she raised her head. Yichen, with 2 swords hanging on his left waist, flew over from Sword Forging Peak. The sect protecting array was opened by him, and the way he addressed her hadn't changed for so many years. Although Qingqing called him more intimately, Murong represented the past, and also represented the difference between their relationship. "Yichen." Murong Qingqing's voice was somewhat trembling. The two had been separated for so many years. Many times she had wanted to come out of seclusion to see him. However, thinking of the great calamity of the alien races, she knew that if she didn't have enough strength, she would only be a burden. Therefore, she had forcibly endured her yearning for the day when she could fight shoulder to shoulder with him, sharing life and death together. The long years, months and days had not diluted her feelings. On the contrary, it had deeply branded Yi Chen's image in her soul. Murong Qingqing's figure was very tall, and she had already reached the space between Yi Chen's eyebrows. Extending her hand, Yi Chen pulled her into his embrace and breathed in the fragrance of her hair. Nestled in Yi Chen's embrace, Murong Qingqing felt very at ease. The dark witch bloodline that was still somewhat uncontrollable also seemed to have calmed down a lot. Cough, cough, cough. Demon Flower Emperor turned around and coughed a few times. Yi Chen let go of Murong Qingqing and smiled. "Senior Demon Flower Emperor, I and Murong haven't seen each other for many years, so I couldn't help myself. Please don't take offense." Demon Flower Emperor was a bit speechless. If not for the fact that she still had some matters to ask Murong Qingqing, she might have immediately retreated to avoid the awkwardness. Clearing her throat, she said, "Qingqing, you said that the pure demonic power and demonic rules there are enough for you to advance to the third sky of life and death realm and come out early. Could it be?" Murong Qingqing said with a dignified expression. "Yes, the demons have come. The leading demons probably already have 7-star battle strength, and their demonic power is boundless. A casual attack from them gives me a feeling that I can't block it." Dark Witch bloodline was extraordinary. In terms of cultivation, she seemed to have an extremely frightening talent. Moreover, the source of the demonic power was boundless, and its purity was comparable to the third sky of life and death realm. Because of this, she dared to say that she had full confidence in cultivating to the third sky of life and death realm. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late and couldn't make another breakthrough. The demons have come? Yi Chen wasn't surprised. With his soul power, he had long since sensed the peculiar aura fluctuations of heaven and earth. Murong Qingqing was merely confirming it. As expected. Demon Flower Emperor faintly nodded. Chaotic demonic ocean was a blessed place for demons, allowing them to replenish their demonic power at a faster rate. The reason why they abandoned it was because the demonic human clan couldn't defend it. Moreover, since Yi Chen had taken control of Elysium, the demonic human clan already had a path of retreat. Otherwise, there would only be two outcomes if they stayed there. One was to betray Elysium and join the demons, and the other was to rather die than submit and be annihilated by the demons. Neither was what the Demon Flower Emperor wished to see. If my guess is not wrong, the ones attacking True Spirit Continent should be the demons. We have to take precautions and inform everyone. In the ancient era, there had only been one main battlefield, which was the undivided True Spirit Continent. But now there were two battlefields, the True Spirit Continent and the Sky Sword Continent. The Blood Sky Continent had been abandoned a long time ago, since it was too weak to split its power into three parts. Compared to the True Spirit Continent, the Blood Sky Continent was still a lot weaker. However, the Sky Sword Continent had the Sky Sword, which gathered all of the sword chi in the world. Sword artists fighting there would have the home advantage. Of course, if the demons and evil spirit race wanted to join hands to attack a continent, it would be impossible. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, everyone had spent countless materials and supreme-grade spirit stones to build several large-scale teleportation arrays on the two continents, which could transport them over in a split second. And Yi Qin faintly nodded and said, "Let me see how many demonic race troops there are." "Right, use your soul eyes." Demon Flower Emperor and Murong Qingqing looked at Yi Qin. Facing the direction of chaotic demonic ocean, Yi Qin's forehead suddenly split open, and a silver vertical eye appeared. In the next moment, countless phantoms appeared in Yi Qin's line of sight. As far as his eyes could see, there was a boundless ocean. Soon Yi Qin saw chaotic demonic ocean. "This is puppet battleships?" Yi Qin's expression was extremely solemn. In the sky above the chaotic demonic ocean, 400 puppet battleships were floating. These puppet battleships were hundreds of meters long, and according to the scale, each battleship could accommodate 5,000 to 6,000 people. Other than that, there were three figures outside the battleship that attracted Yi Qin's attention. One was a majestic middle-aged man who was more than 5 meters tall, and his aura was as terrifying as the ocean. The other was a bald-headed demon with a ferocious gaze, and the ferocious aura on them was almost tangible. Due to the special nature of the soul eyes, Yi Qin could even see countless figures struggling within the ferocious aura, as if they were ghosts that would never be reincarnated. They were mournful and fearful. The last one was a withered, yellow-haired, extremely ugly demon. When he smiled, he revealed a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. Without any reason, Yi Qin felt enmity towards this person from the bottom of his heart. Although this person's aura was not as ferocious as the bald-headed demons, his aura was extremely vicious. "What's wrong?" Demon Flower Emperor saw Yi Qin's ugly expression and asked. "Look." Yi Qin waved his hand. In the void, the power of space condensed and a 5-colored light screen appeared. On the light screen, the scene Yi Qin saw appeared. 400 puppet battleships. This is really troublesome. Demon Flower Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. Murong Qingqing's brows also couldn't help but crease. At that time, all her attention was on the Troll Emperor, so she didn't notice so many battleships. There's actually someone spying on us from so far away. In the chaotic demonic ocean, Cursed Demon Emperor sensed something and glanced in the direction of True Spirit Continent. Someone is spying on us. They should be using some kind of treasure, right? The Lord of Fear guessed. "You're looking down on me, Cursed Demon Emperor." The Cursed Demon Emperor possessed curse power, so he was extremely sensitive to spying, and even more sensitive to hostility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to live to this day unscathed. Evil haunting curse. Following the Cursed Demon Emperor's incantation, an incorporeal curse aura dispersed in the void, following Yi Qin's gaze and returning to its source. In the falling dust sword sect millions of li away, Yi Qin's head swayed slightly, and his soul eyes operation was immediately interrupted. Sensing his aura, the 5-colored light screen in the void shattered as well. The last scene was the Cursed Demon Emperor's eyes filled with malice, piercing straight into the depths of one's soul. If an ordinary person saw this gaze, they would immediately die of fear. Life and death kings without a strong mental state would also have endless nightmares, and their mental state would be exhausted. However, no matter how powerful the gaze was, it was not as powerful as a direct curse. Right now Yi Qin was cursed. "On your body." Murong Qingqing was startled. In her vision, countless evil spirits drilled out of Yi Qin's body. These evil spirits seemed to have taken root in Yi Qin's body, wanting to devour his flesh and blood. Strangely, Murong Qingqing could see it, but the Demon Flower Emperor couldn't. What a powerful curse power. Yi Qin activated the Destruction Sword Intent and Immortal Sword Intent, but it was hard to remove them. This curse power had already reached a certain level, and it was almost impossible to save the victim. Holding the demon-slaughtering sword with his right hand, Yi Chen slightly pulled it out. Whoosh! A gust of wind rose as a frightening sword intent exploded from Yi Chen's body. The formless curse power was immediately shaken out, turning into nothingness. Chapter 1002. The curse is gone. The cursed demon emperor could clearly sense that he had lost control of the ghost haunt curse. Curses were illusory and untraceable. The only thing that could remove curses was martial will. Soul power attacks were useless. Of course, apart from martial will, there were also some special treasures that could remove curses. Do you know who it is? The Lord of Fear asked. It's Yi Chen, and there's a human demon with the dark witch's bloodline beside him. With the feedback of the curse power, the cursed demon emperor already knew who was spying on him. This demon can actually use my gaze as a channel to transmit the curse. Even with my destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent, it's difficult to remove it at once. Only by combining it with the sharp aura of the demon slayer sword can it be effective. Yi Chen's expression was very serious. He was not afraid of the opponent's curse, but it didn't mean that others were not. If the opponent was allowed to use it in a battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if this kind of person's strength hadn't reached the 7-star level, his threat had already reached the 7-star level. Such a powerful curse? Although the Demon Flower Emperor didn't see the image of the ghost haunt just now, he could sense that Yi Chen was filled with an ominous aura. Murong Qingqing frowned and said, although I don't really understand the principle of the curse, my dark witch's bloodline is very sensitive in this aspect. The way the curse spreads seems to be through telepathy. Yes and no. Yi Chen shook his head and said, telepathy is only an external phenomenon. To be more precise, curses are soul poisons that take root in the soul. There is a saying, believe it, don't believe it, don't have it. Once the curse takes root in the soul, your subconscious will believe it to be true, even if you say you don't believe it. As for the ways of transmission, there are many. As long as there is a slight connection, there is a chance of being cursed. For example, eye contact, body contact. Some people are cursed without even knowing it, but it will still be a horrifying disaster, because their souls have already sunk into it without them knowing. The human world was a big dye vat and the soul was full of dust. One day, when the soul was crystal clear and free from the dust, there would be no disasters and the so-called curses would be nothing more than floating clouds. It was naturally impossible for Yi Chen's soul to reach this level, so he had to rely on his sword intent to expel it. This devil must be the first to die. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a fiery killing intent. He was sure that if he didn't kill the cursed demon emperor first, Elysium would fall completely. I'll help you. Murong Qingqing also felt that the threat of the cursed demon emperor was far greater than the other demons. The demon's invasion into Elysium was no longer a secret. All the astral-reaching and above martial artists knew about it. Ocean gazing was a very small region on the border of eastern and southern regions. Nowadays, the ordinary people who had been living in ocean gazing for generations had all migrated away. Those who remained were basically astral-reaching experts and Sea of Soul realm experts. Every day, a large number of astral-reaching experts and Sea of Soul realm experts would rush over. The reason why so many astral-reaching and Sea of Soul realm martial artists were gathered here was because this place would become a battlefield that would decide the future of Elysium. The true spirit continent was incomparably vast. If the demons wanted to take over the continent, they wouldn't be able to kill wherever they went. A mere 2 million army would be nothing more than a drop of water in the ocean. Even if they killed until the next year, they wouldn't be able to kill all the high-level martial artists of the continent. Therefore, as long as the continent decided to set the battlefield as the ocean gazing, the demons would definitely do so. Since the ancient times, the battles between Elysium and the alien races would always be set in one place. If one side was defeated, the battlefront would be stretched out until it covered the whole world. Lynch, let's see who can kill more demons this time. On top of a small hill in the ocean gazing, dozens of people were gathered. These people were from the Windy Nation and they were not very old. Judging from their appearance, they didn't seem to be more than 30 years old. The one who spoke was Qin Haoran from the Falling Dust Sword Master. His current cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of Life and Death Challenge. In the entire Windy Nation, besides the only Life and Death Realm warrior Yi Chen, there was only one other person who could compete with him, and that was North Snow Martial School's Lynch. If it is a battle, I might not be able to beat you. But, in terms of killing, you are not as good as me. Lynch said with his arms crossed in front of his chest. That might not be the case. Zhang Haoran laughed. Hey you two, don't treat us like we don't exist. After all, I used to be stronger than you two. Lu Han's Han, who was standing next to North Snow young Master Su Wen, said helplessly. You. How old are you? Why are you still fighting for this? Not far away, Zhu Mei, who was talking with a couple of women, teased her husband. The two had been married for many years. Even if they were to die, they would die together. There was no reason for them to risk their lives for others while they hid in a corner and tried to survive. Of course there were people like that. But these cowards would live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. They would lose their dignity and the essence of a martial artist. Brother Zhang, let's have a battle as well. Let's see if you can kill more Sea of Souls realm demons or I can kill more astral reaching realm demons. Yi Xian walked over with a smile on his face. Zhang Haoran shook his head and said with a bit of worry, I really don't know why your brother would let you come. As a second-level life and death challenge warrior, Zhang Haoran had the ability to protect himself so he would not be killed in a short period of time. On the other hand, Yi Xian was only at early astral reaching realm, which could be considered as cannon fodder. Allowing Yi Xian to come would not be a big deal, but Yi Xiaoxiao had also come. This little girl had never killed anyone before, so she was very kind. Yi Xian said seriously, my brother said that without the determination to die, there is no hope of winning. Hearing him, everyone on the hill went silent. Indeed, since the demons dared to come, they must have a high chance of winning. If they did not have the determination to die, then they should not have come. They were just talking and laughing before to relieve the pressure. The determination to die? The former Emerald Prince, Zhuang Fei, raised his head and looked at the sky. Yi Qin, the little genius from back then, had left him behind since a long time ago. However, as time went by, he had matured and forgotten a lot of things. He believed that Yi Qin had forgotten him as well. Originally, they would not have any interaction in this life. However, this battle had connected them together because they were both fighting for Elysium. Leader, why don't we also compete to see who can kill more people? On the side, the former Palm Absolute, Lu Wuxiang, smiled and said to Zhuang Fei, Sure. Zhuang Fei also smiled, his face glowing. Isn't that Sister Ji? Lu Wuxiang's gaze fell on the corner of the hill. There, a lonely figure was standing there. It was the former disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Ji Shuiyan. She had left the Emerald Martial Palace a long time ago, and no one knew where she went. Don't disturb her. Perhaps she just wants to see someone. Maybe she just wants to free herself. Zhuang Fei shook his head, stopping Lu Wuxiang from going over to greet her. Smiling bitterly, Lu Wuxiang did not go over. Zhang Haoran, Luo Han's Han, Zhu Mei and the others also saw Ji Shuiyan. They all knew about the things that happened between Yi Chen and Ji Shuiyan. They could only sigh at the impermanence of the world. This child, after so many years, she is still alone. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing also came. Shen Yuqing's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but walk over. Snow Goose. Shen Yuqing reached out his hand and gently held Ji Shuiyan in his arms. Ji Shuiyan didn't struggle, she said with a trembling voice, Aunt Qing. Good girl, I thought I would never see you again. Shen Yuqing couldn't help but shed tears. Raising her head, Ji Shuiyan's eyes were wet. Don't you blame me? You are still young. Speaking of which, your mother and I are also at fault. We shouldn't have arranged the engagement between you and Chenair. If we didn't do that, you and Chenair might have ended up together instead. Back then Shen Yuqing was indeed very angry. He felt that Yi Chen had been humiliated. However, as time went by, all that was left were the beautiful memories. Speaking of which, Ji Shuiyan wasn't a bad person. She just did something inappropriate at the wrong time. There was no reason for her to carry that burden for the rest of her life because of one mistake. Aunt Qing, I have already thought it through. You don't have to worry about me. Ji Shuiyan smiled. Her eyes were a little absent-minded. In her mind, images of Yi Chen kept appearing. She never knew that a 14 or 15-year-old boy could be so mature. In front of him she was so childish. Perhaps it was because of this that she couldn't let go? It's good that you have thought it through. Everything is in the past. Now let's fight for Elysium together. More and more high-level warriors gathered at the ocean-gazing region. Although they weren't gathered together, waves of powerful aura still caused the clouds in the sky to change. Many of Yi Chen's acquaintances had arrived. Tua Baku, Li Daoxian, Bing Ling, Yan Qihua, Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan from the Southern Region Martial Tea Gathering, Hai Weiyao from the Sky Martial Region, as well as some people who had grudges with Yi Chen, such as Xikong Sheng. There were too many of them. They had witnessed Yi Chen's growth, and they had interacted with Yi Chen for a period of time. Whether it was grudges or hatred, everyone had temporarily forgotten about it. Right now they were all fighting for Elysium, fighting for themselves. Bus. In the sky, the figures of life and death kings started to appear. 1, 2, 3, more and more life and death kings appeared. Below, everyone's gazes couldn't help but fall on them. The final outcome of this battle would still be decided by the life and death kings. If the life and death kings of Elysium lost, then no matter how they struggled, they would not be able to escape the fate of being enslaved. Bus. 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 Another 3 figures appeared, standing in front of all the life and death kings. The one in the middle seemed to have become the center of the world the moment he appeared, because everyone was paying attention to him. Even the life and death kings were no exception. He was very young, only in his early 20s. However, unknowingly he had become the spiritual pillar of Elysium. His legendary glory made him have no choice but to shoulder the pressure of the entire world. He was Yi Qin. Chapter 1003. Yi Qin, I didn't expect that we would have the chance to fight side by side. Following Yi Qin's arrival, the kings of the younger generation appeared one after another. The one who spoke was a green-robed young man with a pair of sharp and narrow eyes and a hint of evilness. Lu Wujian, long time no see. Yi Qin smiled faintly. This person was none other than Lu Wujian of West Ocean Sword Sect. Of course, he was no longer West Ocean Sword Sect, but West Ocean Sword King. Unfortunately, Snow Sword of Gojoseon is in Sky Sword Continent. Otherwise, I'd like to see who is the second sword artist of this era. Lu Wujian had already given up on the idea of competing with Yi Qin. It was not because he had lost his fighting spirit, but because he felt that he was biting off more than he could chew. Whether it was Snow Sword of Gojoseon or Star Sword King, they were both stronger than him, not to mention Sword King Yi Qin, who was at the peak of his power. West Ocean Sword King, with your current strength, you are still quite lacking compared to Snow Sword of Gojoseon. In the distance, Chu Zhongtian flew over with a domineering aura and laughed heartily. Oh, so it's Celestial Dipper King. Lu Wujian turned his head and sized up Chu Zhongtian. The most famous person in Elysium right now was naturally Yi Qin. Below Yi Qin were the 4 kings of the new generation. These 4 kings were Dugu Blade King Dugu Ju, Snow Sword of Gojoseon Yi Shuehan, Celestial Dipper King Chu Zhongtian, and Bright Moon King Dantai Mingyue. Among them, Dugu Ju's title was the surname of Dugu clan. Yi Shuehan's Marquis Sword Snow had changed from Marquis to King. Chu Zhongtian's previous title was Astral Spirit Son, but he didn't like his king title being Astral Spirit King, so he changed it to Celestial Dipper King. As for Dantai Mingyue's title, she took her own name. The 4 kings weren't a collective name. They only represented the first tier's new generation kings. Below the 4 kings were the second tier's new generation kings. There were quite a few of them, such as Star Sword King Wei Tianxian, Sword Formation King Bu Qingyun, Blue Phoenix King Yen Fengfeng, White Snow King Bai Wuxue, Wild Goose Sword King Lu Xiaoyu, West Ocean Sword King Lu Wujian, Sky King Jiang Tian, Demonic Blade Queen Lan Sanmei, and so on. There were simply too many of them. The first tier only had 4, while the second tier had more than 30. As long as they were geniuses who had entered the life and death realm in recent years, they would all be in these 2 tiers. Celestial Dipper King Chu Zhongtian was someone Lu Wujian didn't put in his eyes at all. However, he didn't expect that the higher his realm, the more frightening his battle strength would be. From being inconspicuous at the beginning, he had now become one of the 4 kings. Perhaps only Elysium's unrivaled Yi Qin could compare to him. Well said. Chu Zhongtian's red hair was eye-catching like a blood-colored flame. Swish, swish. Just as the 2 were talking, the white-haired Dugu Ju and the moon-white gowned Dantai Mingyue arrived together. After entering the life and death realm, Dugu Ju was brimming with a frightening aura that kept strangers away. However, his eyes were clear and translucent, like a pair of blue waves. They were like a long and narrow blade that had just been washed in ice water, flickering with a cold light without any impurities. Anyone who came into contact with this cold light would immediately feel their soul being sliced apart. Dantai Mingyue, on the other hand, didn't have this kind of sharp aura. She was like the omnipresent moonlight, gentle and bright, not giving off any pressure. At the same time, no one could sense her specific location. It was as if she herself was condensed from moonlight and had no physical form. Dugu Ju, it seems like you've already made your preparations. Yi Qin glanced at the 2 of them. Naturally. This battle will be very bitter. Any one of us can die. I hope you won't be careless. Dugu Ju was very powerful, but compared to Chu Zhongtian, Dugu Ju was more likely to die. This was because Chu Zhongtian possessed the evil spirit body, which gave him an extremely powerful physical defense. His protective astral yuan was also not something ordinary people could break. Yi Qin didn't wish for Dugu Ju to die in this battle, which would be a huge loss for Elysium. Many thanks for the reminder. Although I've already made up my mind to die, anyone who wants to kill me will have to pay with their lives. Duguju could sense Yi Chen's sincerity, and his expression softened somewhat. Next, Sky King Jiang Tian also came. Speaking of which, Jiang Tian and the Air Emperor all had some grudges with Yi Chen, but Yi Chen didn't care about it anymore. This was not only because of the impending battle, but also because there was no need to care about those small grudges, as long as they didn't provoke him in the future. Yi Chen, the woman standing with Andy has been looking at you. Murong Qingqing said to Yi Chen. I know. With Yi Chen's sensitivity to gazes, how could he not notice Ji Shuiyan? The past is like smoke, gone with the wind. Do you want to know who she is? Yi Chen didn't tell her about this. I don't want to know. Murong Qingqing smiled and shook her head. Let's hope she can survive. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen silently flicked his finger toward Ji Shuiyan. A bean-sized blue crystal shot into Ji Shuiyan's forehead at a speed that even his soul power couldn't detect. On top of the small mountain, Ji Shuiyan seemed to be in a daze. She felt as if something had appeared in her mind, but nothing seemed to have happened. In the end, she thought it was because of the pressure. The size of the sea gazing was much smaller than the South Rudra region. It was no more than 2 million miles wide, which was equivalent to the size of a few big countries. As time passed, more and more high-level warriors gathered at the sea gazing. From hundreds of thousands, it had increased to nearly 1 million. It was a sea of people. Meanwhile, the number of life and death kings in the sky had also exceeded 500. On the True Spirit continent, there were about 100 human kings alone. Adding the newly added human kings in the recent years, there were about 120 of them. The Blood Sky continent's human kings had been divided. A small portion had entered the Sky Sword continent, and the remaining 2/3 had arrived at the True Spirit continent. As for the human kings from the ocean, there were about 50 of them. Altogether, there were about 200 of them. These were the human kings. The beast kings had more than 300 of them. More than 500 life and death kings and nearly 1 million astral reaching and Sea of Soul realm warriors were a frightening force. However, Yi Chen knew that compared to the demon race army, it was still too little. Each of the 400 puppet battleships could carry about 5,000 demons. Adding them together, it would be an army of 2 million, which was twice as much as the previous one. In the war between nations, it was not a myth to win with a small number. A sneak attack might be able to take out a large portion of the enemy's strength. However, in the war between high-level warriors, it was almost impossible to win with a small number. Trying to sneak attack would be suicide. Therefore, they could only fight fair and square, using blood to pave the way for their teammates. The young kings and the old kings all looked toward the southwest with a solemn expression. That was the direction the demon army would be coming from. 1 day passed and no one had touched a drop of water. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. The 4th day, the first to arrive were not the demons but 2 life and death kings. If the demons want to occupy the True Spirit continent, they'll have to ask me, Jailer, first. The aura of these 2 was incomparably powerful, much more powerful than even Su King. Master. Prison King's face revealed an ecstatic expression. This person was none other than the leader of the prison gate, Jailer. He himself had also inherited Jailer's legacy. At the same time, some very old life and death kings recognized the 2. Of these 2, the tall and sturdy old man was the once glorious figure of the prison gate, Jailer, and the white-haired old man was the leader of the void gate, Void Ancestor. When they faded out of sight, it was said that they already had 6-star battle strength. Hundreds of years had passed, and their strength had not improved at all. Great. With the return of Void Ancestor and Jailer, our overall strength has increased by a lot. Through word of mouth, everyone came to know the 2's identity. Especially when they found out that these 2 already had 6-star battle power hundreds of years ago, they were all extremely excited. It should be known that among them, apart from Yi Chen, who was extremely unfathomable, there was almost no one with 6-star battle power. This was what made them feel the most despair. Now that they had 2 such powerful kings, how could they not be happy? 6-star battle strength? Yi Chen looked over. In fact, everyone knew that he was not the only one with 6-star battle strength. In the past few years, Xianhou had made enormous progress. Apart from spending some of her energy on seals, she spent most of her energy on increasing her strength. Adding her realm, which had reached the peak of the first layer of life and death realm, her battle strength had already reached 6-star. Apart from that, Murong Qingqing, who had reached the peak of the second layer of life and death realm and had the bloodline of dark, which also had 6-star battle strength. This point had been personally verified by Yi Chen. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't believe that Su King hadn't made any progress in the past few years. In a few years Yi Chen's strength could increase by more than 10 times. For Su King to increase by 2 or 3 times wouldn't be surprising. As for the other titled monarchs with high-grade 5-star battle strength, they should also have close to 6-star battle strength. Yi Chen didn't know the exact strength of Duguju, Chu Zhongtian, and Dantai Mingyue. However, from the strength they had displayed recently, he could tell that they were all high-grade 5-star battle strength. After all, they had been in life and death realm for a year or two. When Yi Chen entered life and death realm, he was able to defeat Su King within a year. These people's talent was only slightly inferior to his. Moreover, they were all preparing for a great battle. You're Yi Chen? Void Ancestor sized up Yi Chen at the front. Not bad. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Very good. There's finally a peerless character among the younger generation. There's still hope for this war. Void Ancestor was the previous generation's Void Sect Master, and his eyesight was extremely sharp. However, he couldn't see through Yi Chen. This meant that the latter's strength was not inferior to his, and might even surpass him. This kid can't be underestimated. Jailer also noticed that Yi Chen was different from the masses. From the fact that he could stand at the front without anyone questioning him, it was clear that everyone was convinced of his strength. This girl doesn't seem simple. Shifting their attention from Yi Chen, their gazes fell on Murong Qingqing. Just as they were about to speak, a layer of black suddenly appeared in the horizon. It was a huge puppet battleship. As the puppet battleship appeared, a suffocating aura swept over. Chapter 1004. The demons are here. The battle had yet to begin, but a horrifying aura had already filled the air. Everyone knew that this battle was unavoidable. For the safety of their families, for the independence of Elysium, and for their descendants to not be enslaved, they could only fight. If they did, they would become sinners. In their ears, they seemed to hear the screams of their descendants. This made their hearts tighten and their eyes turn red. Fight to the death. It was unknown who was the first to yell. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Roars of anger rang out one after another until everyone was yelling in unison. The roar of millions of high-level warriors tore apart the astonishing sky, the extreme void, and even the zenith sky started to shake. For a moment, silver lightning streaked across the sky. Hurricanes, snow, burning clouds, torrential rain. All sorts of phenomena appeared in the sky of the endless ocean. It was as if even the heavens were angry. The horrifying aura did not scare off the demon army. The huge black battleships continued to advance at a constant speed, eventually stopping at the edge of the endless ocean. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cabin doors opened and figures flew out one after another. Among these figures, the shortest one was close to 3 meters tall, and some were more than 5 meters tall. There were even some that were more than 100 meters tall. They were not ordinary demons but demon kings who had stepped into the life and death realm. As for their numbers, they were close to 1,000. Nearly 1,000 demon kings appeared in front of the battleships, led by 3 demons with the most powerful aura. Suddenly, a huge rhombus-shaped crystal was thrown down, creating a crater on the ground. It was a black rhombus-shaped crystal that was as big as a small island. Both sides of the crystal were wrapped in bronze metal, and the surface of the metal was engraved with countless patterns. Each time it flickered, a huge amount of demonic power would be released. After being diluted, the demonic power would turn into dense demonic chi. Almost in the blink of an eye, the surrounding 100 li had been corroded by the demonic chi. Although one could still see, it had become dark and gloomy, and even sunlight could not shine in. It was like an extremely gloomy sky that was rarely seen in 100 years. However, it was even more gloomy than a gloomy sky. Apart from demonic chi, no other natural yuan chi could exist inside. This is? Yi Chen, Murong Qingqing, and the Demon Flower Emperor narrowed their eyes. This black rhombus-shaped crystal was obviously something from the depths of the Chaos Demon Sea. They didn't expect that the other party would actually bring it over. This was turning the ocean gazing into their home field. It's really dangerous this time. The Demon Flower Emperor said word by word. Regardless of whether we have it or not, this war will be extremely dangerous. It can be said that there is only a slim chance of survival. We can only fight to the death. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen calmed down. The others also noticed the black diamond-shaped crystal and the strange phenomenon caused by the crystal. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. They didn't think that the demons would do anything that wasn't good for them. Judging from the effect of the black diamond-shaped crystal, this thing would definitely allow the demons to recover their magic power faster, and they wouldn't run out of magic power. Of course, even though they had a bad premonition in their hearts, no one retreated. Before they came, they were already prepared to die. The appearance of the black rhombus-shaped crystal not only made them feel bitter in their hearts, but it also aroused their unyielding fighting spirit. It's really interesting. I actually don't feel the slightest bit of fear. The Lord of Fear was very sensitive to the fear in people's hearts. However, what surprised him was that these people didn't show any fear, as if they already had nothing to fear. This is just on the surface. When we display our overwhelming strength, they will know what fear is. The cursed demon emperor chuckled and looked around. Soon his eyes lit up. There were actually so many beauties with extraordinary temperaments among the true spirit kings. Not to mention the human demon with the dark witch's bloodline, there was also the white-clothed Shenhe and the demon flower emperor with the flower demon's bloodline. There were also many others that he hadn't heard of. For example, standing next to the white-haired young man was a woman in a white gown with an ethereal temperament. Standing next to Shenhe was a green-clothed woman who was as noble as a phoenix, and there was also a blue-clothed woman standing next to the black-clothed middle-aged man. All of them were stunning beauties, and they weren't inferior to his previous confidants. In fact, they might even be superior. It wasn't in vain that I was sealed for tens of thousands of years. They really treated me well. The cursed demon emperor licked his lips and had a ferocious look on his face. Standing at the front of the crowd, Yichen focused his gaze on the troll emperor and said, "The demons have been spying on Elysium for many years. War after war, they haven't been able to defeat Elysium. This time will be no exception. If your excellency doesn't wish for the demons to suffer heavy casualties, I advise you to leave Elysium now. Otherwise we won't rest until one of us is dead." This sentence was superfluous, but Yichen had to say it. First, it was to show the other party the determination of Elysium. Second, it was to tell the other party that even if they wanted to conquer Elysium, they would have to pay a heavy price. Won't rest until one of us is dead? Hehe. Indeed, after this war, the demons will definitely suffer losses. However, I believe that compared to obtaining the whole of Elysium, paying a small price is worth it. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The troll emperor smiled and changed his tone. With an oppressive tone, he said, "This time we, the demons, have mobilized 1,000 demon kings and 2 million demon army. If you think that you can make us hesitate with just a few words, then you are gravely mistaken. If you don't want to die without a complete corpse and ignite the whole of Elysium in the flames of war, surrender. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed." The last sentence the troll emperor roared out with his thick demonic energy. His majestic voice was like a tsunami, blowing away the lightning, hurricanes, snow and fire clouds in the sky, as well as the torrential rain. The sky cleared up. Intense demonic energy surged over, gloomy and murderous. In Elysium there are only kings who die in battle. There are no kings who surrender. The two elders, Void Ancestor and Jailer, took a step forward and roared together. Rumble. Merely the sound of the collision was enough to create an apocalyptic scene between the two armies. The space was like a spider web, cracking open one after another. "Very well, then all of you will die." The cursed demon emperor chuckled strangely. His laughter was like a demonic sound, penetrating through every nook and cranny. Behind the numerous demons, a black flood surged out from the puppet battleships. This was the army of demons. The lowest cultivation base was mid-astral reaching realm, and there was not a single early astral reaching realm. In other words, if not for the suppression of Elysium's rules, the lowest cultivation base of these people would be late astral reaching realm. It should be known that some of the Elysium martial artists who had come to the ocean gazing had just stepped into the astral reaching realm. As for why they didn't directly attack with the puppet battleships, it was mainly because the puppet battleship's main purpose was not to fight, but to transport. Although each puppet battleship could actually fight against several ordinary life and death kings, there were so many kings present. As long as a powerful titled monarch made a few moves, they would be able to destroy a large number of puppet battleships. This kind of loss was not something the demons wanted to bear. In any case, with their current strength they were already able to suppress Elysium. There was really no need for them to waste the astonishingly valuable puppet battleships. Raising his right arm high, the troll emperor fiercely swung down, "Kill!" Clang. At the same time, Yichen had already pulled out the demon slaughtering sword. The crimson sword flickered with a blood light that could make one's heart palpitate. It dyed the sky blood red, and the demonic chi was annihilated. Pointing the demon slaughtering sword forward, Yichen also roared, "Fight!" Bang! The sky shattered, and the kings of both sides rushed out like two black clouds colliding. The aura was so frightening that it couldn't be described with words. It was like the scene of doomsday. "No!" Before the two sides even reached each other, the cursed demon emperor's eyes widened, and he fell from the sky with lifeless eyes. His life aura was completely gone and he died instantly. Damn it. The troll emperor's eyes were filled with extreme anger. The two sides had unexpectedly joined hands to use a soul attack, instantly annihilating the soul of the cursed demon emperor. Success. Yi Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The cursed demon emperor was an expert in curses, and even his magic was cursed magic, which was a great threat. Therefore, before this, Yi Qin had already discussed with everyone, and let those who knew how to use soul attacks to attack together, annihilate the cursed demon emperor's soul. Although not all the kings of Elysium had practiced soul attack secret techniques, among the 500 people, there were still dozens of them. If dozens of people joined hands to attack, not to mention the cursed demon emperor, even Yi Qin would die without a doubt. This was the terror and ruthlessness of war. Being strong could not guarantee one's own safety, and it would only make one's life easier. Of course, soul attacks consumed a lot of soul power. They could still use it once, but if they used it again, everyone's condition would decline. Only Yi Qin, who had a strong soul power, could use it multiple times. Therefore, killing the cursed demon emperor had to be done in one go. As soon as the cursed demon emperor died, the troll emperor and the Lord of Fear emitted an astonishing murderous intent. Demons were not good at studying the soul, so among them only 1 in 10,000 knew how to use soul attacks. However, demons were born with strong soul defense, and in a one-on-one situation, it was impossible to annihilate their souls. They did not expect that the other side would target the cursed demon emperor, and conversely, if the other side targeted them, they would definitely die. The duration of a soul attack was extremely short, and there was no time to use it a second time. As soon as the cursed demon emperor died, the two sides collided. What kind of scene was this? In just the first collision, dozens of people turned into blood mist, dying miserably on the spot. Among them were demons and Elysiums. Demons did not even lose 10 people, while Elysium lost more than 20 people. These 20 people were not ordinary martial artists, but genuine life and death kings. Normally they could call the wind and summon the rain, enjoying great glory. But now they were being harvested like rice straws. The cruelty of war appeared in everyone's mind for the first time. Chapter 1005. Swish, swish. Blood-colored sword light crisscrossed as Yi Qin, who was using derailment steps, shuttled through the crowd of demon kings like a ghost. With each step, a blood-colored sword light blossomed. The weaker demon kings were directly slashed into a blood mist, dying on the spot. The stronger demon kings were also cleaved into two, their cultivation base greatly damaged. Apart from Yi Qin, Void Ancestor, Prison Ancestor, Mysterious Queen, and Murong Qingqing had also killed a lot of demon kings. Void Ancestor's Void Palm was several times more powerful than Void Emperor's. With a slap, a demon king in front of him immediately turned into ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Prison Ancestor's punishment martial skill was strange and tyrannical. With a swipe of his hand, the demon king charging at him could only let out a miserable shriek before being cut into pieces. As for Mysterious Queen, her snow-filling universe had already reached perfection. Extreme freezing chi erupted, freezing dozens of meters tall demon kings into ice sculptures. As her figure passed through, the ice sculptures shattered into millions of pieces, creating an icy rain. Murong Qingqing, this rising star of the younger generation, wasn't much inferior to them. The demonic wings on her back provided her with a frightening mobility. Her figure flickered. One moment she was still here and the next she was already in another place. The demon king fighting her didn't even know who the opponent was before his body exploded and he died. However, although there were many powerful kings on Elysium's side, there were even more powerful kings on the side of the demons. Not to mention the two demon emperors, the troll emperor and the Lord of Fear, there were more than 10 other demon kings comparable to heavenly evil demons. Just like the former two, they had been sealed in Elysium for a long time. Their true cultivation base was at the 6th layer of life and death realm. After being suppressed by 2 layers, they were at the 4th layer, which was equivalent to the 6-star battle strength of Elysium. Like a bulldozer, the 2 demon emperors and dozens of heavenly evil demon kings charged forward like a hot knife through butter. Wherever they went, the kings of Elysium were turned into blood mists, leaving not even their bones behind. Kill? The red-haired Chu Zhongtian seemed to have gone berserk. He didn't dodge or evade, and instead exchanged punches with the 2 demon kings in front of him. It was a battle of life for life. Eventually, relying on his unusual protective astral yuan and evil spirit body, he blew up the 2 demon kings. As for himself, half of his head had caved in, and a large chunk of flesh had been torn out of his chest. Duguju's situation was even worse than Chu Zhongtian's. His opponents were 3 demon kings and one of them was not much weaker than him. Fighting 1 against 3, Duguju was pushed back again and again. The wounds on his body kept increasing, and his undying body didn't even have enough time to recover. Ah! Duguju, don't you die so early? A long spear suddenly stabbed out, nailing into a demon king's head. It was Bai Minghui. Although he was laughing, tears were streaming down his face. Just a second ago, his grandfather had been torn into pieces by 2 demon kings in order to save him. Before he died, he had even dragged another demon king down with him. Bai Minghui's anger had made him explode continuously. After killing the last demon king, he saw that Duguju was in danger, so he didn't care that he only had half of his body left. He rushed over and stabbed his spear through his opponent's head. Boom! With only half of his body left, he was simply too weak, and was turned into a blood mist by a demon king who was passing by. You have to live. Kill these sons of bitches. Bai Minghui's voice disappeared. Ah! Duguju roared into the sky as blue veins popped out on his forehead like small snakes. The white hair on his head started to dance in the air as well. The anger and the extreme madness had pushed him to explode with even more potential. He combined with his blade and drilled into a demon king's chest before coming out from the back. Blood splashed everywhere. My life no longer belongs to me anymore. The pain on Duguju's face was hidden deep down, and all that was left was killing. The battle taking place in the sky left everyone on the ground in shock and grief. Too many of them had died. They had been the most respected existences in Elysium, the kings of men and the kings of demons. For Elysium, for their children and grandchildren, they had no complaints and they had never retreated. Even if they died, they would drag their opponents down with them. The demon army surged forward like a tidal wave, boundless like a swarm of locusts. If 1,000 demon army and 500 Elysium kings were like 2 dark clouds colliding, then the charge of 2 million demon army and 1 million Elysium army was like 2 oceans colliding. The ground was shaking, the wind was howling, and lightning was flying everywhere. It was a scene of doomsday. Kill? The 2 sides quickly approached each other, and the army at the very front had already started fighting across the sky. The whistling force was like 10,000 arrows being shot at the same time, and it was also like a storm was approaching. Bang 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 bang. Chi explosion sounds resounded in the sky as countless black dots fell down. Each black dot represented the loss of a life. At this moment, human lives were like grass. Finally, the 2 armies collided. Blood flowed like a river and blood surged into the sky. Die. A huge lizard shadow appeared behind Tuabaku's back. It waved its tail and a couple of demons were blown away. With a swipe of its claw, another couple of demons were dismembered. There were a lot of strangers fighting alongside him, but there were also a lot of people he was familiar with, such as the geniuses from the Hidden Dragon rank, and the friends he had made over the years. Each of them had forgotten everything and only had the demons in their eyes. Besides the human race, the demi-demon race, the demi-beast race, and the demi-beast race had also joined the battle. They could all transform into human form, which was the benefit of the Blood Skyland's shape-shifting pellet. The pellet not only allowed them to transform into human form, but also gave them intelligence that was not inferior to humans, which made them willing to fight for the Elysium. Unfortunately, they were only a small part of the demi-beast race. There were even more demi-beasts scattered around the world. Apart from some of them with extremely high potential, most of them did not have enough intelligence. They only fought for their own territories and did not know what the Elysium was, or what it meant when the nest was overturned. There would be no eggs left intact. Ha, too weak, too weak. Even if we are being suppressed by the Elysium, one of us can still fight against 10 of them. A demon with demonic bloodline grabbed a human astral-reaching realm warrior and bit him hard. Bastard. A couple of astral-reaching realm warriors with red eyes rushed up, wanting to avenge their comrades. Overestimating yourselves. The demon threw out the dead body of the astral-reaching realm warrior. Boom. The body exploded in the air, turning into countless blood arrows. A couple of astral-reaching realm warriors who had rushed up were pierced by the blood arrows, dying on the spot. All of a sudden, a beam of sword light pierced through the demon's forehead. It was Lung Xinghan who had attacked. His eyes were extremely cold. After killing the demon, he did not even look at it as he went to look for another opponent. Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid. They are all bastards. What is there to be afraid of? After killing a demon, Yi Xian turned his head and said to Yi Xiao Xiao, who had a pale face, "Second brother, be careful." Just as Yi Xian turned around, a demon charged over, a huge axe attacking toward his head. Seeing that the axe was about to fall, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly stomped on the ground with her feet, turning into a beam of light and shooting out. Dang! The axe was blown away, and Yi Xiaoxiao flew back with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Yi Xian, who had just reacted, shook his wrist and countless sword flowers covered the opponent. The next second, this sneak-attacking demon fell down with blood all over his body. Good job. Yi Xian gave Yi Xiaoxiao a thumbs up, feeling a lingering fear. The battle had only been going on for a while, but Elysium had already lost nearly 100 life and death kings. The losses of the demons were also unexpectedly high, reaching more than 60. Many of them had been killed by the kings of Elysium. Yi Chen alone had killed more than a dozen demon kings. In such a chaotic scene, being powerful didn't mean that one could kill a lot of enemies. After all, as one attacked an enemy, there would be even more enemies attacking one. If not for Yi Chen's extremely powerful soul power, which allowed him to multitask, and if not for his quick reaction which allowed him to dodge in time, he would have been injured by now. As time passed, the number of casualties started to decrease. The main reason was that the situation was not that chaotic anymore. Everyone was far away from each other, so they would not get involved. With a glance, Yi Chen noticed the Troll Emperor. His opponent was actually Murong Qingqing. With the demon wings, although Murong Qingqing would not be captured immediately, she would still be in danger. Leave him to me. His body shifting in the void, Yi Chen appeared in front of Murong Qingqing and said, "All right." Murong Qingqing also did not hesitate. With a flap of the demon wings, she instantly disappeared from her spot. Courting death. Just as he was about to capture Murong Qingqing, Yi Chen ruined his plan. The Troll Emperor roared. His fist seemed like it had been compressed by 10 huge mountains. With one punch, everything in the world flowed in reverse. Even the spatial power could not bear this fist aura. Countless spatial fragments shot toward Yi Chen like multicolored streamers. Yi Chen shuttled through the multicolored streamers like a hot knife through butter. These streamers were shattered by a layer of golden light when they were just a meter away from Yi Chen. The golden light was emitting from the demon slaughtering sword in Yi Chen's hand. Unknowingly, the sword had enlarged by several times, turning into a huge golden sword. The huge golden sword was unstoppable. Just the sword aura alone was enough to form a frightening golden light. Boom! The fist and the huge golden sword collided, and a huge black hole appeared between the two. The power spread to the depths of the void, like a volcanic eruption. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen was sent flying. As expected, he has 7-star combat power. Yi Chen instantly judged his opponent's combat power. He actually managed to block it? Although the Troll Emperor did not spit out blood, he still took dozens of steps back. His fist felt numb. Yi Chen's sword had a strong vibrational power, making his right arm feel a little weak. His eyes were extremely sharp. Yi Chen knew that his opponent this time was not the same as before. If he did not use all his strength, it was very likely that he would die. It should be known that the sword just now was not an ordinary sword technique, but the third style of the vibrational sword art, the Sky Absolute Sword. Previously, the Sky Absolute Sword had only been integrated with the Profound of Earth. Now it had been perfectly integrated, becoming a top profound sword technique. Chapter 1006. Very good. I finally found an opponent who can barely fight me. Killing those ants is too boring. In a short period of time, the Troll Emperor had killed 15 kings of Elysium. If not for Murong Qingqing attracting his attention, this number would have been much higher. To him, those who couldn't block one of his punches were ants. Although killing ants was easy, killing too many of them wouldn't satisfy him. If he wanted to kill a peerless figure like Yi Chen. Killing one Yi Chen was more useful than killing 10 or 20 ordinary kings. He might even be able to destroy the faith of the people of Elysium. Killing ants like demons is also very boring. After killing you, this war should end faster. Yi Chen's thoughts were the same as the Troll Emperor's. In a battlefield, the role of a general was extremely important. Not only was he the commander, but he was also the spiritual pillar of the soldiers. If the general died, the morale would definitely be greatly affected. Kill me? What a joke. I want to see how you will kill me. The Troll Emperor laughed loudly. His undying body was at the blood rebirth realm, and his magical power was boundless. Even if an ordinary person killed him 10 times, he would be able to recover again. Although his current strength hadn't recovered to the peak of the past and was only at the early stage of 7-star, even a middle stage 7-star wouldn't be able to kill him. In fact, they would be tortured to death by him. Take my troll-killing fist. While his laughter was still echoing, the Troll Emperor had already charged over and punched. The pitch-black fist filled the sky and rapidly enlarged in Yi Chen's eyes. I haven't figured out his strength yet. It's better not to use Instant of Glory for now. Instant of Glory was Yi Chen's greatest trump card. In the past 2 years, Yi Chen had made great progress in Instant of Glory. However, if he revealed his trump card in advance, it would only make his opponent vigilant. Either he didn't use Instant of Glory, or once he used it, he had to obtain sufficient results. After all, with his opponent's strength, Instant of Glory wouldn't be able to kill him instantly. His body lightly leaped up, and the demon slaughtering sword in his hand slashed from bottom to top, left to right. This slash was like a dream. As the sword edge streaked across the sky, the space rippled like water. At the same time, the tip of the demon slaughtering sword suddenly lit up, creating a golden water ripple in the void. The water rippled and welcomed the pitch-black fist. The fourth move of the Autumn Water Sword technique, Autumn Water. Rumble. The power of the Troll Emperor's fist was unstoppable, but this water-like sword chi was not only flexible and condensed, but it was also indestructible. It gathered the essence of the metal and water attributes and effectively fused them together. On the pitch-black fist, countless golden splashes exploded, and each splash was not inferior to a cut of sword chi. While Yi Chen and the Troll Emperor were fighting, the others had also found their opponents. The Void Ancestor's opponent was another Demon Emperor-level character, the Lord of Fear. Although the Lord of Fear's strength was not as good as the Troll Emperor, he still had the battle power of a 6-star overlord. The Void Ancestor fought with him for dozens of rounds, and was immediately beaten to the point of vomiting blood and being battered. Invincible Void Battle Technique. With a low roar, the aura of the Void Ancestor skyrocketed, as if he had eaten a great tonic. Secret Battle Technique? The Lord of Fear didn't think much of it. The opponent's strength was much lower than his. Even if he used a secret battle technique, it would be no more than a cornered beast struggle. Unless the opponent used a peak-level secret battle technique, only then could it pose a threat to the Lord of Fear. Clearly, peak-level secret battle techniques were not cabbages. Moreover, they were extremely difficult to cultivate. Out of 100 people, there might not even be one who could successfully cultivate it. As a 6-star king at the same level as the Void Ancestor, Jailer was fighting 2 4th-layer Life and Death Realm Demon Kings, which were 6-star devils. It was not that he was being arrogant, but that he had no other choice. If he didn't hold up one more Kings of Elysium would die. At that time, the gap in numbers would grow larger and larger, and he would no longer be facing 1 or 2 enemies but 3, 5 or even 10. In fact, he wasn't the only one doing this. The others were doing the same. For example, Murong Qingqing, relying on the flexibility of her demon wings, was holding up 3 6-star devils by herself, while Shenhe was holding up 2. Su Qing's strength was barely at the 6-star level, but he was also holding up a 6-star devil that was stronger than him. Even with his 6th-step spirit body, he was still being beaten miserably, and could only rely on the space profound to continuously evade and counterattack. Even so, the 4 of them were only holding up 8 6-star devils. There were still a few that were still wantonly slaughtering. Nobody could stop them. Space Realm. At the crucial moment, the Air Emperor stood up and used his space profound to trap a 6-star devil. His battle strength was not much weaker than Su Qing's, so he could hold on for a while. But if the battle dragged on, he would die without a doubt. This was all thanks to his research on Space Profound, which focused on sealing and trapping. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for a while. I, Chu Zhongtian, will fight you. Seeing the number of life and death kings on his side decreasing rapidly, Chu Zhongtian roared and charged at a 6-star devil by himself. Courting death. This 6-star devil was an old demon with pitch-black scales all over his body. He had seen Chu Zhongtian's previous battle and knew that he was several times weaker than him. Rip. A right claw flickering with a cold light suddenly waved out. The old demons instantly broke through Chu Zhongtian's protective astral yuan and left a deep claw mark on his body. Too weak. A few ribs appeared in the old demon's hand, which belonged to Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian spurted out a huge amount of blood, along with pieces of his internal organs. The old demon's body art was extremely fast. Like a ghost, he flickered around Chu Zhongtian's surroundings. Chu Zhongtian's attacks were all dodged by him. All of a sudden, a puff sound was heard as Chu Zhongtian's chest was pierced through. The old demon's 2-meter-long right arm pierced through Chu Zhongtian's back, holding a heart. If we die, let's die together. Chu Zhongtian tightly locked onto the old demon's arm as a dark red crystal light erupted from his body. It was a sign of self-detonation. It was unknown where he had learned this self-detonation secret art from. You die but I won't die. The old demon's right arm suddenly shook, and countless bloody holes appeared on Chu Zhongtian's body. Blood splashed out, and the dark red crystal light flickered before disappearing. As for Chu Zhongtian's body, his flesh had been destroyed to the point that he couldn't even self-detonate. His Zhenyuan was in chaos. Swish. At this moment, a sharp sword pierced through the old demon's chest. The next moment, the old demon's exploded into a blood mist, and half of it was minced into nothingness. Looking at where the sword had come from, the source was actually Yi Chen. Yi Chen's direct opponent seemed to be the Troll Emperor alone, but in fact he had been multitasking. While fighting with the Troll Emperor, he had been using the defensive sword art to attack the nearby demon kings. That sword just now was not the Earth Fiend sword art, but the 9 return to 1 sword art, which was even more exquisite than the Earth Fiend sword art. The 9 return to 1 sword art required the defensive sword art to reach the level of 81 swords at the same time, and the power of the 81 swords was concentrated on 1 sword. Although the Earth Fiend sword art could also reach this level after absorbing enough Earth Essence Evil Chi, it still needed time to accumulate. The 9 return to 1 sword art did not have this weakness. Of course, the main reason why the old demons could be heavily injured with 1 sword was because Chu Zhongtian had locked onto him in an instant. Otherwise, the old demons could have blocked a little, and his body would not have exploded. Leave the 6-star devil to me. Don't die so soon. Yi Chen's voice came from the flying sword. Thank you. The injuries on Chu Zhongtian's body had already healed. After swallowing a pill, he immediately flashed away from the place. Damn it. The blood mist gathered again as the old demon man opened his mouth and roared. This sword attack contained an extremely powerful destruction sword intent. He could feel that every bit of his flesh and blood was being destroyed by the destruction sword intent. Right now, his power had dropped by more than 30%, and half of his energy was used to expel the destruction sword intent. The sharp sword turned around and attacked the old demons again. Peng peng peng. The old demons, who had lost a lot of strength, was being attacked by the sharp sword. He dodged everywhere, but the sword marks on his body were still increasing, making him look like a bloody man. You dare to split your attention in front of me? The Troll Emperor's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Any of his punches could kill a normal 6-star king. All of a sudden, the fist shadows were like mountains whistling towards Yi Chen. Moment of glory. Yi Chen did not dare to be hit by so many fist shadows. With the opponent's strength, he could easily injure him in an instant. With the demon-slaying sword in hand, Yi Chen flew up and rushed towards the opponent. The next second, the tip of the demon-slaying sword shone with a bright light. This light was like the moment when a star exploded, and everything was forcefully frozen. This is... The Troll Emperor only had time to say one sentence before he could not move anymore. Right now, the moment of glory was not the same as before. Its range had reached hundreds of meters and everything within that range was frozen. Even the fierce fist shadows were frozen in the air. The demon-slaying sword touched the center of the Troll Emperor's eyebrows, and after a slight resistance, it pierced through. Boom, a strong light exploded, and the Troll Emperor's head exploded into pieces. However, what made Yi Chen's heart heavy was that this sword had only destroyed the Troll Emperor's head, and it did not affect other parts of his body. This meant that the opponent's magic power and physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. The Troll Emperor woke up a moment earlier than Yi Chen had expected. Although he did not have a head, his voice still came out, and his fist landed on Yi Chen's chest. His body shattered, and Yi Chen's entire body turned into a bloody mist that spread out in a fan shape. Yi Chen. Murong Qingqing screamed. Yi Chen had not reached the realm of blood rebirth, and being turned into a bloody mist with one punch meant that he would definitely die. As if she had gone crazy, Murong Qingqing rushed in that direction, but in that moment of distraction, the 3 6-star devil that she had entangled with attacked her body together. In the distance, Xuanho's face was pale, without a trace of blood. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing were facing a disaster at the same time. Was Elysium really going to fall? Chapter 1007. Yi Chen is dead? It was not only Xianho who had noticed this scene. Besides Xianho, the other life and death realm warriors who were battling with the demons seemed to have sensed something as well, looking over from afar. Although they were very far away and logically speaking, the commotion here should not have caught their attention. But they still looked over. Using their soul power, they saw the Troll Emperor and the blood mist in front of the Troll Emperor. He is dead. What should we do? He is a peerless martial genius, a legend of this era. How can he die? Everyone was screaming in their minds. They were not afraid of sacrificing themselves and they were not afraid of death. At the critical moment they could die together with the demons. But they were afraid of not seeing hope, of not seeing the dawn of victory. Qianhao, big brother. Yi Tianhao, Shen Yuqing and Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao who were battling felt a pain in their hearts. It was as if they had lost something, as if the most important thing was leaving them. All of a sudden, a roar resounded through the sky. Yi Qin, I know you are not dead yet and no one can kill you. Even if you are dead you better come back to life. Otherwise how can you step on my Duguju's head? You are a person destined to be glorious. Duguju's eyes shone with a horrifying light, and blue veins popped out on his face. With each blade attack he would roar out. Each blade attack was heavier and fiercer than the previous one. His opponents, the two demons, were shocked. Duguju had reached his limit and broken it at the same time. They could barely handle the first blade attack, but the second one they had no choice but to back out. The third one their bodies started to be dyed with blood. It seemed like something had happened that had made him extremely angry. Am I dead? Is this all I can do? The murmuring voice reverberated in the surreal space. At first it was very weak, like the sound of wind. The Troll Emperor's pupils shrank. Using his soul power to sense, he was sure that every inch of Yi Chen's flesh and blood had been smashed by him, turning into a thin blood mist. Even that indestructible armor didn't have a single bit of flesh and blood, only blood. So where did this sound come from? I'm not dead yet. Even if I die, I will crawl out of hell and return to the human world. Immortal sword intent, rebuild my body. The weak voice became extremely powerful. In the end it resonated with space. An undying and inextinguishable radiance blossomed, pervading the bloody mist. Wah! The blood mist gathered again and a figure condensed. Great. Murong Qingqing didn't die either. The 3 6-star demons' combined attack seemed to be powerful, but in fact they only used 30 to 40% of their power. The Troll Emperor had told them before that they could only injure Murong Qingqing but not kill her. Right now, seeing Yi Chen's figure appear, Murong Qingqing smiled and cried. Not dead? Great. But this doesn't seem to be the blood rebirth state. Yi Chen's resurrection made Xianhou feel relieved. But at the same time she was confused. Although the method that Yi Chen used to condense his body was similar to the blood rebirth state, in her eyes, it was completely different. The blood rebirth state required the will of the blood to pull each other and quickly reassemble according to memory. Although there was will in Yi Chen's blood, it was not to the point of pulling each other. The reason why he could condense his body was because Yi Chen used his powerful immortal sword intent to force all the blood together. After all, these blood were all Yi Chen's. Once they were gathered together, they immediately sensed each other and automatically rearranged themselves. However, this was Yi Chen. Ordinary people who hadn't reached the blood rebirth state would not be able to be reborn even if someone helped them to condense their blood. Because their core will had already dissipated, and the fragmented will was not strong enough. I knew you wouldn't die. Only like this is you. Duguju laughed loudly, his white hair fluttering in the wind. I have to say you just completed a miracle. Although I have heard of such things, I have never seen it. You have broadened my horizons. The Troll Emperor recovered from the shock and said coldly. Hell didn't accept me, so I had to come back. I have to thank you for that punch. I seem to have gained some understanding of the blood rebirth state. Reaching the blood rebirth state was not something that could be done in a day. No matter how talented one was, it was impossible to reach it in a few years. Although Yi Chen was at the peak of the flesh derivation state before, it would take him at least 2 or 3 years to successfully break through. Now he had a feeling that every cell in his body had condensed enough will. Although these will were not as strong as the core will, they were still at the 3rd or 4th level. Don't thank me so early. You will still die soon. The dead don't need to thank the living. The Troll Emperor didn't think that the resurrected Yi Chen could do anything. If he could kill Yi Chen once, he could do it again. As for the Troll Emperor, it wouldn't matter even if he was killed 10 times. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. As he spoke, Yi Chen sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingqing. It seems that you don't have enough confidence in me. Fight with all your heart. Don't worry about me. Even if I die 10 times, I won't die so easily. Got it? Murong Qingqing was in a very good mood. The moment Yi Chen died, she felt like she had died too. Now that Yi Chen came back to life, every inch of her body was cheering and excited. A new power rose in her body, and the previous heavy injuries disappeared. Not good. She has completely activated the Dark Witch bloodline. The 3 6-star devils opposite Murong Qingqing smiled bitterly. The Dark Witch bloodline was an extremely noble bloodline among the demons. Once this bloodline was activated, the power it produced was unparalleled. Although this power couldn't be transformed into actual strength for a while, it would accompany her for the rest of her life. Moreover, it would produce an inexplicable pressure on the demons whose bloodline was lower than hers. Fortunately, the other party didn't just have the Dark Witch bloodline. There was also the human bloodline. If it was the real Dark Witch, they probably wouldn't have the courage to attack her. Let's start again. Yi Chen's eyes were as clear as the sky. This was the kind of eyes that understood life and death. Annoying eyes. The Troll Emperor shouted in a low voice. The surrounding space cracked inch by inch. His whole body turned into a black hurricane, sweeping toward Yi Chen. Wherever he went, the shadows of his fists filled the air. Boom. The sky shook. The two figures kept crossing each other. In an instant they had exchanged more than 100 blows. Wait, his attack didn't increase. Why is he still unharmed? The more the Troll Emperor fought, the more he felt that something was wrong. Yi Chen's combat power was much weaker than his, but the other party could receive his attacks without a scratch. Is it willpower? Willpower protection? After exchanging more than 10 blows, the Troll Emperor finally understood. The other party had willpower protection. That willpower was immortal willpower. Most of his attacks would be neutralized. You guessed correctly. Yi Chen's voice echoed. Then let's see whether your willpower is stronger or my magic power is stronger. The Troll Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had decided that even if he had to pay a certain price, he would take care of the other. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what level the latter could reach. It should be known that once the willpower protection reached an extremely obvious level, it meant that the willpower had reached the 8th step. There was a huge gap between the 8th and 7th step. Countless people had been stuck below the 8th step, and he was no exception. The Troll Emperor's guess was right. Yi Chen's immortal sword intent had indeed advanced from the peak of the 6th step to the early 7th step, which was equivalent to an ordinary 8th step sword intent. At the moment of life and death, the unwillingness in Yi Chen's heart had turned into the immortal power, allowing the immortal sword intent to surpass the destruction sword intent for the first time. After the advancement, the immortal sword intent wouldn't be much more powerful than the destruction sword intent in terms of offense. However, in terms of defense, it was unparalleled. He only needed to slightly activate the immortal sword spirit, and a layer of immortal sword intent would appear on the surface of his body. Without exaggeration, even if he didn't use his protective Zhenyuan, no king below 6 stars would be able to injure him. Yi Chen's side had turned the situation around, but the other places were getting more and more difficult. The demon kings of the demons were twice as many as the kings of Elysium. Basically, each of the kings of Elysium was fighting 1 against 2. In the short term they might be able to hold on, but as time went on, some of the kings started to fall. Meanwhile, the demon kings of the demons who had killed their opponents would become a new source of strength, helping the other demon kings to kill their opponents. If this was considered the worst, then there was something even worse. The few 6-star devils who had no opponents started to kill people like flies. Wherever they went, there would be kings falling without any suspense. If no one stopped them, then Elysium would fall sooner or later. After all, there was only one Yi Chen. Let's die together. Knowing that they were going to die for sure, the kings of Elysium kept dying together with their enemies. However, the sad thing was that only 3 or 4 out of 10 times would succeed. I, Xia Hozuan, am not willing to accept this. If there is a next life, I will definitely wash the demons with blood. There were already a couple of king warriors who had died, and now there was one more. Xia Hozuan from the surreal martial school had been shattered into pieces by 2 demon kings. Su King was extremely sad. Yi Chen, this is my last sword attack. Please take a look. Lu Xiaoyu, who had just paid a huge price to kill his opponent, did not look sad or happy. His flesh and blood were evaporating as that endless power gathered into the great sword in his hand. Then he threw out a sword attack toward the incoming 6-star devil. Swoosh! The treasured sword pierced through Lu Xiaoyu's body, but Lu Xiaoyu was also smashed into pieces, vanishing without a trace. You managed to break through my protective demon power? Unbelievable. This 6-star devil had killed quite a lot of king warriors of Elysium. That sword attack from Lu Xiaoyu had made him feel a huge threat. It was something that could not be explained at all, since the latter's battling power was only at the early stage of 5-star, and that sword attack was obviously 10 times more powerful than before. I saw it. At this moment, your sword art has surpassed mine. Yi Chen's heart was heavy. That sword attack from Lu Xiaoyu was burning his life force. Even if he was not killed by the six-star devil, he would not be able to live for long. It was the last dedication of a sword artist, and also his last contribution to the sword art.